Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and it's day one NFL free agency coverage. Coming at you here from the Raiders Report crew. It's going to be me. It's going to be Jeremy Chuggs. We're going to be live all day today, and we're going to be live all day the entire week. I promise you, we will be live for over 30 hours this entire week. If you want to hang out with Jeremy Chuggs and I, hit that subscribe button. Turn on those notifications because we're going to be breaking down every single move around free agency that happens around the Raiders and around every move that ends up going down on today's program. I also got to say this. We're going to get a lot of new viewers that tune into the Raiders Report just because that's the way that these shows go. If you're a real one, I want you to show people what we do around here. Show them as if, this is your home as well. And when people walk into your home, tell them what to do. Tell them how to participate. If I ask you to shout out your city, let me know where you're rocking from right now. If Ron Raspberry is here, tell them to hit that like button. The bottom line is I'm going to have a lot of fun this week, and I also need y'all to participate and show a lot of the new people that don't know exactly what the Raiders Report is, how the Raiders Report ends up going down. If any breaking news happens, we will cover it on this show, and I'll be able to deliver you the news as quick as humanly possible. I should also mention the NFL tampering period begins in 1 hour. Technically, 56 minutes from now. Noon Eastern time is when you're going to start seeing a lot, and I mean a lot of stuff happening. Now, there's still going to be some stuff that ends up going down, like the Bucs. They just re-signed Ben Bredeson to a 3-year deal. Late last night, the Raiders re-signed Adam Butler on a 3-year, $16.5 million deal. Absolutely love that one. But throughout the day, at any point, when moves happen, we will cycle through everything just so all of y'all know. But I see El Dorito. What up, Joey Ross down there below? Burna Boy saying, Joseph Zalesbo. What up, Jay? What up, Salvador? Jeffrey Miller. I see all of y'all rocking with me. So whether it was a trade, whether it's an extension, whether it's a re-signing, as you can see, 2 moves here by the Raiders. Alex Kappa, 2 years, $11.2 million. Max Crosby, 3-year, $106.5 million. If you have a question, a comment that you want to get here up on the show, there's 2 ways to do it. Hashtag Raiders. I'm going to be real, though. Today's going to be a absolute cluster in all the best ways. So if you do want to make sure that your comment gets on, if you super chat, we will put you up here on screen. I got some different deals as well. We're going to give away a Raiders jersey today. If you want a chance to win a little bit of money, it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. And whoever bangs the most on today's show, I am going to give you a Geno Smith Raiders jersey. They don't even make them yet. We're going to get them. We're going to get some. So whoever the MVP on today's show is, I'm going to hook you up with a Geno Smith jersey. If you're like, Mitch, I don't want a Geno Smith jersey, I'll get you whatever jersey you want then, man. I'm just trying to celebrate our quarterback because I'll tell you this. Watched a lot of tape on Geno over the weekend. He's a lot better than I thought. And if you hear anybody that's not really excited about Geno, send them my way because I have never been more confident in Geno Smith than I am this year, but it's also because of the regime that we have. I'm not going to sit up here and call him a top 10 quarterback. I said he's the 14th best quarterback right now, but with our regime, if we go out and we do it in the right way, F that guy. And if we go out there and we do it in the right way, I think he has a chance to be a top 10 quarterback. And that might be crazy for some people. But if you didn't watch the show that I dropped yesterday on my Geno Smith film coverage, his film, dude, is really good. Yeah, DK Metcalf, that one ended up happening yesterday. Trade to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a second-round pick. Sounds like when you don't want to play in cold weather, $150 million warms you up a little bit. Adam Butler, great move by the Raiders yesterday. 3-year, $16.5 million deal, $11.5 million. Once we get through all the moves that ended up happening to this point, we'll start getting into some of the super chats. Sheldon Rankins, bright and early this morning, ended up going to the Houston Texans. Devon Godcha, who's maybe the most freaking Saints last name I have ever heard. He ended up getting traded. And then the most recent news that just happened here in the last 20 minutes, J.C. Horn, 4-year, $100 million extension, $70 million guaranteed. Jaylen Warren back to Pittsburgh. Khalil Mack just signed a 1-year, $18 million deal, fully guaranteed to go to the Chargers. And then Ben Bredeson is the last move that has happened in NFL free agency. 3 years, $22 million with $12.5 million guaranteed. Here's the thing, though. I know that there's a lot of Raiders players that are about to hit the open market, from Tre'von Moehrig to Robert Spillane, Malcolm Koonce, Nate Hobbs, Chaisson, whoever the heck you're thinking of. And I know that getting a Raiders jersey can be a little bit scary, but the reason why I would recommend getting a jersey through us, because if you go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys, and if you buy the jersey insurance, okay, if a player gets traded, you can get a new jersey. And if you don't believe me, you can look at it yourself. If you want a Brock Bowers, Max Crosby, there's hundreds of different jerseys available, from Bo Jackson to Howie Long to Gene Upshaw to, if you still wanted the Darren Waller jersey for like $14, you could probably get one. Give it to somebody that doesn't even know, and you're like, here you go, man. You can get yourself a Darren Waller jersey. We got 1,300 people watching right now here on the Raiders Report, and the first one, Giovanni Tejada. Bang! The first bang of NFL free agency, and so far, Giovanni, you are the MVP here of today's show. This is how we do it on the Raiders Report, baby. LFG, let's go, Raiders! First ever bang. So excited for this season. Love all the work that you guys do. Giovanni Tejada, shout out to you, brother. Every time somebody bangs here on today's show, we got what is known as a bang wheel, which we'll show you here in just a little moment. But essentially, if you're somebody that wants to try to win a Raiders jersey, the more times you bang, technically, the better chance that you're going to have in order to win that Raiders jersey. But if the show were to end right now, Giovanni, I could cut the stream right now, you would win a Geno Smith jersey, who, again, is the newest member here of the Raiders. I should also mention that it was for pick number 92. I don't know how it got screwed up in all of the reporting, because a lot of people thought that the Jets gave us pick number 73. Turns out they gave us pick number 92. And the fact that nobody knew about it for, honestly, like months is kind of astonishing to me. Is it not kind of wild out there that just nobody knew that we were getting pick number 92 overall? So I'll show you what the bang wheel here is in just a moment, Giovanni. You are, like I said, today's MVP of the stream as it stands right now, which, let me get you in here. Gotcha. First bang of the day. Here are today's deals. If you want to get in our jersey raffle, if you send in a super chat of $10 or more, you in. You said every 10 is a raffle? There you go. Every 10 is a raffle. Good luck to you. $20 Venmo if you want a chance to win a little bit of money in the duck race. I already put Brandon Jasper in. That one's on my money, so if he wins, I'm just going to send it to Brandon's family just so all of y'all know. But Brandon Jasper, you in. $100 super chat. We're going to bang and spin a wheel, so I'll show you what that is in just a moment. Also, it looks like my guy, L.A. Crash Dog, is also in the duck race, which, quite frankly, might be the earliest that he's ever been here. I don't know if Father Tom has ever been here as early as what we're rocking. Also, I don't know why we're talking about Wi-Fi Willie. I ain't doing that. So let's just go to something else here. If that's what we're talking about, you're getting blocked on the channel. We got 1,300 people watching the show. We got 205 likes. If you haven't already, make sure you click that like button. Somebody asked me today, Mitch, are we going to be getting crazy? If the Raiders end up signing a player or bringing back someone, that's when you're going to probably see the beer bongs end up coming out. But because this week is a marathon and it is not a sprint, I am going to hold off on some of the shenanigans that we usually do. But if the Raiders go out and they sign Byron Murphy, Chris Godwin, hell, even if they were to sign a smaller player in Matt Collins, I'm going to slap 30 minutes to maybe an hour, and we are going to do this tailgate beer bong style, because when the Raiders do something, we're going to ball, and I hope that y'all are ready for us to ball here. So here we go. Here is the spin. When you send in 100, there's a lot of different options on this wheel, and it is, here you go. You just won 10 extra entries for a chance to win a Raiders jersey. Giovanni Tejada, good luck to you, man. Now, if you were to bang again, it lands on it again, who knows? You're going to get 20 extra tickets. So 10 extra raffle tickets to Giovanni Tejada. maybe today is going to be your lucky day, brother. You get yourself a Raiders jersey. So what do you think so far? Do you like the moves that the Raiders have made? Give me a yes, give me a no. From the trade from Geno Smith to the news that they're going to be moving on from Andre James to the re-signing of Adam Butler to them bringing back Isaiah Pola-Mao. What are we thinking so far about the Raiders' moves? Because I'll tell you this, I do like the Raiders' moves. I don't love the Alex Kappa move, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I do. We still need to upgrade that offensive line. Geno Smith, though, was the best quarterback that was available, and I'm not kidding you. I don't even think it was all that close after watching a lot of his tape. Better than Sam Darnold, which I thought that might have been a route that they were going to go. Geno Smith is a better quarterback than Justin Fields. And when you see the strengths of somebody like Geno, the pocket awareness, the accuracy, his ability to throw the ball down the field, he was the best quarterback in the NFL last season on explosive throws. He was top 3 in the NFL on pass targets at 10 yards, passing targets at 20 yards. Geno Smith can chuck the ball all around the field. And as soon as I see this, as soon as I hear anybody say anything bad about Geno Smith, I'm not kidding you, tells me you didn't watch any tape. Because his tape is a lot better than what the numbers show. If I hear, oh, he threw this many interceptions, you didn't watch tape. I'm going to tell you that right now. And if you are unconfident about Geno, go watch some tape on him. Because even if you watch tape then and you're still not confident, then in all due respect, you don't know how to watch tape. Let's go to Lost in Your Mom. What up, man? I'm here listening to Mitch while making lesson plans. The grind, it don't stop. And I don't care what y'all are doing at home, right? Maybe you're at home. Maybe you're at work. You're walking your dog. Maybe you're taking your kids to school. I don't know what it is. I hope that today and the entire week you decide to tune in to the Raiders Report, because when breaking news happens, we're going to be here. We're going to be breaking it all down. But I also want you all to be able to interact with me. Shout out to Northern Illinois. Let's go to Dr. K. Start with cornerback today. Let's go. Let's get lit, Raider Nation. I do think that corner is going to be a really important position that the Raiders target today. I've been hearing a lot about Byron Murphy, and Byron Murphy is probably the top corner on the market. And if you're able to go out and get him, he's got a lot of connections to Marcus Robinson, the Raiders' new DB coach, who coached him back with the Arizona Cardinals when he was there from 2019 to 2023. Robinson was. Byron Murphy was there until 2022. That's somebody I've been hearing a lot about. I think Camryn Bynum is a name to keep in mind. Jevon Holland is a name to keep in mind. Paulson Adebo is somebody to keep in mind at corner. Holland's the safety. But DJ Reed, another corner. And I think that this team is going to be aggressive at the cornerback position, man. It's going to be fun. How much money do we got in free agency from Oscar? I actually don't know that number, and neither does Over the Cap or Spotrac. So when a lot of people see the fact that the Raiders traded for Geno Smith, the $31 million that is being showed right now on Spotrac and Over the Cap, it's not accurate because the trade technically hasn't happened yet. Like, technically, the free agency starts March 12th at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Once that trade becomes officially official, then you're going to be able to see how much money is on the books for Geno. But then also on top of that, once Geno signs his new contract, which I would imagine is going to be in that $40 to $45 million range, which when the news broke on Friday, I said I didn't love the idea. After watching Geno Smith tape, $40 to $45 million is what you have to pay somebody that is as good as Geno Smith. And I am not afraid to say that right now. I am okay with them giving him $40 to $45 million per year, as long as, there's still a little bit of a way to get out of it in that third year. But I am okay with Geno Smith getting that type of money because his tape was so much better than I thought it was going to be. What up, MDB? Super Dave. McMillan, Henderson, re-signed Spillane, etc. Then Bill, defensive free agency, maybe a guard. Glaze is going to have a breakout season this year. Showed improvement at times and looked great. I do love me some T-Mac. He's got a lot of connections as well on this Raiders coaching staff, which is what he told us at the NFL Combine. TreVeyon Henderson is a name to keep in mind as well. Personally, I think one of the ideas that I've thrown out multiple times is I think that you could see the Raiders try to get T-Mac at number 6. You could look at a Quinshon Judkins, maybe a TreVeyon Henderson picked there at number 68. Robert Spillane's going to have a high market. We'll see what that looks like. I do think that this team's going to try to build defense and free agency. Maybe they try to go out and find another offensive lineman. But I tried to watch a stupid amount of tape, and I tried to look up a bunch of different things this weekend. My new sleeper pick for the Raiders in round 1, Membow, right tackle from Missouri. He is so much like Tristan Wirfs. I'm not afraid to say it. And Tristan Wirfs was drafted by John Spytek. My sneaky draft pick for the Raiders in round 1 at pick 6, Membow, right tackle. And if you don't like that idea, then you haven't seen a lot on Membow. Just got Venmo for Duck Race. Do I need an @ You need me, at Mitchell Renz 365, which I do see we got a few extra people that are getting in this Duck Race right now. Right now I got Tuna, LA Crash Dog, some other names. I see Philip Bogert. Philip, you're always in. Sean Irish, I appreciate you. And then Wesley, which I realize who this is. You're in. So right now it's a $20 Venmo for a chance to win $50 here on the show. What up, Rich? It's Robert Spillane today, or we riot. Here's the thing about Spillane, okay? And one of my friends is very well connected to Spillane down here. The Raiders have made multiple offers to Robert Spillane, okay? And multiple offers have been really good offers, quite frankly. Spillane wants to test the market. Spillane wants to come back to the Raiders. He does. But if Spillane wanted to re-sign with the Raiders on a contract that, I'll be real, I thought would have been good enough to get him, then he could have already have done that. Robert decided to not do that. He decided to test the market, and he's going to go out there and he's going to test the market. I want the Raiders to bring back Spillane as well. But I don't want them to go out there and pay him $15, $16 million per year. That I don't think would be a smart decision. I do love the fact that they were able to bring back Adam Butler, which then I do think also helps out a guy like Robert Spillane. But the number I would look for Spillane is around $10 million. Though, based on what I've been told, he might want a little bit more than that. Let's go to Gunny. What up, Gunny? Up early, getting ready for work. What's up, fam? Semper Fi, SaveAWarrior.org for veterans and first responders. If you do go to SaveAWarrior.org, just reminder to tell them that Father Tom sent you. Dude, I'm ready to go. Also, Gunny, you in for a chance to win a Raiders jersey. Today's going to be a fun day. And I do really think that you're going to see a lot of shit go down here in about 40 minutes. And when anything ends up going down, we will break it down. Also, I got an update here on the Adam Butler contract. I wanted to see the exact breakdown. In 2025, Butler's got a $3.8 million cap hit, which is really good. In 2026, it's 6.58. And then in 2027, it's $6 million. I'm going to be real with you. That is 3 years of phenomenal value and one of the most underrated defensive tackles on this team. There's a reason why I had Adam Butler as my number 1 free agent that I wanted the Raiders to bring back. It's because he does a lot of the dirty work that doesn't always get a lot of love. He is the type of player that's going to go out there, get you 3 steals, go out there and get you 12 boards, going to go out there and get you 5 blocks, and maybe only puts up 4 or 5 points. But having a guy like that is super critical for Wilkins, super critical for somebody along the lines of Max Crosby. And you also have to remember, we got to get Tyree Wilson going, and Adam Butler's going to be there to do that. Let's go to Super Dave. Said it once, we'll say it again. We missed on Johnson. We get possibly best all-around coaching staff we could get. We missed out on Stafford. We possibly get best quarterback to pair with Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll. Miss out on DK.
Question mark.
To me, if you miss out on DK, the guy that I would say is the best fit for the Raiders that's a realistic option is T-Mac out of Arizona. I think T-Mac out of Arizona is an option. Now, Chuggs was going to go here to Tyler Lockett. The cheaper route, I could see Lockett happening today. And quite frankly, when I watched a lot of Geno Smith tape, you need to have good chemistry. Lockett has that.
My favorite low-key wide receiver in free agency of this cycle, though, Joshua Palmer from the Chargers.
Joshua Palmer is a talented player, no doubt about it.
He's still young, has a little bit of injury concerns, but 6'1", can stretch the field, really good. And I think when you look back at the Chargers this past year, and whenever they faced the Texans in the wild card round, they missed Joshua Palmer a ton. They didn't have any good weapons at the receiver spot. He's somebody who, obviously Spotrac, their projections sometimes wildly off, but their projection for him was like $6 million a year. If you can get Joshua Palmer for $6 million a year, that's a really good low-key signing.
I agree. Like, I think if you're looking for a younger version of an outside receiver, think of it as like, the Raiders, Chris Beatty liked Mike Williams. If you want a younger version of somebody that kind of gives you what Mike Williams did at a cheaper rate, could be somebody to keep in mind. I see a lot of people saying Chris Godwin. Godwin is on Brady and Spytek's radar. It's just how much money are you going to pay a wide receiver, which they obviously were interested in paying a receiver, quite a bit of money, and Godwin is one of those better guys out there. He's probably going to get about $20 million. But depending on what the Raiders do at wide receiver today, I think it's really going to tell you what they're going to do in the first 3 rounds of the draft.
Cooper Kupp?
I don't really see this one happening. Obviously, if Matthew Stafford would have been a part of this regime,
or Mitch's
then
favorite.
Sure. I don't want Amari Cooper. I want no part of Amari Cooper. I don't think Amari Cooper would be a good fit with what we got. I don't want a guy that gave up on us one time already. Though I will admit, Kupp would be a really good fit with Geno Smith. And when I watched a lot of Smith tape, he really looked for JSN a lot in big moments. But to me, we kind of already have that JSN in a Jacoby Myers. Even Brock Bowers is the definition of a safety blanket. Let's go to Jimbo Mack. I'm a truck driver from Wichita, Kansas. One of the number one places I want to go grab a beer is the brewery in Wichita, which I think it's literally just called Wichita. They were one of the very first people to ever reach out to me back when I first started at Chat Sports. And I can't think of the name of the brewery, but it's located in Wichita. Oh, man, I can't think of the name. Anyway, though, that's a brewery I want to go to. Appreciate you going live so I can listen to what's going on while I'm driving. At the end of the day, we started doing this show. We started doing watch parties because I realized during COVID that not a lot of people could watch, Raiders games, and I still wanted to be able to have that game day atmosphere. Now, the fact that people get to just sit at work, plug us in, and can listen to us all day. I mean, I'm not kidding you when I say this. I'm going to be here for another at least 7 hours, right? Like, we're going to be here for at least 7 hours. You definitely got me until 6 p.m. Eastern time. If nothing happens by 6 p.m. Eastern time, well, then I'm worried that the world's ending because stuff's going to happen today, and a lot of stuff's going to happen today. What up, Herman? Thanks for the mock draft in my honor, Mitch.
Remember last week on live, we did the live, which
that was fun.
Maybe not today because there's going to be a lot of stuff. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff going down today. But yeah, later in the week while we're live, we'll definitely bring that back. Do a live mock draft with everybody here on the channel. Muerte, dude, he's always bringing the vibes.
Always bring. Quite frankly, I'll make y'all a deal because I'm serious. I'm a believer when you put good vibes into the world, good shit happens. The tampering period, legal tampering period, starts in 25 minutes.
You know what?
How many good vibes can we get?
How about this?
35 minutes.
If we get 25 good vibes, I'm knocking down a beer bong to start the day off.
Hey, it's year 2025. Let's get after it.
It's early in the morning. It's 10:30 a.m.
I know.
Here.
No, I had Canes for breakfast, so I'm ready for just about anything.
25 good vibes, beer bong's going down.
I mean, when you eat Canes at 8:30 in the morning and you put your first beer bong down before 10:30, you know it's going to be an eventful day. I'll tell you that right now. Got a few extra people getting in the duck race here. Dave Giotti, which does that name ring a bell to you?
And by good vibes, I mean the one that Raider Muerte put, not just which I do appreciate the comments of good vibes.
You could spam good vibes. But only real ones know how to get that good vibes.
It's the super
tricky.
chat. It's the super chat sticker that says
it's
vibes.
Tricky. Do you know the name Dave Giotti?
Isn't he the one that sang that song? Now you're just somebody that I used to know.
I love that you brought that up, and it doesn't surprise me that you would, because when I first heard his name, that's what I thought of. But new watcher or new person who I've been noticing a lot. Dude went absolutely bananas on Friday with Cullen and I.
Oh, shit.
Giotti was banging left and right, so much so he put a hole in my gong. Giotti put a hole in my gong.
LA Crash Dog.
I also see Dungeon Fitness.
If I win, give the jersey to one of my fellow veterans that can't afford to super chat for one. LA Crash Dog. A legend as always.
Stephen Willett, you in?
Victoria and Eric. That's
Nicholas.
2 vibes right there. 2 vibes from Victoria and Eric.
Nicholas Orozco. I know that last name, but
Jansen, I need you to be the vibes counter. That's 2 out of 25 right there.
Victoria, Eric M.
I trust Robert Jansen to count up the good vibes.
There's nobody I'd rather count up the good vibes.
That's 3 from Darth.
What I guarantee you right now, Robert Jansen is sitting at home.
He's got the abacus. He's like,
he's going like this.
2, 3.
Wait till he starts counting with his toes. It's going to be wild. I can't wait to see what he does at 21. Actually, I think I know what he's going to do at 21.
Oh, I got one, but thanks.
I don't know if we can talk about it. We got 2,100 people
Ira
watching the Raiders Report right now.
Anthony!
Hashtag Raiders Super Chat. Get those questions on the show. If you want the Raiders to have a good day today, let's get some good vibes
Send
going.
in the vibes.
I need all of the good vibes I can get. Let's face it, after the year we went through during the regular season, this is our Super Bowl. Like March Madness, NFL free agency, the NFL draft is probably when I get the most excited because this is your opportunity as a Raiders fan to be like, here's our chance, man.
Hebrews 11:6.
Here's our chance, man.
Hebrews 11:6 says, Chuggs, holla back.
Hebrews.
There ain't no holla back, girl. There ain't no holla back.
There ain't no holla back, girl. There ain't no holla back, girl.
If you're just now joining us, sending in good vibes, we're 20 away from my first beer bong of the day, but we have some other great deals on tap. $10 to get in on a jersey raffle.
Yep.
Any Raiders jersey of your choice. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Duck races going down. And bangs for 100. And we have a bang wheel on tap for you today with our free agency extravaganza.
Free agency extravaganza. Go hit the bong, Mitch, from Alvarado. I'll make y'all a deal. I'm a deal maker. If we get to 1,000 likes, there's over 2,000 people watching this show right now. My first beer bong doesn't go down until we get 1,000 likes on this bad boy. I want to get the entire nation here. So if you could, when you down in the comment section and you're interacting with us, that helps us out a lot. When you click that like button, it helps us out a lot. If you want to turn this into the absolute biggest party you can, click that share button. Let's get this thing going because the more Raiders fans we get here, the more wild it's going to be.
Robert said we're at 7 good vibes. We need 18 more for a beer bong. Let's go. While you're down there, 1, like the video, and 2, predict it. Who will the Raiders sign next? Go in the comment section. Shoot your shot. Mitch.
Shoot your shot.
If you had to guess.
Right, I got a deal. How about this? We always do on game day. On game days, we always say, if you predict the score, we'll do a boot. I'll make you a deal, okay?
$5 super chat with the correct prediction.
I'm not doing a boot for that. I was going to say, if you send in a 50 and you guess it right, but it's got to be today, I'll do a boot for that.
I feel like
if you're like Chris Godwin.
I feel like it's a little bit harder. I think we should go 20.
I feel like that's easier.
I feel like we should go 20. More guesses in there.
Okay. How about this? We'll do $10 guesses.
No, $10 to get in the raffle, $20 to guess.
And if it happens, what, beer bong?
I'll do a boot.
All right, you can do the boot.
$20 super chat. If you correctly predict it, boot on me. It has to be before the signing, though. If there's a fugazi, like you see it on Twitter before we do, you're like, Raiders are signing this guy.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I think you almost got to get it in before 11.
Yeah. Speaking of 11, Robert said we have 11 good vibes.
I love the good vibes. Also, a reminder, the legal tampering period begins in 28 minutes. So once the legal tampering period gets underway is when you are going to see a flurry. And I mean, get your snow boots on. A flurry of moves coming in. Also, if anybody needs to get themselves a Raiders jersey, we got tons of different styles of Raiders jersey, from Max Crosby to Brock Bowers to JPJ to Gene Upshaw to Bo Jackson, Howie Long. Even if you wanted, you need some expensive toilet paper, there's some Darren Waller jerseys that you can still get. You need some expensive toilet paper? Hell, I might bring in my Devontae Adams jersey if you need it. Though, if you do go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys, I always know that people are worried about getting a jersey and then losing that player, there is something when you go to that link down there below, you can click on something called jersey insurance. And that is essentially if that player gets traded or is no longer with your team, you can exchange that jersey and they will give you a new one. I won't give you a new one. They will give you a new one. What up, Celesbo? Appreciate you sending in the good vibes. We are 400 likes away from getting to 1,000. Let's freaking get this thing going. Alvarado says, I want Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin, there's a chance. Raider, Gene, Pacheco, you in.
Mike.
What up, Mike? Mac. Trade up for Travis to solidify cornerback wide receiver, then get Arizona wide receiver and Dart later. I hate to break it to you. I don't know how many draft picks you think the Raiders have, but to trade up for Travis Hunter and then also get the Arizona wide receiver T-Mac, you got to use all of your picks to do that. And I'll be real, that's not enough. It's not going to be enough to do it. What up, Suave? Appreciate you, my dog. Raider lover. Bang! John Outdoors. Good vibes. Rondo. Good vibes. Suave again. Vibes. Chuggs freezes these. Mando. Noah Santana. Vibes. You look like a guy that freezes bananas.
Yes, of course.
So I saw a video the other day on Instagram, and I almost sent it to you. It was a video of a woman, okay? All you see is a bathtub.
Oh, no.
And there is a corn cob. And she starts covering it with butter. Climbs into the tub to give her dog a bath so the dog can lick the corn cob while she bathes him. I'll tell you this. I went into the comment section because I instantly thought, I was like, this is not the route I thought that video was going to go in.
I was really worried the first half of that sentence.
Yeah, I'll tell you this either. It wasn't a little corn cob either. You know what I mean? It was a full-on Husker Raider. Like it was a lot going on. Rebel, did you see it? I mean, I saw that video, and Rebel probably sent it to me. That's probably what happened. It was crazy, dude.
Jerry!
Good vibes and happy birthday to my Raiderette Trish. All right, we got to do it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Trish. Happy birthday to you. We sung Happy Birthday the other day without you. It was kind of weird.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. I realized how much of the heavy lifting you do on that usually. Joseph, if Genty, Sanders, and McMillan are available at 6, who would you pick without a doubt? Let's go Raiders. This is always going to be the shitty answer for what I'm about to say, but it does really totally depend on what this team does in NFL free agency. If the Raiders don't add a true X receiver, I will say McMillan, which might surprise some people out there because I'd rather you go out and you get a McMillan where then you could still potentially get a Quinshon Judkins or a Tre'von Henderson later on.
Your channel's in 3rd grade. Your channel turned 7 today.
No, it turned 7 on February 3rd. It's been there for maybe a month and a half. I appreciate it, though. February 3rd is the Raiders Report's birthday.
Yeah, you corn cob.
But I think McMillan, if you don't have an X, would be the guy that I would go in that route. And I know the Raiders are going to look for somebody down the field because Geno needs somebody that he can rely on down the field, and the Raiders don't really have that option right now. I love me some Genty, but if your offensive line isn't as strong as what I think it needs to be for Genty, then you need to wait a little bit. The sleeper pick for the Raiders at 6, Membow. I'm just telling you. Armand Membow from Missouri. His build is so much like, okay, Tristan Wirfs. So I was doing a little bit of scouting yesterday. Listen to this. The only offensive lineman, okay, in NFL Combine history who were over 315 pounds, over a 30-inch vertical, and a sub-5.0 40-yard dash. Will Campbell did it this year. Armand Membow did it this year. Tristan Wirfs did it a few years ago, first-round pick by John Spytek and company, and then also a guy by the name of Trent Williams. Those are the only 4 linemen that have done what I just said there. And I know the Raiders like DJ Glaze, but the importance of having a great offensive line supersedes wide receiver, and it supersedes getting a running back. You need to have an offensive line. Membao to me is this new player that I am extremely intrigued by, and I think the Raiders will be too. Sean Irish, can we take a second to appreciate the fact that the Raiders are taking major steps in the right direction when it comes to turning this organization around? Raiders! Sean Irish, you're 100% right. Also, we got 666 likes. Either somebody unliked the video or somebody clicked that like button because you're making me nervous right now. You're 1,000,000% right, though, Sean. And I say that because for the first time in a long time, the Raiders are operating like a smart franchise. And they're operating like a smart franchise from their coaching hirings. And earlier today, somebody was talking about Ben Johnson. We didn't get him, but then if you told me that we were unable to get Ben Johnson, but we were able to get Pete Carroll, keep Patrick Graham, go out and get Chip Kelly, I would have said I'm okay losing out on Ben Johnson. And I would have. I really, really, truly would have said that. And then when you go through and you look at the trade for Geno Smith, I'm telling y'all right now, he has an opportunity to be a top 10 quarterback. And I say that in the utmost confidence because when I went back and I watched his tape, Geno Smith last season was pressured on 38% of his dropbacks. For comparison, Patrick Mahomes was pressured on 38% of his dropbacks in the Super Bowl. Think about what Mahomes and that Chiefs offense looked like with that much interior pressure. Then think about what Geno Smith did for an entire season. My point, and I know he had some good targets out there, but people don't realize how bad that Seattle Seahawks offensive line was. And when he did get time to throw, every single important metric out there shows that Geno was a top 13 quarterback. Every metric, down the field throwing, quarterback accuracy, EPA, targets past 10 yards, 20 yards on target. I'm not kidding you. I am actually embarrassed that I didn't know how much better Geno Smith was after watching tape. And I think you will guys too. So what's your confidence level in Geno Smith? Scale it for me from 1 to 10. And the Raiders will end up getting a new done deal with Geno. I'm going to say probably, if I had to guess, Wednesday, when it becomes officially official, is when you're probably going to see the framework of it end up getting done. But I want to know, scale from 1 to 10, because right now, with this regime, with Geno Smith, I'm going to put us at a 6, which might seem a little bit low, but we got to upgrade our offensive line. We got to add another receiver, maybe 2 receivers. You got to also have a really solid running game. Once those things happen, that number's going to go up. If you put Geno Smith just on this Raiders team the way that it is, he's going to struggle because he is somebody that he needs a lot of stuff around him to be successful. But when the Raiders put it around him, you're going to see he's a lot better than what y'all think. Let's go to Noah Suave. What up, my brother? Also, y'all, we are 240 likes away from cracking open the first one here on the Raiders Report. Suave, I see you, my man. Suave has been sending in a lot, and I mean a lot of good vibes.
Salvador.
Though I do see Dan says 4, Just for Kicks says 6, Corey Fitness 6.9, Salvador Vargas going to go with an 8, give him a 7 from Bruce Gunderman. Appreciate all y'all. Ooh. When I ask questions and you guys interact, it helps me keep this show going. So from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it.
No more breaking news as of right now in the last 5 minutes, but a new report from Jeremy Fowler. Jonathan Allen, defensive tackle formerly of the Washington Commanders, meeting with the Minnesota Vikings as we speak.
I could see that one happening. Where do you think, what do you think's the first move that happens? At noon. What's your prediction? I know it's not an easy prediction. At noon, what do you think happens?
I think I think the O-line is so scarce right now with how many top level talent there is. I think one of those guys gets snatched up. Either Will Fries, Aaron Banks, Mekhi Becton. Okay. One of those interior offensive linemen, I think, go as soon as it starts.
I'm going to say a cornerback gets taken because there's been a lot of rumors around this cornerback market. And I also know that the Raiders are going to be extremely aggressive
Nate
today.
Hobbs' name has been coming up more and more.
I'm going to be real with you, and it wouldn't surprise me if Hobbs does have some people looking at him. I think people from Hobbs' camp have been leaking a lot of stuff to kind of boost up his price because he's super talented. He just can't stay healthy. But I think Nate Hobbs is going to get paid. And if he can stay healthy, it's going to be great. I wish the best of luck for him.
And as you see right there at the top of the screen, like the video if you want the Raiders to destroy the Chiefs this year. If you don't like the video, I just assume you're a Chiefs fan. If you don't like the video, you probably are rocking that red and white right now, doing the oh at your house. If you don't like the video, that's what I assume you're doing right now.
What was that?
Oh.
Let's go get Tej. What up, Swab? Again, more of the good vibes. Can't walk. That looks like a jacket Al Davis would wear. It's funny.
It's Al Davis's jacket.
What's crazy is I found this jacket, and it's a starter jacket. And I can remember when I was a kid, when my mom gave me starter stuff, I just assumed she hated me. And now, like, starter is just so back. I've been waiting to wear this jacket. I've worn it a few times out in Vegas. It's probably one of my favorite jackets that I've owned. But it's super clean, super lightweight. Usually when it's like 55 to 65, this is the perfect weather, which I love this jacket when I'm out in Vegas. What up, Swab? Appreciate you, though, Camp. Brian L., first, Carter, Graham, and Hunter. Walker, second, Dart, third, Henderson or Sampson. Top free agent, Becton. Teven Jenkins, Samuel at DB, Reed Holland, or Moehrig at safety. I'll tell you this right now, and I really don't think the Raiders are interested in Jackson Dart. And I know there's a lot of Raiders fans out there that like Jackson Dart. Quite frankly, I'd be shocked if they took him. Just based on some of the stuff that I have heard. He doesn't really fit, I think, what they're looking for in a quarterback. And I just don't see them drafting a QB that's not Shedeur Sanders in the first 3 rounds. I'm just going to be real with you. I don't think Jackson Dart's going to be who they target. Quarterback I think they target is Jalen Milroe, which might scare some people. Or they might try to target somebody like a Will Howard. But to me, they're going to target a quarterback on day 3. I would say it's either Shedeur early or somebody on day 3. But I would be shocked if they drafted Jackson Dart. But then again, it's the Raiders. You just never know what could potentially happen. But I like a lot of those other names. Just there's a lot of money to be spent there. You probably got to pick only a handful or 2 or 3 of those. Do we have the second to third best quarterback in the division? We have the third best quarterback in the division. And again, the moment anybody says Bo Nix is better than Geno Smith, you might as well just put a big old stamp on their forehead that says, I don't watch film. Can Bo be better? Yes, he's going to get better. But I'm talking about right flipping now. Geno Smith is better than Bo Nix. And I would still take Justin Herbert over him. But Geno is going to shock a lot of people just based on the perfect fit with him, with Pete, with Chip, and a lot of other people.
We are 3 good vibes away from a Chuggs beer bong, and we are 75 likes away from a Mitch beer bong. I want to do our beer bongs together. So can we get 3 good vibes and 75 likes right now on the channel?
You want to hold mine and I'll hold yours?
Cross streams.
Hey, dude, wouldn't be the first. Let's go to Anthony. Trade back with the Saints at 9. Get their pick 71 from Washington and get Genty at 9 before the Bears pick. If it was up to me, and this might be an unpopular opinion, I am full-on team trade back. I am full-on trying to get that third-round pick back that we lost from the Geno Smith trade, which, again, you essentially traded Devontae Adams for Geno Smith. Anybody that doesn't think that that's a win for the Raiders, I don't trust your ability to analyze this team, because the easiest way that I'll say it is this. On the Raiders right now, would you rather have Geno Smith or would you rather have Devontae Adams? I think 100 out of 100 people are going to say Geno Smith. And because of that logic alone, then the trade was absolutely worth it. But what I want the Raiders to do is I want the Raiders to trade back because I think Genty's going to fall. Shedeur's going to fall. Membow could potentially be there. Will Campbell could potentially be there. A Will Johnson could be there. A Jahdae Barron's going to be there. A lot of good picks that I think could fall a little bit. That might surprise some people. And I want to get that extra third-round pick back. So I agree with you. I am all on board the trade back train. And I do think that the Saints could be a team that tries to trade up for Shedeur Sanders based on some of the issues that they got going on right now with Derek Carr and their quarterback situation. What's up, Miguel Vasquez?
1 good vibe away. We just hit 1,000 likes. 1 good vibe away.
You know what, though? I was going to get happy dads, but I figured let's break out the moms instead.
Ooh.
Let's break out the moms instead.
Where are moms at?
Hey.
Where are the moms at?
If you love your mom, spam mom down below.
If you love
If
moms.
you are a mom, spam mom down below.
If you just love moms in general.
If you just love moms in general. I'm about to crush this mom. I'll tell you that right now.
Will you pass me a mother?
Oh, yes. You mother fricker.
Oh, it's definitely going to explode.
Oh, here, you want to switch? I saw you caught it from the back. No? Let's see. There's only one way to find out. Oh, she's a good girl. She's a good girl. Hey, man, I appreciate all of y'all for rocking with Jeremy Chuggs and I on today's live stream. I promise you this. I'm not going to get super, super crazy. Not until much, much later in the day. This week is all about a marathon, not a sprint. But we're still going to let our hair down, and we're going to have a good
I'm going to try
time.
the entire time to keep y'all updated with everything going on. At the very bottom of the screen, I'm going to try to keep that ticker going the whole time of all the free agency signings that have happened so far. So if you're like, what's going on? Check the bottom of the screen. We'll also have this top of the screen. If the Raiders sign anybody, I'll keep that person up there. We're going to keep you updated. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to open up a free agency tracker. We are your free agency tracker. We're your breakdown for Raiders news here on the channel. So keep us locked in. We'll keep you updated with everything you need to know.
Yeah, like perfect example of today is let's just say we get a guy, which I can't imagine it's going to happen. But let's just say we were to hypothetically get somebody that were to be like, hey, just got here. What did I miss? Not saying it's going to happen, but it could happen.
That's never happened on the channel.
I don't think that's ever happened before. But let's say somebody, maybe he just woke up and, maybe his name's Father Tom. Mm-hmm. But if you're like, hey, what did I miss? If you want us to go through the entire tracker, let us know. But also throughout the day, as Jeremy said, you will have all the information that you need around NFL free agency.
Like the fact that Bobby Wagner re-signed with the Washington Commanders on a one-year deal, $9.5 million, $8 million guaranteed. You know that because it's on the bottom of the screen. Isaac, what's going to happen with Jamar Chase? I can't imagine that he leaves Cincinnati. They're going to lock him up, make him the highest paid receiver before he leaves. That's how I feel like.
Can I tell you this? I actually think the Myles Garrett deal hurts Jamar Chase because if I'm Jamar Chase, I want to be the highest paid non-quarterback.
Yeah.
And I actually think because Garrett got that deal done.
I mean, how good does the Crosby deal look now?
Oh, and I did a video, a month ago saying the Raiders need to extend Max Crosby before all this other stuff happens because for those of you that do not know, the Myles Garrett, right? That he's making $40 million. Max is technically at 35. TJ Watt wants a new deal. Micah Parsons wants a new deal. And when those guys get their deals, if I'm Micah Parsons' agent, if I'm TJ Watt's agent, I go, I want Myles Garrett money.
Yeah.
And if Max and them would have waited, Max would have said, I want Myles Garrett money. The Raiders, the contract they did with Max, we're going to go back and we're going to look at it. I think very similar to the way that people looked at a Josh Allen contract where people might not say he's the best defensive end in the NFL, Max Crosby. We know that he's elite. Just like we might not say that Josh Allen is the best quarterback in the NFL, but we know he's elite. I know that Josh just got a brand new deal, but think for how many years there we were like, Josh Allen's not even in the top 10 of highest paid quarterbacks.
8 minutes officially, 8 minutes away from the legal tampering period for the NFL. That's when deals are going to start flying left and right. So we are 8 minutes away.
I can't wait, man.
And you know what? Since we're so close, I can't wait. I have one ask for everybody.
Uh-huh.
I want to get the word out to everybody possible. I want to get as many Raider fans in here as possible.
Yep.
Can y'all help us out? Because X kind of screwed us over this morning.
Yeah, dude. I don't know what's going on with it. It's been down all day.
If you could possibly put your tweet of the show.
Did it not go out?
Were you able to put it? Well, I was going to say if you could put it in the chat. Are you able to get it right now or no?
Unfortunately, Twitter is down.
All right. Well, we'll do it later if Elon if Elon decides to fix his shit. We'll do it later.
Unfortunately, Twitter is down right now. So I think what also Chuggs is trying to say is when you guys share this video, it is a great way to just get more Raiders fans here. And I look at the Raiders report as when you go to a Raiders game, do you want to tailgate with 100 people? Or do you want to tailgate Oakland style where it's freaking 3,000 to 5,000 crazy mother effers just like you? That's what I like when this show is, and that's how we designed this entire show.
Share this on
like
Facebook.
Like an Oakland tailgate.
Share this on Facebook.
Yeah,
FX.
Dude, F it. Share it on Facebook. Tweet it. Text it to somebody.
Email it. Do an email chain. If you don't send this to 5 other people, you're going to be haunted.
I mean, 93 Nabman is an email guy. Let's be real.
Caleb Tarr, Jacoby is about to be the Smith and Jigba for Geno. That's what you were just saying.
Could not agree more. When I watched the tape on Geno, one of the things that I realized is how often he looked for JSN in big moments, which is why, again, the Geno sign trade, is low-key really good just because of how accurate he is. And with somebody like Jacoby, who literally didn't drop a ball last year, a guy like Brock Bowers who can just do so many different things, those two guys with Geno are almost perfect for what he does. If you can add somebody that can win down the field, because Geno might be the best fade passer in the league. Like back shoulder, slant fades, post fades, short intermediate. He can do these fade routes like I've never seen. I want somebody that can win a 50-50 ball. Quite frankly, somebody like a T-Mac where you turn that 50-50 into a 90-10. Caleb, Chuggs missed the Four Loko party the other night. Probably for the best. I was super hungover.
Also, some more rumors coming out right before the start of the tampering period. Mekhi Becton appears set to test free agency. Unlikely that he'll return to Philadelphia. Looks like he's going to have a pretty solid market. One of the guys that you've been talking about for the Raiders, if they want to solidify the offensive line. Now, it's, I would say, almost officially official that we're going to get JPJ at the center spot.
Yep.
So, does that mean the Raiders are in the market for an offensive guard like a Mekhi Becton?
I would love it. And again, he's only played right guard for Philadelphia, which the Raiders just signed Alex Kappa 2 years to $11 million. But Becton was like a tackle. He's played left tackle. He played right tackle. I'm okay with you trying to figure out a way to put Becton at right guard. Again, I don't view Kappa as a starter. Like Kappa is somebody I would rather have as like your sixth offensive lineman.
No Kappa.
Put Dylan Parham, no cap, over there at left guard. Jordan Meredith, there's going to be a little bit of depth there on top of that. But at the same exact time, like I would trust Mekhi Becton more than I do even a DJ Glaze. And that's not a knock on Glaze, but that's another opportunity. If you don't build the trenches, then we're honestly wasting our time this year. Because you can't go out and get a quarterback like Geno and where he dealt with all the shit that he freaking dealt with last season and not upgrade the O-line. You want to be a balanced attack, you're going to have to run and pound the football. The offensive line needs to be better. So to me, I'm looking at O-line, corner, and wide receiver today. Cornerback and wide receiver, though, I'm just being real with y'all, are the two positions that I heard are going to be the Raiders where they're concentrating.
Can't Walk says he loves the Adam Butler re-signing as well.
It's a great move, and
which
it's an underrated, maybe the most underrated player on the Raiders.
I will say for everybody, because my boss has probably told me this 5 times, just a word out to y'all if y'all are going to send texts or like put something on Twitter or like say something, it's RE-sign. You put resign.
Yeah, can't do that. Can't do that.
Brett's going to get on to you, Can't Walk.
Very much so. What up, Renee? What did I miss? I'm flying back home. I would say right now nothing's really happened today.
Khalil Mack back to the Chargers,
Khalil Mack went back to the Chargers today. J.C. Horn signed a 4-year, $100 million contract extension.
Let's see.
Brennan.
The Colts re-signed their right tackle, Braden Smith.
Yep. Texans got somebody this morning.
Sheldon Rankins, the defensive tackle.
The Patriots had a trade bright and early this morning with the Saints.
Grady Jarrett, released by the Falcons this morning. That's a pretty good move. Big move.
I actually think that Twitter can't handle the amount of people that are on it right now.
I don't believe that.
I don't understand how it's not working at this current moment.
Maybe it's because they fired everybody. Josh Melton, good vibes.
Sending in the good vibes, Josh. Drew, the question, what's for lunch today?
Today is a sushi spot, actually.
Sushi spot? I got a bento box, though.
I got a chicken teriyaki bowl.
Though I did already eat a little bit of Cane's just to hold myself over until that happens, just in case today's show were to get a little bit crazy. Hey, also, if you want to get in our duck race, it is a $20 Venmo. I just got one from Patrick Roche. Patrick Roche, which right now it's 20 to win $100 here on today's episode. I also had a few people asking me about March Madness. It is totally filled. You missed your chance.
Let us know. What are you eating now in the chat? What are you eating? I know West Coast, it's, what is it, like 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning? I bet you're probably having maybe some chilaquiles, some omelet, some pancakes maybe, a little French toast action. Let me know. Maybe a bagel and schmear. What are you eating right now? Dan said fried chicken. You are on the East Coast, my buddy. Or maybe chicken and waffles. I don't know. Maybe a little brunch. Chicken, rice, and vegetables. Jay Smith, you sound like you're a bodybuilder. That's what I get from that.
I'll tell you this right now. That's too healthy for the day I'm going to have.
Gas station pizza from Omello. Coffee, a little morning beer from Deuce. Nothing. D's Nuts from Steve. Tacos, oatmeal, huevos, energy drink, same. Protein bar, water, a little beef jerky. Protein bar, a little wake and bake. Oh, what are you baking? Protein shake. We got chocolate chip cookies.
Oh man, that's funny.
I had a little granola bar and an energy drink this morning, and a Happy Dad.
There you go. I had a Red Bull, a Happy Dad, some roast beef, a chicken, and a pizza. Let's go to Rebel. More or less 17 bangs a stream. Marsh meltdown. I mean, I'll tell you this right now, and I am a competitive person, and I obviously appreciate every time somebody does something wild and crazy on this show. We are doing a chat sports competition of which channel gets the craziest during free agency week. I'm going to tell you this right now.
We're down
I'm not
now.
losing. I know we're down today. Marathon, not a sprint.
I've already heard some bang parties go. Pause. Parties going on down the hall.
Some bang parties down the hall.
No Diddy.
I was going to say, man, you got to say no Diddy.
Jay, contract prediction for Geno. I think it's already been out there that he wants, like $40 million a year? 40
to 45. The number that I would go with that I think that they're going to end up saying is I think that it's going to be like 3 years, $120 million with $80 million of that guaranteed. Because they were already prepared to offer Stafford $90 to $100 million fully guaranteed. I think Geno wants a few extra years on his contract, but if they were to give him 3, what?
New league year.
It is
the
official.
tampering has begun.
Jonathan Martinez! Bang!
Spam LV!
Hey, if the Raiders go out and they get somebody, y'all better make sure you go thank Jonathan Martinez for putting the good energy out into the world. I want to see some JMs down below.
Let's go. Let's get 2,000 LVs.
Come on,
2,000 LVs in the comment section. Let's go.
Jonathan Martinez right now tied up with Giovanni Tejada.
There's almost 3,000 people in here. I want 3,000 LVs flowing in the comment section. Let it flow. Let it flow. Send the good energy. Raiders are going to make some moves today. Let's freaking go.
Yeah, I can't wait. Today's going to be absolutely wild. Have y'all talked about Pete and Jim rivalry? Yeah, I have a few times. I still think that there's a chance that the Raiders could play in that week 1 game on that Friday. Let's see. Top 5 offensive line, defensive linemen in free agency and in the draft. For me, the offensive lineman that I'm looking at today, Mekhi Becton, Teven Jenkins, Morgan Moses would be 3 there. On the offensive line, also in the draft, Membal, Will Campbell are probably my top 2 guys. Not probably. They are. I also really like Booker, the offensive guard from Alabama. On the defensive line, we did just go back and get Adam Butler. That's clutch. I could see them trying to bring back K'Lavon Chaisson today. Maybe in the draft, they looked to add another DT for a little bit of extra depth. But I think that them bringing back Adam Butler has solidified their starting defensive line, which is going to be Tyree Wilson, Adam Butler, Christian Wilkins, and Max Crosby. That's a good defensive line. Jonathan, shout out to you, my man. Let's go to Dan. If we make the playoffs, forgive Brady for the tuck rule. I'll be real with you. I've already forgiven Brady for the tuck rule. Like, we got to be able to move on from it. And if you're still living back in 2002, and I get it, I was young. I don't really remember the tuck rule all that well. I was 9 years old. But at the exact same time, Tom Brady is a minority owner of the Raiders, and he's more of a Raider than he is a Patriot right now. And he's doing a lot of smart things, helping this organization do the smart things. Like, Tom Brady is the first person to get Mark Davis to do smart things. If that doesn't deserve a round of applause, then I don't know what does, but I have already moved on, and I hope that a lot of Raiders fans have as well. Let's go to Miles. Fingers crossed for T. Higgins. I mean, he's already franchise tagged. So the only way that you're going to get T. Higgins is if you trade 2 first-round picks for him, which that's just not going to happen. Would love to see Barron. He's already gone. Campbell. Oh, well, Barron.
No, he's talking about in the draft.
I see that now.
Barron.
Yeah, Jahdae Barron, Campbell, and Wari. I love him.
Pierce
I don't want
me.
anything to do with Pierce. James Pierce is the #1 character concern guy in the NFL draft, and I think he falls out of round 1.
First move of the legal tampering period.
I can't see anything.
First move of the legal tampering period. Looks like it is Reddick to Tampa Bay. Is that Hassan Reddick?
Hassan Reddick going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'll say this. If you're getting the updates, if you see one, shout it out. Because I can't get nothing right now. My everything's down for me, which I don't even know how that's humanly possible. Very frustrating. But I agree with you where I have said Emma Wari is somebody that reminds me of a Cam Chancellor just from an athletic standpoint. Somebody that can play safety, somebody that can do a lot of different things, and I could see the Raiders showing some interest
1
there.
year, $14 million, Hassan Reddick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That is the first move of the legal tampering period for the NFL free agency cycle. Hassan Reddick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Which I kind of like the move by Tampa Bay there, simply because Reddick was somebody that did not have a lot going for him with the Jets. That was kind of a shitty situation. But that was bad for the Jets to trade for a player and then not plan on giving him a contract extension when he wanted the contract extension. Again, like that's just proof that bad organizations do bad things. But good for Hassan Reddick. I'm happy, though, the Raiders didn't go out and get him. Rich, could we have given Khalil that deal, or is that too much? That's too much for the Raiders.
1 year, $18 million fully guaranteed.
That's too much for the Raiders. And Khalil Mack's a good player and all, but you got to also think of your window. And if I'm going to assign an edge to that type of money, I at least want to have an edge that I'm going to be able to keep around for multiple years. That to me, I love Khalil Mack, but at the same time, that would have been, I think, a bad choice. Like, I would have rather you invest that $18 million to figure out a way to bring back Robert Spillane, K'Lavon Chaisson, and then also bring back maybe one other player. Let's go to Renee. I used to live in Dallas, bro. Have Pollo Reggio. I miss it. Trust me, it's bomb. I'll tell you this right now. I am a frequent flyer at Pollo Reggio.
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it.
What?
Is it Reggio or Reggio or Reggio?
Maybe it's Reggio. I don't know. Reggio. I mean, that's the way I hear Alex's family say it.
Oh, they're probably more
I know
qualified.
I'm getting the first word right. Pollo.
That is correct.
Pollo Reggio. I don't know. Maybe I'm not saying it right, but it's really, really good food. We actually eat it pretty often. Christopher, Murphy or Reed Jr.? If I had to pick, like, based on talent, Byron Murphy is the better overall player. Versatile at corner, and he's the upgrade at Nate Hobbs. Like, if you want the Raiders to bring back Nate Hobbs, you could just spend a little bit more money, spend a lot more money, hit the upgrade button, and you just get a way better version of Hobbs, who can also convert a lot of turnovers, who also has a good relationship with the Raiders defensive backs coach, Marcus Robinson, from their time together. Jalen Moore to the Chiefs. Interesting. Okay. Jalen Moore to the Chiefs. That one actually just ended up going down. But I do still like DJ Reed. DJ Reed has got a lot of connections to Pete Carroll. Reed is somebody who this organization values as well. I do really think that the Raiders are in play for both of those guys that we were just talking about here. And if they don't get a Byron Murphy, they could absolutely try to get somebody like a DJ Reed. Let's go to my man, Can't Walk. What's up, my brother? Any news on other players to re-sign? Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of news. And as today goes on, we will just let you know what NFL news that we hear and we see. What?
Just Twitter being down today is just an absolute...
It's an absolute disaster.
It's a cluster. But that's why you're here. Jalen Moore to Kansas City.
Yep. Jalen Moore to Kansas City. And then Hassan Reddick went to Tampa Bay.
Guys are sending Threads links in production.
David Rubio, how long ago did the Tampa appearing start? About
8 minutes ago.
8 minutes ago.
Wesley, go to Blue Sky. hey, you're going to need something. Twitter's not working.
I mean, nothing from Twitter works. I mean, I got everything, and nothing works.
People are going to threads right now, scrambling. They're coming to the Raiders report being like, what the hell is happening?
What on earth is
maybe good for us. Maybe.
True. You're not wrong. We will have all the moves that end up happening. That I promise.
We're connected on threads and everything else to see what moves are going down. The latest moves, Hassan Reddick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 1-year deal. And then Jalen Moore, offensive tackle, going to the Queefs.
Those are some interesting names there. Dr. K, let's go Raiders. Love Mitch and Chuggs. Appreciate that, man. Oh, big-time deal. Chris Godwin going back to the Buccaneers. Son of a gun. Chris Godwin going back to the Buccaneers. It was a 3-year, $66 million deal with $44 million guaranteed.
So $22 million a year.
$22 million. So I'm telling you this right now.
That is exactly what Spotrac said.
For a team that was looking to add an X receiver, the only other true X receiver I thought the Raiders were going to be able to bring in potentially was somebody like Godwin. Now seeing that that's happened, I could see the Raiders really targeting T-Mac at pick number 6, going out signing a receiver that they believe in and a Tyler Lockett, which then obviously takes you out of the Aston Genty conversation, but you're still able to get one of the Ohio State running backs, maybe in the 2nd or 3rd round, Tre'von Henderson or Quinshon Judkins, who both the Raiders obviously met with. Let's go to Noah Santana.
Itchy, I'm on my laptop and it's not working. I don't know how to update it. I made a new I went into a new browser, tried it. Twitter's down for me. I don't know what to tell you, bud.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter doesn't work for anybody in the entire United States.
Probably shouldn't have fired everybody from the front.
If y'all are hungry, ask the Chiefs how to eat the corn. They do it the long way. Jeremy Perez, Mitch, I agree with you about Geno. Solid quarterback, better than what people think. No doubt. I'm telling you this right now to the entire Raider Nation. If you go on any type of social media platform and people are talking about why Geno's this and that, if they're throwing out stats, I think stats are obviously important. But if they're using stats to make arguments, you didn't watch Geno Smith play last season.
Guys,
you just didn't do it.
I'm on mobile. There it goes. It was saying, maybe we're back.
Uh-oh.
Maybe he rehired a couple people to get things done.
We will see. I mean, I know this. I don't have anything. It does not work for me.
David, how long ago the tampering period start? It started at 11 a.m. Central Time, 12 p.m. or noon Eastern Time. When's the March bracket start? I believe next Tuesday's live show is when we're going to do the first races. This week, I think it's just too much in free agency to start the races personally because we're going to be breaking out all the signings here.
Yep.
So next Tuesday, our live show, and then every live show from then on, we'll be doing a bunch of duck races.
Correct, yeah, which I believe the actual March Madness tournament, I actually think begins on the 16th. So because our next live show then technically would be the 12th, which is when we'll start getting them underway. But I'm telling you this right now, if you didn't get in for a chance, then you're probably going to really kick yourself in the you-know-what just because it's a lot of fun, dude.
Let me know, do you trust what Carroll and Spytek have done so far? Let me know down in the comment section. Give me your thoughts. Do you trust the new regime? I know it's hard to trust guys when they come in and out of the door. It's like, you're on your 4th stepdad. And you're like, dude, Carroll and Spytek, are you going to stay?
Yeah. Fourth stepdad is wild. I hope nobody's had to deal with that. But I do trust what this organization has done so far. And they are finally acting like a smart organization where they got themselves a good quarterback. They got the quarterback that, quite frankly, that I don't think a lot of people really thought that they were going to be able to get. Somebody said, Mitch, Godwin back to the Bucs. Yes, correct. 3 years, 66, $40 million guaranteed. When breaking news happens, we'll tell y'all, which we already told you.
Actually, I'll probably be better to have this up here.
For what?
Just some of the latest moves.
Yep.
Hassan Reddick going to the Bucs.
That one just happened. 1 year, $14 million. Interesting.
And then Jalen Moore, who was a tackle for the 49ers, 2-year, $30 million deal with the Kansas City Chiefs. He will be protecting or trying to protect Patrick Mahomes.
You know what's amazing? I am able now to get on Twitter, but I still can't really do all that much. The amount of interaction that's not happening is pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. All right, man, let's keep it going, man, here on the show, because Chris Godwin, he just signed 3 years, $66 million. My question to Raider Nation is, what wide receiver now do you want the Raiders to go out and get? Because I think a lot of people were saying, I wanted Chris Godwin. He was the top dude, which I think Godwin would have been a good fit with the Raiders. But now I would say look at a name like Keenan Allen. I would say look out for a name like, I like Matt Collins a lot. Nick Westbrook would be a name I'd keep out for. Chuggs is a big fan of Josh Palmer. Another under-the-radar guy is Elijah Moore. I think Brandon Cooks is an interesting name to keep in mind. The most likely name I would say is Tyler Lockett. What wide receiver should the Raiders target after Chris Godwin just signed a 3-year, $66 million deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, $45 million guaranteed? Who are we thinking?
Yeah, Twitter's like semi-back for me. It's back and then it does this.
Yeah,
it says posts aren't loading.
Yeah, it's struggling. The young Trizzle says Cooper Kupp. ED's going to go with Lockett. Daniel Jimenez, Lockett. Miguel Gomez wants T-Mac. That's the draft, but all right, fair enough.
To be fair, I didn't.
Diggs from Jacob. You did not specify.
Yeah, I just said what wide receiver.
That's fine. Jaden Higgins, who I do know for a fact they like a lot. The one Mitch never mentions, Kupp. I mean, why would I mention Kupp?
2 girls.
1 Cooper. 2 girls, 1 Cooper.
Queen, yes, thank you for the update. Chris Godwin back to the Buccaneers, 3-year deal, $66 million, which exactly what was projected by Spotrac was $22 million a year.
Yep.
That's what he gets, $45 million guaranteed. Do you think the Raiders should have matched that? Or, I mean, if they, to be honest, with guys like Chris Godwin, who he's been with the organization, he's won a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay.
Yep. If
you're going to pry him away, you've got to go above and beyond. So I feel like
Correct.
The price for the Raiders would have been closer to like 3 years, 72, 73, maybe to that $75 million a year mark.
Yeah, I do. I agree with you on that statement where it would have cost a little bit more for the Raiders to go out and get Godwin, but I still don't know if Godwin is that true X receiver that the Raiders need with Geno. Like, you need somebody that can win 50-50 balls down the field. It's what DK did, and I'm not just saying that because he had DK. From watching the film, you need somebody that can go down the field and you can win it, and we don't really have a great option right now.
Yeah.
With that. Like, we just don't. I want to hope that Trey Tucker can get it done, but at the same time, I don't really trust Trey Tucker to be able to get it done and the consistency that he needs.
I hear people saying Stephon Diggs, his market is kind of up in the air of what he's going to get. I mean, people are talking about closer to that $20 million a year mark.
I agree.
Spotrac said around $13 to $14 million.
Yep.
If it's closer to the 20, that scares me. If it's around the $13, $14, $15 million a year mark, then I would say go for it. But if it's close to that $20 million a year, that it does scare me. Wrong side of 30, coming off of an injury.
You see that one comment by "Oh no, you don't"?
Is it a super chat?
No, I'll read it. 2 tight ends, 1 cup. Let's go to Glenn Jones. First round T-Mac, second round Henderson, third Milrose. Spend some free agency money on the defense.
All offense.
Yeah, I don't love that thought process. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm okay with T-Mac, obviously. I do like Tre'von Henderson, 37. Again, not too bad. Milroe, I actually don't think you're going to have to take him at pick 68. I do think Jalen Milroe is going to fall a little bit further than what some people might actually consider. But we're going to talk a lot about free agency, and I appreciate draft questions. I do. I really, truly do. But sometimes it's just difficult to be able to talk about it. All right, wait a minute here. I just saw the top center. Dahlman.
Where's he going?
I don't know. Can't get it to load.
And no matter who the Raiders select in the draft, you'll be able to get their jerseys at our link, chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. I'll put that link in the comment section and description for you right now. I know it's hard getting a Raiders jersey, but Max Crosby just signed an extension. That is a safe bet. Also, if you ask me, I think getting a Brock Bowers jersey is somewhat of a safe bet as well. Go check them out today. Our friends over at Fanatics, use our link, chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys, so they know that we sent you over there.
Yep.
But go ahead and go check out all the jerseys they have. They have the throwbacks too, so if you want to get a Bo Jackson, if you want to get, I don't know, Gene Upshaw, somebody like that, they'll have those jerseys available as well. Go check them out today, chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys.
I saw somebody just said it's been a slow tampering period. We've been in this for 18 minutes, and I think 5 players have signed.
Drew Dahlman to the Chicago Bears.
I was going to say, I just saw Dahlman. That's
$42 million. The Bears, oh my goodness.
Yep.
They go out and get an entire different offensive line from last year. They trade for 2 guards, Joe Thuney and Jonah Jackson, and then they get their center, Drew Dahlman. They said, you know what? We saw last year we were absolutely booty cheeks on the offensive line. That's going to change.
Braxton Berrios just signed a 2-year deal.
And also, for people saying it's been a slow tampering period, I think this has been... I
completely disagree.
I think it's been the most active pre-tampering period since I've started at Chat Sports. The amount of deals that went on before the start of the tampering period has been insane. I don't know if it's just me.
What's up with it? Huh?
Oh, to the Texans?
I just saw Braxton Berrios. I didn't see where exactly it happened.
I did not see that. All right, well, I will be right back.
2-year deal, Braxton Berrios to the Texans. Chuggs will be right back. He's going to go cover that. In the meantime, we're going to hang out here with my guy, Joey. Wild, man. Drew Dahlman of the Bears, correct, on a 3-year, $42 million deal with $28 million guaranteed in that contract. Pretty wild. I mean, Chicago saw that they had a need on offensive line and decided to, you know what, we're going to go out and we're going to address that need right away, which I think is a smart thing for Chicago to do, because think about the Bears as an organization. It doesn't matter if you can't win in the trenches, and that has been an organization that has not been able to win in the trenches. It's why their quarterbacks have been so bad. Swing, Steve-O, Daryl, appreciate all of y'all tuning in to today's show, man. Really, really do. Reminder, we got 3,500 people watching right now. If you haven't already, make sure you click that like button. It does help us out a lot. And if anybody wants to get in for a chance to win a Raiders jersey, it is a $10 super chat. If you want a chance to win some money, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. And every time somebody bangs, we spin the bang wheel, which now that I think about it, Chuggs never spun the wheel for Jonathan Martinez. Do you know how to find his wheel graphic?
Yes, I've got it right here.
Yeah?
Yep.
Could you give me that wheel spin when you get a sec?
Yeah, of course. Let's do it.
How about we trade for Pickens? I am not interested in George Pickens even in the slightest. He is a baby. Like, I don't know how anybody that dealt with Devontae Adams wants to deal with a worse and bigger diva. I mean, George Pickens is bad news, dude. If you told me right now we could get Pickens for a 7th-round pick, I think a lot of people would say, oh, wow, let's do it. In my mind, I would go, why are they giving him up for a 7th? Something really, really bad happened. Like, I could see him turning into the next Deontay Johnson, where we know he's a talented receiver, but when you're just too much of a head case, and I don't know what the hell is going on with Pittsburgh and all their head case wide receivers, but he's a head case, dude. And I'm not interested in George Pickens in the slightest. All right, y'all, we're going to spin this wheel for my man, Jonathan Martinez. Whatever it lands on, Jonathan, it's yours. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know where Chuggs is keeping track of our raffles. 5 extra entries. It might be in the doc. If you might have to slack him. So if you could just give Jonathan Martinez 5 raffle spots. Somebody that's already gotten one is Giovanni Tejada, which maybe it's in our doc. I don't know exactly where Chuggs is keeping track. That might be a Chuggs question. If it's not in there, then you just keep that list, and then when he gets back, it's just Giovanni Tejada. That way we got it. Shout out to Joey for stepping in, man. The one that just happened was Jonathan Martinez. Jonathan Martinez. Also got a few people that are getting in the duck race. I see right now it is, okay, Eric Wortman. What up, Wort? Shout out to the 570. Raymond Sanchez, you're in. Carlos Carpenter, you're in. And then Jeffrey Sanchez, you are also in. Yeah, I know. It's all right, though, in all honesty. I'm starting to sweat, though. Usually it's cold in here. Today, hot. Chris, how about we trade for George Pickens? No. No, thank you. Not interested. Next, Mitch, always wearing Fire Raiders gear. Well, when you do this every single day and you know that there's a chance that you're going to have to talk about the Raiders, you just buy a lot of Raider stuff where originally, like, I wasn't somebody that bought a lot of Raiders, just gear. And now it's, like, all I own, where I wear it every day to work, and I might look like that random Raiders guy, but I'm okay with that because it's less laundry, which is a good thing for me. Mike, what's up, dude? Why have we not moved Andre James for a pick or two? Well, you're not going to move him for 2 picks. At this point, you're hoping that the Raiders can trade Andre James for a 7th-round pick in 2026. And I still think that there's a chance that it could happen. And just because it's the legal tampering period, like, doesn't mean that that stuff can't happen. Essentially, if the Raiders trade Andre James, it has to happen before 4 p.m. Eastern time on March 12th, which is obviously about, 47 hours and 30 minutes away from that right now. Yes, the Raiders announced that they are moving on from James, but sometimes, like, you'll see teams say, hey, we're going to cut this guy. A great example of that is the Jags saying we're going to cut Christian Kirk, the Texans swooping in and saying, hey, well, we'll give you a 7th-round pick in 2026, and we'll take on that contract, which still could happen for Andre James. Let's go to Raider Bryce. He said, I want in for that jersey. I will warn y'all, Raider Bryce is a crazy mother effer. I've seen Bryce do some wild shit. Actually,
like what? Do tell.
Do tell. He had a legendary performance, 17 bangs, when the Raiders beat the Baltimore Ravens week 2.
I remember that one.
So Joey does our Ravens show here at Chat Sports. So Bryce, he was the MVP in week 2. He was also the MVP of week 4, which for a while I was like, I think Bryce is our good luck charm.
Yeah.
Because there's only one way that you can make Gardner Minshew look the way that he did against Baltimore, and that's some voodoo Bryce D-man.
Dude, he was unreal against
Baltimore. He was top 10 quarterback that game.
I mean, the throws he was making was insane.
You would have thought that the Monstars stole his power for the rest of the game, and they only used it in that 4th quarter. It was on a clinic. He was Steph Curry hot in that 4th quarter. Let's go to Crash Morton. New saying, tuning in to the Raiders report. So our Mount Raidermore, one of our guys, unfortunately passed away, and we called him Tuna, and he was a part of the Tuna Clock. Got some coming in here. The Chiefs are signing running back Elijah Mitchell, worth up to $3.5 million. Also, this Bears' new offensive line, Braxton Jones, Joe Tooney, Drew Dahlman, Jonah Jackson, Darnell Wright. That's a really good offensive line.
That's not a bad offensive line at all, man.
That's trying to make Caleb Williams a happy camper. Eric Velasquez, what's going on, my brother? Again, y'all, we are watching the Raiders report together. This is NFL free agency coverage. When the Raiders do something today, we will break it all down for you. But in that meantime, there is going to be a lot of other stuff that happens around the NFL. And the way that these shows go, questions from y'all, I'm going to do a better job of a deep dive on some of these players that you guys ask me about. But I promise you, the moment the Raiders sign somebody, you're going to hear about it. Let's reunite Lockett with Geno. I agree. Draft T-Mac at 6. Also, I got to burp. Also, I know you're not talking draft, but I'd like to see us draft either Jenkins or Johnson for a running back. I think both are solid options. Maybe sign Harris also. There's so many Harrises. When I think of Harris, I think of draft like Trey Harris, the big receiver out of Ole Miss.
That's who I think as well.
I'm trying to think of all these free agents by the name of Harris. And there's not anybody coming into my mind. Maybe I'm wrong in that.
I can't think of one either.
I think he means draft. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. T-Mac to me, though, is if you're looking for
Najee
a true
Harris?
X,
Najee?
it better not be Najee Harris. If it's Najee Harris, Christ, no. This NFL draft, is so deep at the running back position, you can't afford to go out and get Najee Harris. Now, if you wanted to add another running back like a Javonte Williams, I like him. He's one of the better pass-blocking backs in the league. Somebody, maybe if you want like a scat back, like a Kenneth Gainwell and Amir Abdullah could be somebody to keep in mind. J.K. Dobbins, also a really good pass-blocking running back that I would throw out there, because you bring in that back to then say, okay, I'm going to then look at a Quinshon Judkins. I'm then going to look at a Caleb Johnson. I'm going to draft another running back probably on day 2, maybe early day 3 to be another back with that. If your plans to go out and get Ashton Genty, I think you just roll with Ashton Genty, man. Let's go to Renee at the airport on connecting flight. All I hear is Raiders. We everywhere. I'm all out Raiders. So you're telling me right now you're at the airport and people are yelling Raiders. What airport are you at?
Well, I think she says I'm all out. I'm all Raiders out, meaning wearing all Raiders clothes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All I hear, Raiders. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yep.
I see what you're saying, Renee. I will say this. Many years ago, right before I went to Oakland for one of the first times, I was in the Dallas airport, and I had all of my Raiders stuff on, and I was going through yelling Raiders. I actually did a video. I forget what video I did at the airport, and I yelled Raiders, and then some guy in the background was like, shut the fuck up. All right, man. All right, fair enough. So you can meet some pretty interesting people at the Dallas airport because there's a lot of connecting flights in there.
Yes, massive. I mean, it is so big.
I've seen a lot of really interesting people at the Dallas airport. Let's go to Jersey Boy. What's up with the Instagram bot account saying that the Bengals could trade Jamar Chase? Is this even remotely realistic? I don't think it's even remotely realistic, and I think the reason why people do that type of stuff is because people think that it could be realistic. I would imagine that they're going to bring back Jamar Chase. And if they don't, they're really going to upset the quarterback that they just gave a stupid amount of money to. Like, I actually think that Joe Burrow, if they went to him and said, hey, we're going to have to trade away Jamar Chase, I actually think Joe, who's been teammates with him since college, goes, I'll give you some of my money, Jamar. You know, like, I really don't think that they end up leaving.
Or he says, okay, trade me too. Like, I don't think if there's no Jamar. If
Joe Burrow said trade me too, I would give up every single pick in this year's draft and Geno Smith and every pick in next year's draft to go get Joe Burrow. Which, honestly, still probably wouldn't be enough.
He'd probably get 6, 7 first-rounders.
Yeah. I mean, in all honesty, like, people always joke, like, oh, the Raiders should trade for Josh Allen. Great. Throw your kid in as a compensation because that might not even be enough. Dave Giotti! Bang! Somebody that I used to know, Giotti, who hit the gong on Friday when the Geno Smith news ended up breaking, which means we got a 3-way tie for MVP Dave Giotti, Jonathan Martinez, Giovanni Tejada, all in a race for today's MVP, each with one bang reminder. Whoever the MVP of today's show is, you are going to go home with a Geno Smith jersey. Or if you're like, I don't want a Geno Smith jersey, I'll let you get any jersey you want, okay? Any jersey you want, it's yours. So let's spin that wheel. Also, some news here. B.J. Hill has agreed to a deal with the Bengals, 3 years, $33 million. 3 years, $33 million for B.J. Hill. Also, according to Schefter, the 49ers and Jets. Oh, wait, sorry. Washington reached an agreement with Javon Kinlaw, who was with the 49ers and Jets.
Okay.
Sorry, Twitter's like so not right now, so I'm only getting like parts of tweets, and it's hard for me to figure out. It's a jigsaw puzzle.
So did that Washington
Kinlaw
tweet
going to Washington?
Okay, gotcha.
Washington reached an agreement with former 49ers and Jets defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw, who rejoins Commanders GM Adam Peters after 2 worked together in San Francisco. Interesting. Javon Kinlaw to the Commanders, which means you're probably going to have to go soon.
Yeah, I just said it in production.
All right.
Let's spin this wheel.
Wow, 3 years, $45 million for Kinlaw.
Seems like a lot.
That's a lot of money for a defensive tackle where, like, again, that's why I love the Adam Butler move. Adam Butler, 3 for 16, or Kinlaw, 3 for 45. Yeah. All right, winner, Giotti, gets 2 extra raffle tickets. Giotti. Get it in there, man. Get it in there. Love to see it. Also, man, we got 3,500 people watching this. If you haven't already, make sure you click that like button. I want to get this thing up to 2,000 likes. Once we get to 2,000 likes, beer bong's going down. Beer bong's going down. Renz said somebody should go out and sign Calais Campbell. I've been saying that for a while. Calais Campbell at 38 years old is one of the most underappreciated players in the NFL. What up, Lamont? Jordan Mason from the 49ers and Shador, go get him. I would say set your expectations higher. You know, like,
yeah,
it's day one of NFL free agency, and you're telling me Jordan Mason and Shador Sanders. I would say set your expectations maybe a little bit higher. But Jordan Mason, I could see actually as a running back that the Raiders could potentially try to bring in. I'm not going to lie to you. Shador could be an option, but I went from being the Raiders are going to try to draft Shador Sanders to now after watching Geno, the Raiders can go to the playoffs with Geno in year one. And if it's a perfect situation, they can win a few playoff games. And if you can get into the dance, I really do think that anything's possible because Geno, I'll say it right now, might be the most underrated quarterback in the NFL when you actually go out and watch the tape. But at the exact same time, like going out and getting Shador doesn't help you win now, and it doesn't help you win for the next 2 years. So if this team is actually trying to win right now, and I think that they are actually trying to win right now, that doesn't usually mean that you should take a quarterback early on. And this is a weaker quarterback class. And the other reason why that I say that is because, again, the Raiders beat reporters. Maybe this is what they were told, but they were told that the Raiders aren't going to spend big on anybody else besides Matthew Stafford. That obviously proved to be a lie. They go out and they get Geno Smith. I think that they were looking at those two options, and they were so aggressive at those two options because they didn't like a lot of the quarterbacks that were in this year's draft. So because of that, I'm telling you when I say this, I really don't know. The Raiders could go a multitude of different ways, but Shador, you got to take him probably in round one. And I don't know if that's going to be the path that the Raiders decide to take because I think they are going to try to win in the first year. Giotti, I'm ready to make some moves. Who's the one player you want us to sign? You know what? Giotti banged. So here's the question that I want to ask y'all. Who's one player you want the Raiders to sign today? I'm talking about today. I'll give some shout-outs here on the show. If I could say, and I mean, in all honesty, the move that would make me the most happy right now, Mekhi Becton. Offensive lineman. Give me a right guard or a left guard. I would probably keep him at right guard, though. Then you can keep Kappa as a backup. You can put Jordan Meredith at left guard. You can put Dylan Parham at left guard. That would be the route that I would go, and I say that because I want to be able to win in the trenches, and putting Mekhi Becton next to somebody like JPJ would be a lot of fun. Another route that I would consider is Byron Murphy, DJ Reed, Jevon Holland. I'm obviously naming players that aren't Raiders. If you tell me which guys I want to bring back on the Raiders, now I would say Robert Spillane, Tre'von Moehrig, K'Lavon Chaisson would be the next three that I would look at. I do want Malcolm Koonce, but I'm worried Malcolm Koonce is going to cost more than $15 million. Personally, I like Koonce more around like $12 million per year, which I don't know if that is necessarily going to happen, but those are some of the free agents that I would look to bring back for the Raiders. Murphy's a stud from Raider Rob and got a lot of connections. Moehrig from James the Giant. Becton or Murphy from T. Kinlaw to Washington, Correctamundo. Will Fries from Horror Fanatic Lance. I guess I don't really see the love around Will Fries. The only reason why I think people like Will Fries is because he has a good PFF grade. Because outside of that, I am a little bit confused why so many people like Will Fries. He's got a good PFF grade, but that's kind of it to me. He's good, but I don't think he's as good as what people think he is. B. Mizzle, Tyler Lockett. If I was a betting man, I would say Tyler Lockett's the most likely. If I was a bet man. But again, a lot of different routes. Let's go to Giovanni Tejada. Yo, Mitch, what time are y'all going to do the end of the show duck race and jersey giveaways? I got classes, so I want to be sure I'm in when it goes down. At the end of today's show, brother, which I would say the absolute earliest I'm signing off today is 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. So you got a few hours to kill. No, I'm not going to be mad if you're hanging out with me during class. But I don't know what classes we're taking.
Just tell your professor to put this on the on the show and put it on the projector screen.
I say, what class do you take, Giovanni?
Giovanni, just skip it. You don't need to go to class.
Giovanni did bang earlier on today's program, so Giovanni, you tell me what class you're taking, and I'm going to give you a reason why. If your professor gets mad, you could just say, I'm learning XYZ. I got you.
Yeah, we'll make sure
this
it
is
applies.
An educational program.
We'll make sure it applies to whether it's marketing, accounting,
yep,
communications. We'll figure out a way.
This is an educational program, though you might not realize it. Chance, Jonathan Allen, question mark. I'll tell you this right now. When I just saw the Washington Commanders go give Javon Kinlaw 3 for 45, but they said no to Jonathan Allen, I get Allen's older, but Allen's a much better player than what Kinlaw is at this point. I would have just given Jonathan Allen some extra money and kept him instead of going out and getting Kinlaw. Like, to me, the only reason why that move happened was because of the connection between Adam Peters, who's now the GM of the Commanders, and they drafted Kinlaw, I believe it was, in the first round a few years ago out of South Carolina. So kind of a weird move, honestly. But I don't think the Raiders need to add a defensive tackle in free agency like Allen because you already got Adam Butler, where if you want to add a cheaper option, you got to try to replace John Jenkins. If you can replace a John Jenkins on a cheaper defensive tackle contract, I think you're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it. I believe we are all caught up on – oh, no. We got one more super chat from J. Crew, and then we are fully caught up here on the show. We do, though, have 3,400 people watching again. We are about 25 likes away. 25 likes away from getting to 1,500 likes. And I'll make you guys a deal. I'm a deal maker. Let's have some fun. Every 500 likes today, we're going to do some Fireball. I need to wake up a little bit. Mitch's audio, I think my audio is okay. Spillane to the Pats. Did that just happen? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Oh, no. J. Crew. And yes, Robert Spillane going to the New England Patriots. Devastating news, man. Though, does it surprise anybody that Josh McDaniels got this one done? Him and Mike Vrabel, it's a lot of money. I don't know how much money they're going to give him. That's brutal. F you, Josh McDaniels. Let's see if these tweets go out. Nope, they're not going out. Nick Bolton is already gone, is he not? He might still be available. I thought Nick Bolton went back to Kansas City. Yeah, Nick Bolton, he's already gone. He's back in Kansas City. If you're the Raiders now, though, I mean, I don't know exactly where your attention's going to turn to linebacker, but it's got to turn quick. It's got to turn. We got to figure something out because you lost Deablo. Robert Spillane, he's going to the New England Patriots. Brutal, man. Brutal. People are spamming Tom. Yeah, it's definitely one to do. Jags are signing Jordan Lewis. That one just ended up going down. I see a few people also trying to get in today's duck race, which the last one that I saw was Roche. Patrick Roche. Was that the last one that I got? Oh, you know what I did? I screwed up. Patrick Roche. Got you there. All right, and then the names I see are Buck, Kirk, gotcha. Jeffrey Sanchez, I gotcha. David Vergara, you're in. And then Juan Morris is also in. So as it stands right now, it is a $20 Venmo. You would go home with $190 here on the Raiders Report. Yep. Yes, it is true. Robert Spillane is going to the New England Patriots. We don't have at least the contract details yet. Somebody just said Jihad Campbell, ? I would love Jihad Campbell, though I don't think he falls to you at 37. I see him going in the top 20, top 25. That guy is special. Would you sign Dre Greenlaw now that we know that Robert Spillane is going to the New England Patriots? I think Greenlaw could be interesting. He's a dog,
Arkansas
dude.
legend, baby.
He's a dog. Who?
Dre Greenlaw is an Arkansas legend.
Oh, really?
Yep. He's
I
great.
didn't realize he was
Former
a
Razorback, baby. Yeah, dude, Dre Greenlaw is a very good football player. Like, it's a weird conversation because he had that, like, freak accident injury, like, non-contact, walking onto the field against the Eagles, 2 years ago? And
Trying
then
to run onto the field.
Yeah, and then last year he comes back and then, like, doesn't really come back fully. It's like, it was just a weird conversation, but when he's healthy, he's a phenomenal linebacker and a really, really talented player who made a lot of big plays for the Niners. I don't know if you remember, but he was the player who made the stop for the Niners a few years ago when they went to the Super Bowl on the goal line when they were, I can't remember who they were playing. They were running the ball up the middle, and he made it stop, and that was the end of that. So, gotta love that. He's a good player, man.
Whew, boy. Fireball is a hell of a thing to do at this time. Though, I'm not, and I hate even admitting this, sometimes it wakes you up a little bit. It's like wakes you up a little bit. What up, Joshua Garcia? Appreciate you, dude. Reminder, if you want to get in for a chance to win a Raiders jersey today, it is a $10 Super Chat, $20 Venmo if you want to win some money, and if you want to be the MVP and get the party going. $100 bangs. We do a wheel spin for a better opportunity for you to win that Raiders jersey, or there's some other little odds and ends. Been a while, boys. Take one for me while I'm at work. My man, Nelly Fig, Nelson Figueroa, have a good work day. Obviously, if the Raiders do anything, we will be on the lookout. Somebody said question mark on Bobby Wagner. He went back to the Commanders. The top linebacker free agents right now, Dre Greenlaw, because here's the thing. Zach Bond went back to Philly. Nick Bolton went back to Kansas City. Bobby Wagner went back to the Commanders. Ernest Jones went back to Seattle. Jamian Sherwood went back to the Jets. Levante David went back to Tampa Bay. Robert Spillane just went to the Patriots. So now I would say top guy for me on my list would be Tyrell Dodson. Which some of you are like, who on earth? Let me look up best value free agent. So I did a video on the best value free agents for the Las Vegas Raiders. I did this one a few weeks ago. The linebackers that I have on that list are all gone besides Tyrell Dodson. So Tyrell Dodson's the only name that I have left. So I guess that would be the guy that if I was the Raiders, I would go out and try to target. But you could also see them try to use maybe a few. Maybe you could see some of these really good athletes in this year's draft. Could they try to convert one of those guys to linebacker? Draft what we need, Jihad Campbell. But where are you going to get him? And I know you're a Bama guy, but if I was in Jihad's camp, I would say go be an edge. You're going to make a lot more money as an edge, and he's athletic enough to be able to do it. He led the Crimson Tide last season in tackles for loss, sacks, and I think there was one more in there that's just pretty mind-blowing. He is the best linebacker in this year's class, and I think he's the best all-around dude, super, super special. He's just not going to be there at 37. If you want Jihad Campbell, you better take him at 6, which that's a little bit too rich for my blood. Jeremiah Daniel, Amari Gaynor, a starter. No. I like Amari Gaynor. Good UDFA out of North Carolina last season. I think you could see a few times that he's got some of that juice. He calls himself Ferrari Gaynor, which maybe not a Ferrari, but definitely a good car. He's more of a special teams type of player. Let's go to the next one. Sorry, I saw you switch them up. Jackson Woodard would be an amazing replacement for Robert Spillane. Jackson Woodard, you say? Let's look up some numbers on him. So Jackson Woodard, UNLV linebacker, which I will say this is somebody that the Raiders met with at the Combine. I'm just in such free agency mode. I was like, where the hell? Why have I heard that name before? He was somebody that the Raiders met with at the Combine. On top of that, not going to be somebody that is a top 30 visit. And I say that because when you're a team and somebody's local, because he's local at UNLV, he's not going to count against as a top 30 visit. So because he's not going to count against as a top 30 visit, the Raiders can meet with him and it be pretty simple. Let's go to Lost Oak Raider 94. Are you sure the Raiders are being aggressive? Yeah, dude. I mean, it is 49 minutes into free agency, and the amount of players that are going to sign over the next week, the Raiders are just doing their homework. They probably also got to realize that they can't afford to overspend. So you got to be able to be aggressive but spend responsibly, because they just went out and they're also probably trying to figure out the way that they're going to structure Geno Smith's contract and how it's also structured with Max Crosby's contract, what type of players that they're going to be able to bring in here. But the Raiders are going to be aggressive. It just might not happen in the first hour of free agency. Let's go to Jersey Boy. Watch out for Anthony Nelson. He's a Spytek guy. This was another name that I threw out there. Could be an under-the-radar linebacker. He's been with Spytek for, multiple years now? I can't think of what show I talked about Anthony Nelson in. Let me see here real quick. So he's 6'7", 271, big, long, lanky dude. Kind of built, honestly, a little bit like Carl Nassib, which also was a Tampa Bay guy. Last season, a 55.9 overall PFF grade, 43.3 against the run. The year before that was a little bit better. But to me, he's more of an edge. So if you're Las Vegas and let's say you don't bring back somebody like K'Lavon Chaisson, you might be able to bring in somebody like Anthony Nelson. But to just put him at pure linebacker, that doesn't seem like that makes a lot of sense to me. Looks like Tommy gonna have to step up Tom Brady. When I read this at first, I'm not going to lie to you, I went to Tommy Telesco just because that's what we called him all the time last season. Brady's going to put in his magic, and we're going to see what happens today. Realist, Spillane was far from a great player. I don't know how your name could be realist, and you're just talking lies. Let's go to Dave Rubio. Driving and listening. My man Rubio. I do think Robert Spillane is a good player, and losing somebody that, helps with that green dot, but 3 years, $37 million. We'll see what the guaranteed dollars are on that. I thought that Spillane was going to get, and again, the Raiders offered him, I thought, a reasonable contract. And I was saying it earlier here on today's show that I would look at Spillane somewhere around that $10 to $11 million range. Now, if he gets more money, which he obviously did, 3 for $37, I would have been okay if the Raiders would have done that, though I do think that it is a little bit rich for a linebacker who, again, Spillane is really good, but you have so many other holes that you need to be able to adjust. But 3 for $37 for Robert Spillane. Man, oh, man. It'd be really cool if Twitter worked. Shane, how do you feel about Najee Harris to the Raiders? Absolutely hate it. I think it's one of the worst ideas that you could throw out there. And I've seen a few people throw out that idea, so I'm not going to drag them through the mud. But why would we want to go out and sign Najee Harris when this running back class is as deep as what it is? And again, Harris is okay, but where do you rank Najee Harris as a running back in the NFL? He's not. I don't think he's top 15. He's probably somewhere in that 20-ish range, and I'm not going to pay a 20-ish range running back $10 million per year. I'm not interested in that.
Worth noting, he's never had a season under 1,000 yards rushing.
Yep.
But he's also never averaged more than 4.1 yards per carry. So
he's been able to stay healthy.
Yeah. So he gets a lot of carries over a lot of games, which is a good thing. Best ability is availability, but like you said, you can get a good running back in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and even in UDFAs. So
yeah, to me, if you sign a running back, I want somebody that's cheap and reliable Not saying Najee's not reliable in that regard, but I want somebody like a Javonte Williams where he's going to cost $2 million and he can be a good pass blocking running back. But then also you go out and you draft somebody, maybe a Jenkins, maybe a Henderson, maybe a whoever the hell it is in the second, third, fourth round, and then you're hoping that guy is your main running back because there's upside. I'll be real. I don't think Najee has any upside, but he might have the safest floor. But to me, we're not going to win with the safest floor options. Not at running back. What's up, Nav? I think we just got that one. Tom Brady, got to step it up. I agree, man. No Eichenberg, Mitch. TB12-2, of course. Huh? Oh, I got you. I will be curious to see what happens with Tommy Eichenberg because I do think the Raiders drafted Eichenberg. He's kind of built like Robert Spillane, where if you watch Spillane, you're not going to be super surprised by how talented he is, but what is going to jump off the screen to you is that he just always seems to be in the right place at the right time. And I know the Underwear Olympics, the NFL Combine is what a lot of people look at, but I also just care about when I turn on tape and when there's linebackers that are around the football. Like, to me, that matters more to me than what the hell your 40 time is. Eichenberg is one of those players, smart player, Ohio State guy, which I do think is important for this regime. Obviously, with Chip Kelly, I get Kelly was on the offensive side of the football, but I know we have Eichenberg. We'll see. We have a few other linebackers, too. Amari Burney ain't great to me. Linebackers are pretty thin. Shane, how do you feel about, I don't know why he keeps doing that, draft safety Nick Emawari and move him to linebacker to replace Spillane? To be totally frank with you, and this has been a conversation that I've had, but what you're suggesting isn't to replace Robert Spillane. What you're suggesting is to replace Divine Deablo because Divine was more of that athletic specimen that they used in a lot of different multitude of ways where they let Robert just be that middle linebacker and they just let him be that green dot. So I don't think that, we're exchanging an apple for an orange. If you want to try to exchange an apple for an apple, I would say Divine Deablo is probably the better comp there of what they would try to replace with. But the problem, again, here with Nick Emawari is, where does he go? Giants are signing cornerback Paulson Adebo. Paulson Adebo was somebody that I thought the Raiders could look at because Marcus Robinson, DB coach here for the Raiders, Joe Woods, is also a part of our organization now on the defensive side of the football. So Paulson Adebo was somebody that I thought could have potentially happened. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Also, the Jags, the update for Jordan Lewis, 3 years, $30 million. 3 years, $30 million of a compensation update. All I hear are people screaming over there. Wild, wild, wild. Kins, you in. You in. Kins Char. Reminder, every $10 super chat, you're going to have an opportunity to win a Raiders jersey here on today's show. Whoever bangs the most, you will be MVP, which right now it is Dave Giotti, Giovanni Tejada, Jonathan Martinez are the people that are in first place of our bang competition. Somebody said Jevon Holland, please. Could not agree with you more. If the Raiders were able to bring in Jevon Holland, that would be clutch. That would be super, super clutch. Von Miller down year, but could be cheap. He's just getting up there in age, dude. I would just rather, like, if you're going to spend that much money at edge, because when you say cheap, Von Miller's still getting $10, $11, $12 million. He's Von Miller. Like, if you're going to spend that much at edge, I'd rather you just go spend, like, Josh Sweat money. Let's just spend it to spend it then. And let's go get the best guy out there. But I really don't think the Raiders do that now because they brought back Adam Butler, and they are confident in Tyree Wilson, and they want to try to get the most out of Wilson based on some of the stuff I've heard. Drew, possibly Amari Gaynor and Amari Burney see their rules increase. You could see their rules increase, but I think it's more on special teams. Like, if we're going to rely on those two linebackers to get considerable work in the NFL, I don't think you're going to be very happy. Bernie's really just an athlete, and he's a good gunner, good special teams player. Amari Gaynor, I think, is actually maybe better suited to be like a once-in-a-while linebacker. He can drop back into coverage, good athlete, can get after the quarterback a little bit. But every down linebackers know, which is not what I'm saying that you're saying. But if we don't add anybody, then, yeah, you're going to see some roles increase. What up, Evoa? Gotcha, man. McDaniels still finding ways to F us over. Maybe trade Mayer for a linebacker. Need to start re-signing players and making some moves. McDaniels is always going to screw us probably every opportunity he gets. There's a chance that the Raiders could trade Michael Mayer still. There's going to be teams that there's still going to be teams that do a bunch of different things, but sorry, there's a lot of crap going on the back end here. I'm not trading Michael Mayer for a linebacker. How about that? Unless that linebacker is a clear upgrade, and I feel like he is the better overall player. But we will start doing some stuff. I think people right now, what is happening is you're seeing teams, not saying overpay, but they clearly had certain guys on their mind where they're saying, all right, these are the dudes that we're going to go out and get these contracts done. The Raiders are being patient, but I don't think that that's a bad idea. To me, good organizations spend money smart. Bad organizations just throw a bunch of money at players blindly. Few years ago, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they did it a ton. Again, another few years ago, the Raiders, when they were throwing money around to Corey Littleton, Nick Kwiatkowski, LaMarcus Joyner, a lot of money just being thrown around blindly. That's not the best recipe for success. The best recipe for success, honestly, is to see how the market is and then go after the market. Because if you set the market, that can change it. Where if you're in a negotiation with somebody, right, and you look at them and you go, well, how much would you be willing to pay for this? That's not what you want. You want that person to go, I'll give you $5 for it. That way you can say, well, how about 7? Jonathan Orozco, Woodard in 2024, 69 solo tackles, 3.5 sacks, 4 INTs, made Genty look human twice, gonna be a mid-round gem. Somebody the Raiders met with, solid linebacker out of UNLV, and I know that you're not the only person. There you go, Derek Barnett going back to the Texans. I know. Derek Barnett to the Texans, 1 year, $5 million deal. Pad, I know I like the move of Kwiatkowski at the time that they made it, and Nick and I still talk. He's one of my buddies in the NFL. But at the same time, like, at that point, I was just trying to be happy. I think also, though, you got to learn from your mistakes. And I learned from my mistakes, and I think that a lot of NFL teams learn from some of their mistakes as well, where maybe it's not smart to just go out and spend a shit ton of money. Carl Nassib was also in that. Hufanga, the safety from the 49ers. You said who's closing in? The Broncos could be closing in on a deal for Hufanga. Wild. Again, y'all, we are doing a lot of different things on our end. I don't know why, but Twitter has been down all day today, and I don't know if they could have picked a worse day for Twitter to be down. To not get every update, because obviously, like, I get a lot of Raiders stuff, but around the NFL, I don't always get around the NFL stuff like I was hoping. We'll see. Yep, Wagner re-signed with the Washington Commanders. Again, y'all, the way that this show goes is if you hashtag Raiders or if you super chat, we're going to be able to get your questions, comments on the show. We do have 4,200 people tuned in right now, yet we're not at 2,000 likes. Let's get those like numbers up here a little bit. Kins, messed up on my $9 super chat message. Love what you're doing. Where did Deablo go? He's a free agent. If we get Genty, where do we go for wide receiver? If the Raiders get Genty, or if their plan is for Genty, that tells me that they absolutely signed somebody like a Tyler Lockett, and they might have even gone out and signed somebody like a Keenan Allen. You could see them still draft a wide receiver, which I anticipate that they do, but it probably wouldn't be for just a little bit later on. You have to go out and get an offensive line, though, as well. Like, you can't just let Genty run behind the offensive line we have now. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with. I mean, if I wanted to, honestly, what I would say, what somebody could do is go to the live part where we talk about Robert Spillane signing for 3 for 37, and tell one of the people to make a short out of it. That I actually think would be the best. Tell them to screen record it, make a short, put it on the channel. Honestly, no, but whenever the news happened, it would have been basically like 8 minutes ago. Also, Jimmy Garoppolo going back to the Rams. Yeah, about 8-9 minutes ago. That actually would probably be one of the biggest helps that people could do, like some of the social guys. Rubio, it might just be my AirPods, but the audio sounds really low. Maybe my audio's low. I'm also not talking as loud as I think what I usually do. And I only say that because I know how much talking I am going to be doing throughout. Yeah, my levels are normal, which doesn't mean anything to y'all. I'm just not yelling as loud. But again, it's just from doing this show, the amount of times I've done free agency, the draft, you got to save your voice a little bit. Where I feel like I talk normal when I do these type of shows just because I'm not projecting with my diaphragm. What up, Nathan Wolf? Bless you. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Wish we could have saw a healthy defense last year. Now losing some players, what could have been. Hope Moehrig doesn't go to the Ravens. I mean, I'll tell you this right now. If you told me Tre'von Moehrig or Jevon Holland, which guy would I rather? I'd rather just go get Jevon Holland. I think Holland is a better safety than Moehrig. I obviously like the versatility Moehrig is able to provide, but at the exact same time, I want to get players that I think are the best players. Losing out on Robert Spillane sucks, and I did really think that was going to be one of those moves that we were going to be able to bring him back. Unfortunately, though, the Patriots just were willing to pay him a little bit more money. I know for a fact the Raiders offered him multiple different contracts, and if Spillane would have wanted to stay with the Raiders to take less money, he would have done it. But he wanted to go get the place that's going to get him paid the most, and I can't really blame him for wanting to do that, especially he's with Mike Vrabel now. You know what I mean? Like, I bet he grew up watching Mike Vrabel and said, that's the linebacker that I want to grow up being. A lot of kids probably did. Jersey boy, Greenlaw, Isaiah Simmons. I do like Isaiah Simmons a lot. Good athlete, been with Patrick Graham in the past. EJ Speed, Josh Uche, Willie Gay Jr. are all still available. These are probably a little bit more bottom tier levels minus Greenlaw. Huh? I'll say Uche is an edge. Uche was actually a player that I talked about a lot a few years ago as like a cheap edge option because of his connections with Josh McDaniels. But there are still some linebacker options out there, no doubt about it. But I also think that the Raiders, and what's interesting about this, if you hop into a time machine, and we go back 3-4 months ago, I talked about on the show the 3 positions that I heard a lot of Raiders people talking about: offensive line, quarterback, linebacker. So I almost wonder if linebacker could be one of those positions that the Raiders think that, you know what, instead of paying a Robert Spillane 3 for 37, I can just go out and draft a linebacker, which some people still view as maybe one of the more important positions or least important positions on defense. Elijah, I'm not mad at Spillane for going to get his money. I also trust PG and Pete Carroll to get the most out of the linebacker position, whoever that is. I trust this regime as well, and I think, like, if you're a Raiders fan, that's what you have to do. You have to trust this regime from top to bottom. I know that we haven't had any Raiders signings yet, but we are an hour into the legal tampering period. Reminder, we got 4,000 people tuned in. If you're not subscribed to the Raiders Report, make sure you click that red button underneath the video. Turn on those notifications. That way, you never miss anything. We are going to be live all day today, all day tomorrow, and all flipping week. Subscribe for the latest news, rumors, and all the free agency signings around the Las Vegas Raiders and around the NFL. 3-year, $37 million deal for Robert Spillane. My question to the nation is this. Honest question. Why for yes and for no? Would you have been okay, the Raiders giving Robert Spillane 3 for 37? Would you have been okay with it? So, one of the top free agent targets for the Raiders this offseason, we wanted to be able to bring him back. He was a green dot, really solid linebacker, a captain for us. He just signed a deal, 3 years, $37 million with the New England Patriots, probably rejoining Josh McDaniels and that regime that ended up drafting him. Mike Vrabel, head coach there, obviously values the linebacker position. I will tell you this, though. According to multiple sources out there, the Raiders did offer Spillane multiple different contracts. And I was told that all the contracts were in a good position, enough money that I thought would have been able to get done. Spillane decided to take the most money, the longest-term deal, and he went with an organization that he probably feels is going to value him with the New England Patriots. So my question out there is this. If you're a Raiders fan, would you have given Robert Spillane 3 years, $37 million? Give me a Y for yes and for no. Let me know down below. If you want to tell him, that's 60 seconds right there. Yep. Motorcycle. Welcome to 2025 free agency nation. Welcome, my man. Yep, I just got a Schefter. The Saints. The Giants. Paulson Adebo. All right, here we go. Let me see. Raider Nation 80 says yes. And the Great, yes. Joel Q, yes. Furious says no. I would say right now 65, 70% of y'all are saying yes. Which I would have been, like, if the Raiders would have done it, I would have said, okay, you brought back your guy. You had to spend a little bit more money in order to do it. What? Okay. Dan Moore Jr.? What on earth are they doing? Dan Moore Jr. I mean, he's good, but to pay him that amount of money? I mean, I want to see what he was projected to get. I mean, that's legit tackle money. I'm trying to see where they had him projected at. They had him projected at $15 million a year. 3 for 45 was the projection. Yikes, dude. I'll tell you this, for Tennessee, massive, massive overpay. But sometimes, if you're a bad organization, sometimes you have to overspend, though, to get a guy. Yeah, that's true. Though you did say the other day, I think offensive linemen are going to go for a lot more than what we anticipate, which is why a team like Chicago did all the trades. So sometimes, when teams hear a lot of rumblings and they know for a fact that they need offensive line, that's when you start to see some trades. And then right from the jump, Chicago goes out and they go get their guy in Dahlman today. I'll tell you this right now. If Dan Moore Jr. is getting $20 million a year, Mekhi Becton might get 20. I mean, I'm not kidding you. Carlton Davis, 3 for 62, New England. That's also a John Spytek guy. But that's New England spending a lot of money. I think Davis is talented, but a very injured-riddled player. You guys want to battle? Okay. All right. How about this? I told y'all earlier today that I wanted to be the #1 channel here at Chat Sports. Spillane leaving kind of sucks. I'm not going to lie. He's a Raider, no doubt about it. Oh, sorry, Antonio. What do you think about Nick Chubb? I would love it. I would not love it. And the unfortunate part about Nick Chubb is he suffered a horrific knee injury. Truly, truly suffered a horrific knee injury. And was noticeably a lot slower last season. The only reason why I'm not going to do this is because if you're going to spend $3 to $4 million on a running back, I would rather you spend it on somebody that you know for a fact is going to be healthy, because I also would like for them to be able to keep Sincere McCormick, who's got some injury concerns. Milton Williams headed to the Carolina Panthers. Wow, finalizing the deal. Nothing is official, but it does look like it could potentially be in the works. So the deals that just happened, Dan Moore Jr., 4-year, $82 million deal to the Tennessee Titans, massive overpay. Derek Barnett ended up going back to the Houston Texans, 1 year, $5 million. Carlton Davis, 3 years, $60 million, with $34.5 million of that guaranteed to the Patriots. Again, Carlton Davis is a really talented player, but has struggled staying healthy. Really struggled to stay healthy. That's interesting, though. And then who? What up, Robbie? You think Raiders would get Keenan Allen, or we going to draft a wide receiver? They're going to sign and they're going to draft somebody. And I do think Keenan Allen is on their radar just because Raiders wide receiver coach Chris Beatty, he coached Keenan Allen with the Chargers from 2021 to 2023. And then Beatty was actually the Bears wide receiver coach last season. Obviously, Keenan got traded to Chicago for a 4th-round pick, followed him there. Also, Keenan grew up a diehard Raiders fan. So if you know that you're potentially in, I mean, it might be his last contract. It really could be. He's getting up there in age, 33, 34 years old. I would be okay with Keenan Allen. I really would. But again, I think Keenan fits with what Geno Smith is really good at. You still, though, would need a field stretch. Like if the Raiders wanted to say, we're going to go bring in Keenan Allen and Tyler Lockett, I think that that's a way where you got Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett, Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers. That's a talented enough group where you can get it done on most days. Kins Char, what up? Reminder, y'all, if anybody wants to get in, our 50-50 raffle. Thoughts on Hollywood Brown? He went back to the Chiefs yesterday or 2 days ago, so he's not available. Well, but they also did that because of all the issues they had with Xavier Worthy getting arrested. The Chiefs have had the most players arrested, I want to say in the last 3 years, 17 players. No other team has more than 13, which still is a high number. If you want to get in for our duck race, Kins, give me 1 second. The names that I see in, Timmy Jones, you in. David Rubio, you in. $20 Venmo. Right now, as it stands, you're going to go home with $200 here on the Raiders Report. Also, if anybody needs a Raiders jersey, reminder, they are chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. You can get tons. We can get Crosby to Brock Bowers, also a bunch of old legends, OG Raiders jerseys, which I love Bowers and Crosby. Y'all know that. But if I'm getting a jersey, it's going to be a Howie Long, Charles Woodson, Bo Jackson. It's going to be a throwback jersey. Now, if you're like, I don't care, I'll get a current player, I would just recommend you getting the jersey insurance. That way, if the player is released or traded, you can just get a brand new jersey. My man, Vedrak, Mount Raidermore, going to miss Robert Spillane, interception master from Madden. You're not wrong. Dude, Spillane on Madden was wicked, wicked, wicked. Kins Char, I see ya. You know what? Once we get to 2,000 likes, I'm going to give y'all a deal. And we're going to liven the mood here a little bit. Once we get to 2,000 likes, we're going to put some dicks in dirt. What are your thoughts on what we are going to do in the secondary? Also, bro, when are you coming to Vegas for a game? Season ticket holder, bro. I'll be real. I will probably never get the opportunity to watch a Raiders game in Allegiant Stadium, which sucks, but my job here is to keep people up to date and informed and entertained. And the show that made the Raiders Report possible and popular was during COVID. We used to do game day watch parties because I knew that people wanted game day experiences that, weren't able to afford going out to Vegas for those games. So I'll tell you this right now, unless Mark Davis himself tells me I can do Raiders Report watch parties live from Allegiant Stadium, I probably won't ever get to go because I'm going to be here breaking down the game for the nation. In terms of the secondary, look out for Byron Murphy, DJ Reed, and Camryn Bynum have all been names that I've heard about. There is an opportunity, though, that we give away some tickets this year, which, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I will be in Vegas, though, soon. I'm meeting up with Mark in a few weeks. We are doing the, we're doing like that, what's it called? The Raiders Gala. So I'll be there. Huh? Yeah, maybe WrestleMania. Yeah, dude, that'd be crazy. Skinbone. Huh? Well, unfortunately, all the craziness happened yesterday, so I couldn't talk to him. But I'll talk to him. I was supposed to talk to somebody very important on Sunday, but shenanigans. Skinbone, wouldn't mind going and getting Roseboom. I'm going to be honest. I don't know who Roseboom is. Linebacker from Roseboom. Christian Roseboom. He was for the Rams last season. Okay. And I'll be real, I didn't do as much homework on linebackers. It was maybe a little bit of a less important position to me. 91 tackles last year, 60.9 coverage grade, 58.4 run grade, 52.5 pass rush grade. Okay. Christian Roseboom from the Rams. Doesn't look like he would be all that expensive. Let's go to Shane. Should the Raiders make a trade for Spillane's replacement? Like, what are you talking? I think they're saying because the Patriots just signed Robert Spillane, whoever job Spillane's taken over, should we try to trade for that guy? I mean, in all due respect, the only reason why I think that, and I don't know who exactly it is off the top of my head, but it's free agency, right? Like, I'm not going to trade to go get a lesser player when I can just go out and sign a player probably of that caliber. Dre Greenlaw? Oh, I thought you were like, Dre Greenlaw, something just happened. I do want the Raiders to make a move, though. I can remember a few times in years past when it was like they just didn't do anything on day one. We kind of just hung out here all day. I hope that that's not the case. I hope we at least get a move or two. But you also have to consider this. Like, the Raiders made their gigantic splash play on Friday, trading for Geno, and they did a great job late last night bringing back Adam Butler. I mean, 316 for Adam Butler is monumental. Kyzir White, I like him. Kyzir White was a good coverage linebacker. Was actually one of my top linebackers I wanted the Raiders to get. Was it last year? Maybe it was last year. Castro, Carlton Davis. To the Pats, correct. 3 for 60. I mean, and that's the thing where I'm not going to call Spillane a sellout. Again, like, what would you do? You're 29. It's maybe his last time to get a contract.
If someone offered you $30 million to be a Patriots fan, I mean, you'd at least have to consider it.
I hate to admit that, but you'd have to consider it, right? Like, and I love the Raiders. I got it tatted on me for a reason. I'm a diehard Raiders fan. But at the exact same time, if somebody told me you're going to give me $30 million, I'm still going to be a Raiders fan in my heart. But $30 million changes my life. Like,
get the Tom Brady jersey.
It changes my life. Anthony Delgado, what's up, man? You think we spend him big within these first day of free agency or being patient? And who do you think they target now? I do think the Raiders are going to spend big, and I think if they do, it's going to be on a Byron Murphy or a DJ Reed, Camryn Bynum, Jevon Holland. Wide receiver could be an option.
Try to help in the secondary a little bit.
Yep. I mean, I still think, like, again, we are an hour and 20 minutes in. Like, if the Raiders haven't done anything in the first hour 20, here's the thing. There are a lot of NFL teams that haven't done anything yet. And I always look at what teams I think are doing the right things around the NFL. I've seen a lot of overpay so far.
Yeah.
I really have. You've seen a lot of overpay so far.
Agreed.
Let's go to Jonathan. Also, y'all, we are 20 likes away from 2,000 likes. Thoughts on Cam Scatabo?
Scatabo.
Good running back. I don't think he's a true, like, every down back in the NFL. I do think he's going to get a slice of humble pie in the NFL just simply because of how physical he is, and he's able to be that physical in college. That's not going to be – you're not going to be able to keep up that level of physicality over and over and over again. Again, he's a good back, but to me, if you brought in a Cam Scatabo, you probably draft him on day 3. Hopefully you're able to get him in round 5 is kind of where I think he could end up falling. But then also you got to add another running back on top of that. What do you got for me? Josina Anderson.
She blocked me. I can't see it.
Nate Hobbs has narrowed his choices to 2 teams.
What are the 2 teams?
Doesn't list.
F you, Josina. F you, Josina.
So apparently, and this is according to Josina Anderson, Nate Hobbs has narrowed his teams down to 2.
She's the worst.
Who?
Josina.
Josina? I mean, I met her. She don't remember me, but I remember our interaction. Kings. Bro, totally didn't answer my last 10 chat question.
About this one?
What are your thoughts on what we are going to do in the secondary?
Or this one? We don't get Ginty in the first round.
if we don't get Jeanty in the first round, who do we grab as a running back in the draft? Let's say Judkins is not available to go after James from Oregon. Is that like a third or fourth wide receiver or in quarterback? All right, so if Judkins isn't available, I do think the idea of going out and getting James, who is a bowling ball of a running back, he's not really somebody that's going to hit a home run for you.
Third and fourth is way too high for that.
For who?
For James.
I
feel like
I
more
mean,
fourth or fifth.
the problem is there are some people from the Combine that had him as a top 100 player. So here's the thing. There's so many different people along. I think that third, fourth, fifth round could be a possibility. From a wide receiver standpoint, the Raiders met with, T-Mac from the Combine. They met with Tez Johnson from the Combine. They met with Jalen, I believe, Noel from the Combine. But running backs, the only running backs that they met with were Tre'von Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, and Ashton Jeanty. Those were the only ones. Hopefully, let's say Judkins not available. James, Oregon. I think that answers your question. Quarterback-wise, if it was up to me, I wouldn't draft a quarterback until day 3. That's up to me. Again, that's what I would do. There's not really a quarterback that I'm all that thrilled about. Now, sure, if Shedeur slides the pick 37, then I could see that the Raiders end up doing something like that. But I'm not really big on Jackson Dart. Quite frankly, I've tried to watch so much tape on him. I don't really see it. I'm going to be real with you. So I'd be okay if they didn't go out and get him. The day 3 quarterbacks that I like, Tyler Shough, if he's still there. Somebody along the lines of Jalen Milroe, I think, would be a better fit because you're going to sit and learn for 2 years at least. And then also, oh, my God, not Quinn Ewers, not Dylan Gabriel.
Tyler Shough?
Kyle McCord. That was the name. I couldn't think of him.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, kids. That's on me. Derek, so is Godwin off the table?
That's exactly what we're telling you.
That is exactly what we're telling you. 3 for 66 with $45 million guaranteed, which I think is exactly what we thought he was going to get. All right, y'all. We did just hit 2,000 likes.
Nice.
All right, you guys ready? You ready? Here's going to be a fun little game that I want to play. We can either do $50 beer bongs, $50 bangs, which could really change the bang game, or if you Venmo me $100, I'm going to give you a Raiders Report hat, and I'm going to throw down a beer. I got a few Raiders Report hats out there, but I'm going to let's do 5 minutes on the clock. 5 minutes on the clock. That's the deal. $100 Venmo, you get a Raiders Report hat, and I'm going to throw one back. $50 Super Chat, it's a bang. I'll throw one back. There you go. If you send in 100 on Super Chat, I can't send you a hat because I don't have your shipping address. So it's just going to be a bang. Your top 5 Raider players of all time.
I'll be
good.
right back. I'm just going to.
Yep. My top 5 Raiders players of all time, I would say Bo Jackson, Howie Long, Charles Woodson, Jim Otto because of Raider Ron, and to be real with you, only because this name was one of the very first OG Raiders legends that I had to learn about, because when I first started doing this show, I really only concentrated on the current Raiders players. I didn't get to learn a lot of our great history. I got to learn a lot about Cliff Branch, and Cliff Branch will probably be another name that I'll throw out there. But Tim Brown, I've heard some people, again, I've never had an interaction with Tim Brown. I've actually heard from a few people that their interactions with Tim haven't been the best, which breaks my heart just because, again, I live down here in the Dallas area, and Brown does a lot of stuff down here, and the people that have told me they haven't had great interactions with Tim Brown, it breaks my heart just because of, these are people that, they wouldn't lie to me about that. So that's maybe the only reason why I didn't put him on there, but I never got the opportunity to watch Tim Brown. Let's go to, if I could also throw Max Crosby into that list of my favorite Raiders players of all time, I would throw Max Crosby into that list. He's the first and the player that I talk to on the most consistent basis, and it's not close. Blake, what up, man? Just getting in any news or updates for Raider Nation. I would say the biggest news for Raider Nation is Robert Spillane, 3 for 37 to the New England Patriots. Nate Hobbs has apparently narrowed his search down to 2 teams. So we'll see what those two teams are. I do think that Hobbs could be one of those dominoes that could potentially fall because, Byron Murphy is kind of in that exact same realm of player. Late last night, the Raiders re-signed Adam Butler to a 3 for $16 million deal. But in terms of, actual Raiders news today, no. Haven't really had that. And I'm not trying to say, I don't want to make it come off and sound like Tim Brown's a bad guy. That's just why Tim Brown's not in my top 5. I saw a lot of Tim Browns down below. And I hope I get the opportunity to shake hands with Brown one day, and, it's all good. You're coming back to me. What'd they do? Tre'von Smith to the Texans. No idea. Let me look real quick. How is it spelled? Tre'von Smith is... Apparently, I'm not spelling it right. Okay. Tre'von Smith was a Broncos corner, so he probably sucks. His PFF grade last year was a 41.8. Coverage grade was 36.9. Run defense grade was 61.5. Was better in 2023. Better in 2022. It looks like he might have just had a little bit of a down year. Where? I guess I don't see it in here. Barely played last year for Denver. 5'11", 190 pounds, Central Arkansas. 6th-round pick by the Chiefs in 2018. He's 28 years old. Hopefully that helped at least a little. Wild, man. Robert Spillane to the New England Patriots is a little bit of a kick in the nuts. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Goots, appreciate the question. Let's keep it moving here. I told him to just post it. Yeah. He's good. Just getting in any news or updates. Nope. Let's go to Eric Castro. Real talk, you'd expect Seattle moving quickly with how much money they have and what they have lost. I mean, do they have a lot of money? NFL. Is it just me, or I don't really remember how much money they have? I mean, this says that they have 67 and that they lost a lot, but you also got to remember they're going to take on a lot more of Geno's contract that's being shown because technically, the Geno trade hasn't happened yet on Spotrac and Over the Cap. So, I think, when people see, Geno's $31 million against the cap this year, that's not true at all. The Raiders, they don't have $48 million in salary cap space. I don't actually know how much they have. But when that trade for Geno actually ends up going down, that's going to hit Seattle more, and it's going to actually save the Raiders money in terms of salary cap space just because of the way everything will be structured. But I don't know what Seattle's doing, quite frankly. And I don't even know if Seahawks fans know what's happening. Castro, appreciate it. Let's go to Caden. Can't hate on Spillane for setting up his family for life. I mean, that's the other part where we also got to realize, you got a beautiful little baby girl, it looks like in that photo. Spillane just got married and just had their first kid. And I'm going to say that their kid's under 2 years old. If I'm Spillane, I'm looking at that situation going, I just signed a 3-year, $37 million deal. By the time, my kid's 5, 6 years old, I might be able to retire for the rest of my life. And, no disrespect. I love Raider Nation. I love the Raiders. But if the New England Patriots said, Mitch, I want you to come to New England for 3 years, $37 million, and I can set up my fiance, Alex, and I can give Chuck the backyard that only he can dream of, you would consider it, man. And it's not because you don't love the Raiders. It's because I love the Raiders. The Raiders are here. Well, you got to put your family first. So I'm not going to hate on Spillane for taking care of his own because Spillane was a great signing for the Raiders for 2 seasons, and he was worth every single penny of it. Let's go to Rockwell. Signed Becton and Murphy. Draft T-Mac and Ollie Gordon. I think it's kind of funny that you mentioned Ollie Gordon. I do think that he's a good running back, kind of fits the style of what Pete Carroll's looking for a little bit later on. I still would want another running back, I'm not going to lie, but, I mean, a year or two ago, Ollie Gordon might have been a round 1 pick. Like, he might have been the number 1 running back taken off the board. Did take a little bit of a step back, but no doubt talented player. But this is why, though, like, and I agree with this thought process. If I'm going to spend big, Mekhi Becton, Byron Murphy, love it. You can draft a T-Mac at number 6, and you can get a good running back later on in the draft. Because if you get Ashton Jeanty, but you ignore your offensive line, Ashton Jeanty's not going to look like the Ashton Jeanty from Boise State. Ashton Jeanty is going to look like the Ashton Jeanty from Penn State, which is very different. Morgan Moses, 3 for 24. When did that end up happening? I was just going to say, Moses was somebody that I said, could the Raiders look at him if they weren't 100% sold on DJ Glaze? Here's the thing, though. You're seeing New England overspend early on, and that's what they're doing. They are throwing a lot of money out there. Moses was projected to get a $5 million deal. He just went for 3 for 24, and he's 34 years old. I mean, again, tackles can play a little bit later in their career, but given a tackle at 34, that type of contract, that's another overpay. So people want the Raiders to be aggressive, but at the exact same time, you don't want the Raiders to have to overpay for certain players with just the amount of holes that we have on our roster. All right, I'm going to see if anybody got in for a duck race, which it was a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz, 365. I see Vincent Camanera, you in. I see Soulja Man, you in. Amanda Frazier, you're in. I got Tim Weinbrenner, you're in. All right, Lopez, I got to send you a message here. And it is this. It's going to be 2 of them. Hang on. That one. And then this one. All right, so that means I got to update a few things here on my end. Gotcha. And I gotcha. All right, so that means this. We got a new tie for MVP. I'll tell you what that is here in just a moment, but also I do need to make sure that I have a few things written down for today's show. Ryan, I didn't look at your message, which I'm going to have to look at. That's how I'll do it. All right. Sorry, I'm talking to myself a lot, which that's going to happen from time to time. I just want to make sure that the messages, that you guys didn't send me any messages, because I always feel bad. Venmo, it always looks a lot different, so give me a second. But, Ryan, you got to have about 30 of them. 30 Raiders Report hats at this point. Johnny B. Good. Johnny, you, sir, are in. I gotcha. You're going to be in twice. And then Marcus Ann. So as it stands right now, $20 Venmo. You're in for $270. Also, another friendly reminder that if you want to get in for a Raiders jersey, you can send in a $10 super chat. We're going to do a raffle at the very end of the show. Winner gets a Raiders jersey. Whoever the MVP of today's show is, you're going to go home with a Geno Smith jersey or whatever jersey of your choice. So I just sent those to you. If you could get those up on screen for me. Rockwell, signed Becton and Murphy. Yep, I think all those options are good options, and I think you have the right thought process for how to build a team. Kevontae Turpin, given a second-year tender by the Cowboys, 1 year, $5 million. Maybe, and just maybe, oh no, that's a big one. The Lions are signing DJ Reed to a 3-year, $48 million deal. Son of a gun, dude. 3 years, $48 million. DJ Reed goes off the board. That one just happened. Are you kidding me, man? That was somebody that I knew for a fact Pete Carroll and Spytek were looking at. And honestly, it's kind of in the realm of possibilities. Also, according to Jeremy Fowler, Jevon Holland, teams expected to show interest. Panthers, Commanders, Colts, and Titans. I'll say this. Now the fact that DJ Reed just went to the Lions, if I'm the Raiders, I think that they're going to take their attention very quickly to either Nate Hobbs or Byron Murphy. Those would be the names that I could see them turning their attention to. I thought I just saw another deal. Yep. Former Eagles cornerback Isaiah Rodgers, 2 years, $15 million with the Minnesota Vikings. So Isaiah Rodgers, 2 for $15 to the Vikings. But first, Ryan Campbell. Bang! Ryan Campbell, Raiders Report hat, going to you, good sir. And because you banged on Venmo, I'm going to count it as 2, which means we got a brand new MVP, Ryan flippin' Campbell. But you know what, Lopez? We got some moms today. And you know who's a mom's fan? Nelly Figs! Bang! Come on, Nelly Figs! Maybe we got to bang a little bit to wake up the Raiders. Maybe we got to bang a little bit. DJ Reed, what a deal. 3 for 48 to the Lions. Son of a frickin' gun, dude. A double bang. Nelly Figs, Ryan Campbell. Right now, today's 2 MVPs. Oh, it's so good once it hits your lips. I'm not going to lie to you. It does wake me up, though. Like, sometimes when you do this show, it's just like anything in life. I mean, I've been talking now for almost 3 straight hours. I mean, imagine being on a phone call with someone for 3 hours. You know, you do get tired a little bit. When you get a bang, bro, it wakes you up. It fires you up a little bit. It fires you up a little bit. Somebody said, we're not going to get anybody. We're going to get somebody. And a lot of times, you need it to get the ball going. Like, once the dominoes start falling and other players realize that they're not going to be able to go to certain teams and teams know that they're not going to be able to get certain players, that's when you see a lot of stuff happening. Nelly Figs, Ryan Campbell, shout out to y'all. So we have a wheel. Could you, well, that was on Venmo for a hat, so never mind, we're good. Victoria B, what is your opinion on Kanai Malga worth keeping? So I am actually under the impression, I thought that Kanai Malga was already a player that, hang on a second here. I thought they already brought back Kanai Malga, if I'm being 100% honest with you. I thought they brought him back to a $1 million deal as an exclusive rights free agent, which maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought that that's what the Raiders did, but maybe I'm wrong. I know they brought back a bunch of guys like Sam Webbs, all those type of dudes. Maybe Kanai Malga wasn't in that list. Oh, my God, what am I looking for here? I know I literally just wrote them all down. Maybe they didn't. Hang on. I'll say this. Let me talk about Kanai then real quick. He's somebody that I don't know how always seems to find his way on rosters, but he does. Yes, he's already on the Raiders. So he signed a $1.03 million deal, and that was a few days ago. When I say a few days ago, it was last week. There was like a flurry of moves that the Raiders made, and the video that I talk about it, in that video, it's like so much Raiders news, and I want to say it happened on Friday last week, which is maybe why you missed it, because I don't know if y'all know this, but Geno Smith trade happened. But the Kanai Malga deal that ended up going down, he's a good special teams player, and he's somebody that is a good locker room guy and just does a lot of the little things really, really well. Hang on a second. What do you got for me? Babe, I'm live. What's going on? All right, I love you. Bye. Sorry, Alex is on her bachelorette party. She's getting ready to fly, and I was like, if there's an emergency, please call me. She must have forgot free agency was happening. I don't know. It's all good, right? Hopefully that answers the question, though, Victoria. I would say this is somebody who's really good to keep on a roster from March to August, and then you make a decision on whether or not you want to keep him on your practice squad. But obviously, he's stuck around with multiple different regimes, which tells me that he's just a good locker room guy. Kins, thank you, fam. You guys are awesome. Been watching the coverage. I think a lot of times we do hustle, and it's why, I want people that enjoy this show to really, truly be able to enjoy this show and answer questions, interact with each other. I want something good to happen soon, though. I'm kind of getting that itch that only a Raiders signing can scratch. Ghost of the Navigator. Ghost, you're in. Will there ever come a time where we don't drag our feet in free agency? Hang on, I got to burp. Excuse me. Other teams already making a splash, and we are going again. Crickets. You got to look at it, though, look at the deals that are happening, where there's a lot of overpays that are being had. I don't think the DJ Reed contract was an overpay. I really don't. I mean, Robert Spillane was a little bit of an overpay. I'm not going to lie to all y'all, but if you told me right now the Raiders, they were able to go out and get a Byron Murphy, and as a Raiders fan, I don't know how you have this thought process, because last season, yes, we signed Gardner Minshew on day one, which sucked you know what. But we also went out on day one and got Christian Wilkins. And if it was up to me, one of the things that I talked about that I would love for the Raiders to do is to get one or two big-name guys. And if you're able to go out and get one or two big-name guys, if you told me today the Raiders got a Byron Murphy, today was a win. If you go out and you get a guy like a Jevon Holland, today was a win. So we'll see what ends up happening. But then, again, Morgan Moses going to the Patriots, 3 for 24. I mean, that is a massive overpay. We just got to be a little bit patient, which is tough for Raiders fans. I get it. It's tough for me. We don't want to be patient because we want to win right now. Chance, what's going on, dude? Shout out to Tim Brown, my high school alumni, Woodrow Wilson. Hey, Timmy Brown, one of the greatest Raiders wide receivers of all time. Is Tim Brown the greatest wide receiver in Raiders history? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Where are my OGs at? I'm talking the old school Raiders fans. I know Tim played in the 90s, but I feel like if I would have been, that's 30 years ago. That's my age right now, getting to be able to watch Tim Brown. In my mind, I'd be like, all right, yeah, Tim Brown's that guy. And I see a lot of yeses. A lot of yeses. That's cool, man. That's cool. All right, let's go to Wyatt Calderero. What up, Wyatt? Do we like getting Big Cup now with Godwin gone? Big Cup. Cooper Cup? I guess that's my only. There's two P's, but it's spelled with a K. Here's the thing with Cooper Kupp, right? He's a really good receiver. But what the Raiders need is a field stretcher. You already have a possession receiver in Jacoby Myers. And when I watched a lot of tape this weekend on Geno Smith, he looked for Jackson Smith and Jigba a lot in these, third down type of situations where you got to move the sticks. You already have two stick movers and Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers. You need a field stretcher. So you need somebody that can throw the ball down the field, because Geno was number 1 in the NFL last season in explosive play rate, which might surprise you, but it's because he wasn't able to throw the ball down the field all that often, because he also had a pressure rate against them of 38%, which, if you don't know, was the exact same pressure rate that Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs had to deal with in the Super Bowl. And look how that game went. So the next time you look at Geno Smith's numbers, think about he dealt with as much pressure as what Patrick Mahomes did in the Super Bowl and did what he did going 10-7. Geno Smith is much better of a quarterback than anybody who hasn't watched film on him. And I'm telling y'all, we need a field stretcher. If we don't get a field stretcher for Geno, then it wasn't worth the trade in my book. You need somebody you can rely on. And I like Trey Tucker. He's not nearly reliable enough yet. Not nearly reliable enough. But, if you want to go out and spend some big money on some other spots, T-Mac, man. I legitimately think T-Mac with what Geno does, special talent. Though, if I told you could get Jeremiah Smith in 2 years, Geno Smith's cousin, which I actually did not know, the Ohio State receiver, Jeremiah Smith, coached by Chip Kelly, also cousins with Geno Smith. 2 years from now, you could get the next Julio Jones. He's Julio Jones to me. What up, Donchi? Not going to lie, I seen Tyree in Tyler, Texas. I think like a month ago, putting in work. I see him having a year this year. I mean, I'm telling you this right now. Tyree Wilson is another player that I talk to from time to time. We've talked about, linking up together and doing some stuff for some content to help him because Tyree Wilson wants to be great. And I don't really think people realize how much that injury really did impact him in that first year. And I don't really think people understand that Chandler Jones going psychotic really slowed down his ability to learn, right? And I know when you draft somebody at number 7, you want them to be able to go out there and do their thing right away. But the Tyree Wilson pick was to be a bridge. Like, they were trying to give him a lot of time to heal up and be ready to be 100% healthy. But when you stand next to Wilson, he's a dinosaur. I mean, he is a gigantic human being. And I know for a fact he's been putting in work. And I think by them going out and getting Adam Butler, this is one of the reasons why I was talking about it yesterday on the Raiders report of think about the Raiders' investments, okay? Adam Butler is so critical to make sure the Raiders' investments pay off. Max Crosby was the highest non-paid quarterback in the NFL for about a week, right? Not even. You got Christian Wilkins, who you just gave $27 million to the year before at defensive tackle. Tyree Wilson, the number 7 overall pick in 2023. Adam Butler's job is to make all those 3 guys look a lot better at doing their jobs. And if they do that, Adam Butler's worth every single penny. But Tyree Wilson's putting in work. And I know I said it last year. He's going to put it together. And when he does, look at the F out. Because that guy is an alien. He really, truly is. Sorry. Just saw something pop up. Which I think we're finally getting back to having all of our sources here, which is good. Martin Camacho. Do you know Miggy? I don't know if you know Miggy. What up, Guts? Gabriel or Quinn Ewers on day 3 to learn in this system? If I had to pick, Dylan Gabriel. And I don't like either option. I'm going to be real with you. Like, if you told me right now the Raiders take Gabriel or Quinn Ewers on day 3, I go, it is what it is, but I would take Dylan Gabriel. I don't think Gabriel has higher upside than Quinn at all. I really don't. I think Quinn has the higher upside. I just don't think Quinn's very good. Now, if you're a team that believes in yourself and can believe in your ability to get mechanics down pat, Quinn Ewers then would probably be the pick that you would end up going with. But if I was the Raiders, I would say this. If you want a project quarterback on day 3, go get Jalen Milroe. And I actually think the quarterback most likely to be drafted by the Raiders is Jalen Milroe. And it might be Shador. Day 3. The quarterback most likely to be drafted on day 3 is Jalen Milroe. I should clarify that. Interesting report coming in here from Josina. I am told running back Najee Harris began some goodbyes to the Steelers yesterday. So Najee Harris started saying goodbye to some people from the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday. Interesting. I don't want Najee Harris, though. Let's go to MDB. Super Dave. What up, Super Dave? Got to meet Tim Brown at Notre Dame versus Miami game. Was awesome. Told him that he was the reason I am a hardcore Raiders fan. See, I'm glad that a lot of y'all are having some good interactions with him. Because, again, like I've never met him, and I hope that I get the opportunity to meet him. There's one of my buddies down here in this area that tried to, I don't want to get into the details, but it wasn't a great situation, and I think Tim did him dirty if what he told me is true. Which, again, I don't know why he would lie to me about it, but I'm hoping Tim Brown is a stand-up human being. I really am. And one of the greatest of all time. Mark, you're next up here on the Raiders Report, my brother, which I believe this is going to almost get us to fully caught up, though I don't know how we missed this. I'm just seeing it now. Jonathan Martinez! Bang! Trust in the process. Trust in the process of this organization doing. They do have championships under their belts. It's a win-win for the nation. They got a lot of championships underneath their belt. And this is an organization that believes that they can build a quarterback. And if they are confident that they can build a quarterback, then you should also be confident in Geno Smith, because when you watch Geno Smith tape, he is the type of quarterback that fits great with John Spytek, Pete Carroll, everybody that we have. I'm glad you're trusting the process. Also, Martinez has officially tied up this MVP race now with 2 bangs. Him, Ryan Campbell, and Nelly Figs all tied for the MVP of today's show. Jonathan Martinez, my man's an absolute legend. Can you spin the bang wheel for me? I don't know. I have no idea how any of that works back there. Sounds good. Jonathan Martinez, shout out to you. We got Loco Lopez. He was hanging out with us on Friday night for the Geno Smith trade with some of the Texans news that just happened. Chuggs had to hop off real quick, and he had to just break all that down. So bear with me. You're going to see a bunch of different producers from Chat Sports this entire week, because we got a lot of different teams, a lot of different channels, a lot of people do a lot of different hats that are worn on a lot of our programs. So just bear with us, and I don't even think that that's the right word. Just be understanding that, you know, we finally have the opportunity at Chat Sports to be able to get you guys all this different content, but also to be able to give you guys, you know, a lot of different looks, keep you live. Because if Chuggs would have left, it would have just been me. And that would have been really boring for 30 minutes of just nothing moving on a screen. But Derek said, God, the fan base is fickle. How about this, y'all? I want to know now, number one priority in free agency, you want the Raiders to sign. And we've asked it a few different times, but there's been a few different signings that have ended up going down. So let me know down below, who is one person that you want the Raiders to sign right now? Like, you're telling me right now we're here. Let's give some shout-outs. We'll see. John says, have the Jets released Rodgers? If not, why? Well, they just told him that they're going to release him. Again, like, the new league year hasn't started yet. Technically, every deal that you see today isn't even official. It'll become officially official on March 12th at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. All these deals right now are this. Like, that's how every deal that you see right now is an agreement of, yep, that's what we're going to do. We're going to move forward, and that's how we're going to move as an organization. That's how all these deals are. So, same thing with, like, Andre James is still technically a Raider, right? Even though it was announced on Friday that the team is planning on releasing him, there's still a chance that the Raiders could trade away Andre James. So, let's go to the bang wheel. So, reminder, every time somebody bangs, Super Chat-wise, here on the show, if you bang on Venmo, I'm just going to send you a Raiders Report hat. You don't get the wheel spin, so you get to pick which one you want. Let's rock. Whatever it lands on, Mr. Martinez, you're getting. The last time, I want to say you got 10. Uh-oh. Martinez might get lucky. My man got lucky. You, sir, just won a Raiders Report hat. Jonathan Martinez, which Martinez is your Venmo, hopefully also the same as Jonathan Martinez. If it's not, or if you don't have a Venmo, I would suggest making one. Did he come in here? You just won a Raiders Report hat. Jonathan Martinez. Jay, are you down? I'm hoping you're still here, Martinez. You got Venmo? The only reason, I mean, I have a Jonathan Martinez on Venmo, I'm pretty sure. But I do feel like it's a very common name. Jonathan Martinez. Let's see. Let me see. Martinez says, I don't have one. All right. Do you have, I would say this then. I marked it down, Jonathan. I will do my best. I will do my best. Hang on, I gotta. Facebook, Twitter. You got to hit me up some way. Like I got to get your first name, last name, and I got to get your shipping address. That way I can send it to you. So I have it written down, just so you know. All right, I got to get to a few people that are in a duck race here, which right now I see John. Hope I pronounced this right. Gossett, gotcha. I got Ricky Bowlings, I gotcha. Which now puts us at a $20 Venmo. What on earth? That's funny. All right, I gotta send you a message here, Lopes. Gotta send you something. Here's the thing. We got a new MVP. We got a brand new MVP here on today's show. And I'm counting Venmo bangs as double today, just so all y'all know. So if you're banging on Venmo, you're going to see a lot more. Can you just take that off screen for me? Thanks. Push anything else on. Blank screen's better than what's up. So some of the other deals that happened today around NFL free agency, thank you very much, will also be down below. Like, if anybody has questions about anything that has happened, please, seriously, do not be afraid to ask us anything free agency related. I'll admit, being 3 hours into this live show, I was hoping we'd have at least one signing. I was hoping for at least one, right? Chris said Murphy or Greenlaw would be solid. I got you. Let me see some other names here. Tyler Lockett. Khalil Mack is signed. That is correct. Mack signed earlier today, 1 for 18. Lockett and Holland. How did we lose Spillane? We lost Spillane because the New England Patriots gave him 3 for 37, and that was more that the Raiders offered. So he took the money. And again, I'm not gonna blame a guy for wanting to take the money. Speaking of taking the money, come in, Raider! Bang! Holy Toledo! Common Raider! We got a new MVP. You know what? Whoever spams Common the most, down below right now, whoever spams Common the most right now, I'm putting you in for a chance to win a Raiders Report jersey. Actually, you know what? We're going to give away 3 spots. Let's give away 3 spots for a Raiders Report jersey. Whoever spams Common the most, we're going to give away a spot. I am just going to send these names to Chuggs, so you don't really have to worry about it, because we're doing every $10 Super Chat and above, they get a chance to win a Raiders jersey. So I just want to say, all right, here's some people that are going to get in. I see somebody by the name Steve-O typing, which I don't know if I should give it to Steve-O. All right, let me see. I'm going to see. I got one person that I saw right away was Abby Barros. Gotcha. I'm going to go with my man Jaime Alvarado because he's literally always a part of the Noti gang. And then let's go with a lot of different names. All right, I'm just going to, whatever I land on. Tim Weinbrenner, who I believe is also in our duck race. So I'm just going to send this note to Chuggs. Just extra names for the jersey. Cool. Common Raider, our new MVP so far on today's show. Wild stuff right there, man. Is Twitter back to being down? I can't believe how bad Twitter is today. I actually can't tweet. So I apologize to anybody out there that wanted me to tweet out updates. My Twitter, I can't tweet from my phone. I can't tweet from anything. So if you're looking for tweet updates from me, I am sorry that I am unable to provide those for you. I am apologizing. Ooh, I just got an update here. Not an update, but I just got something. Hang on. From our chat sports guys. Review, accept, got it. Common Raider, flippin' believable, dude. Phillip, I see Rick, I see Russ Cook, 93 now, man. All showing love to so far today's MVP, the man, the myth, the legend, Common Raider. Let's go to Jonathan. What up, dude? Will Fries and Byron Murphy. I would rather Byron Murphy, and it's not close. Again, like, I don't get the love around Will Fries. For Jonathan, if that's like a guy you're throwing, because to put both of them in the same realm, like Byron Murphy to me is an elite player. Will Fries, I guess the answer to that is why. He played less than 250 snaps last season. And I get it, he had a good PFF grade, but I think far too often people just look at, oh, he had a good PFF grade. He hasn't played a lot. I mean, and you're not the first person to bring it up to me. So, again, he's got a great PFF grade last season. It was an 86.9, 26 years old, 6'6", 305. But he only played in 268 snaps. The year before that, he played in, 1,000 snaps. The year before that, though, 61.2 overall PFF grade. The year before that, 642 snaps and a 58.4 overall grade. So, like, maybe in that 200 snaps, you saw a little bit of an increase. He's also a right guard, though. And to me, the Raiders already got a right guard in Alex Kappa. Like, if I'm picking the right guard I want Mekhi Becton. So I guess I just got to understand the Will Fries love. Are we all caught up? Maybe not. I think we got some more supers to get through here again. Sorry, y'all, the Raiders haven't done anything today. I'm still hoping that a deal ends up getting done. Friendly reminder, if you're looking to get into any of the craziness that we are doing a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 for a chance to win some money, which right now, as it stands, I believe it's somewhere at about $300. 20 to win right now, $300. Nabman, you in. And then if you send in a $10 super chat or higher, and if you send in 10 of them, you're going to get 10 raffle tickets for a chance to win a Raiders jersey of your choice. Whoever the MVP is, I'm sending you a Geno Smith jersey. Raiders Geno Smith. If you're like, Mitch, I don't want a Raiders Geno Smith jersey, I won't send you a Raiders Geno Smith jersey then. I'll send you one of your choice. Nelly, did I make it in time for the Raiders Report hat on Venmo? Yes, Nelly, you gotcha. I gotcha. At this point, if you bang on Venmo, I'm going to send you a Raiders Report hat. If you bang on Venmo, I'm going to send you a Raiders Report hat. I think I have enough to give out a few, but I'm not going to have many for the entirety of the day. Let's go to Adane Ventura, Bo, Long, Crosby, Sebastian, and Seth Roberts are your 5 favorite Raiders of all time. You know, Seabass is low-key one that I missed because if there's one guy that I would love to chug a beer with from a Raiders standpoint, it's got to be Sebastian Janikowski. That guy was chugging beers during games. Seth Roberts is low-key a player that I do respect a lot because you knew with Seth Roberts, you're getting like 555 receiving yards every single season. Crosby, Long, and Bo. I would say the only name you're on there that you got to be missing is Charles Woodson. But that's a solid list. Putting Seth Roberts over Charles Woodson, though, is a take. But, you know, hey, man, maybe you went to a game. Maybe you were at the game where Seth Roberts had the walk-off. And for that moment on, you were just Seth Roberts fan. Daryl Brooks, you in, Mr. Brooks, for a chance to win a Raiders jersey. Let's go to P.J. Simmons. If the Raiders sign anyone today, what player would you want for them to sign? Mekhi Becton would be a name that I would throw out there. Byron Murphy would be a name that I would throw out there. Jevon Holland would be a name. Tyler Lockett, Keenan Allen. I think that those are all pretty solid. Again, if I get to pick anybody, those would be the first names that come to my mind right now Thanks, PJ. If the Raiders sign, gotcha. Let's go to Christopher. I am agreeing. Hang on. I think it's agreeing. Murphy to the Raiders. Come on. Get some good vibes. If Byron Murphy ends up signing to the Raiders, there's one. Tre'von Moehrig. Wow. Tre'von Moehrig going to the Carolina Panthers. 3 years, $51 million. Holy Toledo, man. That's a lot of money. I think Tre'von Moehrig is a really good player. But they are giving him essentially that's $17 million per year. That would have been a little bit too much for my blood. Chuggs, can you ask them to do a short on Moehrig? I'm gonna, so that's why. So once you get the graphic for Tre'von Moehrig up there, just slap it up there and we'll be good. Tre'von Moehrig, though, is heading to Carolina 3 for 51. Get ready for all the safeties to start. The domino effect's going to start going. I mean, and again, though, I like Tre'von Moehrig. I ain't giving him $17 million per year, y'all. I'm not. Now, again, we'll see how some of those contracts are structured. But, what was that? Milton Williams, Patriots? I thought that's what I just saw. Milton Williams to the Patriots. I think that's what I just saw. Again, I'm not getting... I don't know. Maybe it was a typo because it was reported earlier that Milton Williams was close to a deal with the Panthers. But maybe it's the Patriots. I don't exactly know. To me, though, I would say now if you're the Raiders, oh, really? Yeah, unfortunately, Twitter has just been the worst day of all time. Elon's really struggling today, man. I see Rob Fravor. You're in. I see Mo Shab in. Jason Goots in. My man John Butson in. John, again, dude, for the care package, I appreciate it. I'm good for a year, though. Much love to you. 20 to win, $350 on today's show. And the big news that just ended up going down, Tre'von Moehrig. He is signing a 3-year, $51 million deal. Ian Rappaport says the Patriots are taking the biggest defender off the market in Milton Williams. 26 per year. Holy Toledo, dude. That is a lot. I mean, Milton Williams is a really good defensive tackle. Milton Williams at Christian Wilkins' money is unbelievable. Wilkins is head and shoulders a better player than that. Oh, look at this. Former Raider Trent Sieg. The Dallas Cowboys, 3 for 4.45, the long snapper. There you go. So with the move of Tre'von Moehrig going to the Carolina Panthers, it is a 3-year, $51 million deal, $17 million per year. Obviously, I wanted the Raiders to be able to figure out a way to bring back Moehrig, a very versatile safety from top to bottom. Jim Thorpe winner coming out of TCU, and I thought that he should have been a first-round pick, ended up falling to round 2. But for Moehrig, he's going to go take the opportunity where he has the chance to make the most money, and it sounds like Carolina values him a lot. Now, if you're the Raiders, though, you can turn your attention to a few different players. It's been a little bit of a slow day. This now means the Raiders have missed out on Moehrig. The Raiders have missed out on Spillane, and it's only going to be a matter of time before we potentially see them do something else. Also, when you think about the safeties that the Raiders have on their roster, Isaiah Paul-Amal, Trey Taylor, Chris Smith, Thomas Harper, and Marcus Epps is going to be a free agent. This Raiders team needs to address the safety position. One player that I would look at, Camryn Bynum, and then another player I would look at is Jevon Holland. But wow, Tre'von Moehrig to Carolina, 3 for 51. My question, now that Tre'von Moehrig is gone, or how about this? Would you have paid Moehrig 3 for 51? Y for yes and for no. Would you have paid Tre'von Moehrig that amount of money? I can't even believe Milton Williams to New England. That's an overpay. You're seeing the Patriots overpay. Now, here's the one part about New England. They had more money than anyone. They had all the salary cap space. But they have spent a lot of money today. Lot of money. Holy cow. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I can do another one if you want me to. Do you want to, like, because I was going to do it once we got that up on screen, but we haven't gotten it up on. Okay. How about when we get that up on screen, then we'll do it. Cool. Cool. Also, I don't know how we missed this. Patrick B. Bang! If you don't know what the B stands for, then you're new here to the Raiders Report. We got 4,400 people watching, and I want all 4,400 of y'all to spam Patrick B down below. Unflippin' believable, man. Chuggs, when you get a second, can I spin the wheel? Can I get a wheel spin? Let's go, man. Let's get the hype in here. You know your moves are coming. It's nice to see the front office is making good decisions. I think what's good to see is that the Raiders aren't overspending. Like, I wanted Tre'von Moehrig. At $17 million per year, dog, I ain't interested in that. I'm going to be honest with you. Not interested in Tre'von Moehrig at 17. Like, think about last season, right? Last season, Justin Simmons, $8 million. God bless you. I get he's getting up there in age, but the only way I'm paying a safety that much money is if they can also cover. And Moehrig's a good coverage safety, but Jevon Holland is much better of a coverage safety. Cam Bynum, much better as a coverage guy. All right, hang on a second. Patrick B., you get 2 extra tickets for a chance to win a Raiders jersey. Holy cow. I'll tell you this, and I'm glad that we're about to do this because this contract is even a lot bigger than I even initially anticipated. You ready? Got some breaking news. The Carolina Panthers are signing safety Tre'von Moehrig to a 3-year, $51 million deal that is worth up to $60 million in incentives. So essentially, they are giving him $17 million a year. My question to Raider Nation out there is, give me a white for yes and then for no. Would you have paid Tre'von Moehrig 3 for $51 million? I'll be real with you. And I know that the Raiders safety room right now is thin. Isaiah Palomar, Harper, Trey Smith, Chris Smith. It is not looking good. We need to be able to add some safety depth, no doubt about it. Trey Taylor, I don't know if I mentioned him. I think Moehrig is a standout player, and a lot of y'all know that. That's too much money for a safety that's not an elite coverage safety. I would rather the Raiders go in a little bit of a different direction, maybe a Jevon Holland, maybe a Cam Bynum. Obviously, I wish the best to Moehrig, no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, you've already kind of seen how the Raiders are operating today. They are not overspending. They want to make sure that the players that they bring in are at the right price, and there's been a lot of overspending, including this one for Tre'von Moehrig. If you're not watching this live on the Raiders Report, just know we are live, and we're going to be live all week here on the show, so pull up and subscribe. All right, so Tre'von Moehrig lost significant interest from the Raiders, apparently, as it got closer and closer. I just did. Short. No. Just a short. Also, I mean, holy. Poona Ford goes to the Rams 3 for $30 million. Poona Ford was projected to get $5 million. I'll tell you this right now, and maybe we really underestimated teams looking at the salary cap going up by a few mil. Also, teams, seeing that there's a new TV deal that the NFL is going to get in 2028, 2029, and everybody anticipates, a lot of money to go through the roof there. I'll tell you this. I wonder if teams are just overspending because of that. What's going to happen, though, is there's going to be good players that fall through the cracks from time to time. Chuggs, is there any way that I could go grab a quick bite to eat and take a pee and you hold it down here for 5 minutes? If that's not possible, I can hang on for a little bit longer. Nothing's really happened yet. I won't be gone for long when I do leave. Again, you guys are good to hang out with Chuggs. Hopefully that's all good.
Yep.
Nick, Alex Kappa signing as horrible Triple Crown champion. They did also pass the ball a shit ton in Cincinnati. But you're right. Alex Kappa was coming off the worst year of his career, and he was the worst starting offensive lineman last season.
No Kappa.
No Kappa there.
All right.
We got 4,500 people here in the building, y'all. And I sent you those names. Those were names to get in for the jersey. I don't know if you got that.
Yep.
All right. Give me like 5 minutes, y'all.
All right. I'm going to go through some of the super chats. I know we got some catching up to do. I'm going to keep that ticker going on the bottom. I'm going to leave it for Tre'von Moehrig right here on the top, just for the new people that are coming in, rolling in as we get going. So I'm going to leave that up there. We're going to roll through some supers until Mitchell Renz gets back. And, 5-minute shot clock is going to hurt. It's going to hurt. You're right, Zon. You're dead right. John Alcala, have the Jets released Rodgers? If not, why? Yes, but it's official on the new league year. So I think they were waiting to see if possibly a team would trade for Rodgers, similar to like what we've seen with Christian Kirk, Rodney Hudson a couple of years back. I think, he's able to talk to other teams and stuff along that avenue. But if it's not done official, I believe it's because they're looking for a possible trade partner. I believe it was official, though. I think it was official that they cut Rodgers. Maybe it hasn't officially gone through, but the Jets have let Rodgers know that they're going in another direction in that instance. Pandas, did I miss anything happen yet? Yeah, the ticker's going on the bottom. A lot of signings have happened. The Patriots spending a lot of money today. Guys getting big contracts as well. Chris Godwin goes back to the Buccaneers. Stay tuned, Pandas. On the bottom of the screen, you'll see the ticker of every single move that's been made in NFL free agency so far. So just stay tuned. That'll keep on rolling through. We'll roll through a bunch of the moves that have happened today once Mitch gets back as well. Slurricane Senpai, love the show. Always watching and listening while at work. Hope the Raiders make some moves today. If not, it's all good. Hashtag tuna, hashtag real one for life, and a very loud Raiders. Hopefully the Raiders start making some moves here in the next couple of hours. Kevin Jackson, can you talk about potential offensive lineman at 6? The only lineman I'm taking at 6, probably Will Howard from LSU, Mimbu from Mizzou. Besides that, it gets a little tricky of guys I would take in the top 10 because I know the guy from Ohio State is injured. Let's see. Kelvin Banks, I think that's a little bit too rich for him. Josh Simmons, the guy from Ohio State I was just talking about. I think it's really only Will Campbell or Armin Mimbu. I think anybody else, you're kind of reaching a little bit if you're going anybody else at 6 at the offensive line. Simmons is a little bit of a worry because didn't really play last year, got injured. A little worrisome there, but I think it's Will Campbell or Armin Mimbu. Kelvin Banks, maybe a little bit of a reach there. I think he's really good, but I think draft scouts are a little lower on him. But those are the two guys I would say to look out at tackle, either Will Howard or Armin Mimbu at 6 for the Raiders. Sign Moehrig. This obviously came before. The Panthers signed Moehrig to a 3-year, $51 million deal. You think Pereira got robbed? Maybe I'm missing something. From UFC last night. I was like, what NFL player are you talking about? Woo! Nice. Did you eat?
I'm back. Sam Darnold, 3 years, $100 million. The Seattle Seahawks. Man, oh man. I just saw the news, so I said I'm hopping back in here. Wild stuff there. I want to talk about it. So now knowing that Sam Darnold would have been 3 for 100, or are you okay with the Geno Smith trade? Because I think what Geno is going to end up getting, okay, so actually it's a little bit more than that. It is, Sam Darnold is 3 years, $110.5 million, $55 million guaranteed.
3 years, 110. So, boop, boop, bop, 110, 3, that's 3, 20 times 3.
33?
About
33 and a half?
Yeah.
It's about 33 and a half million.
No, I think is it 30? Yeah. Is it 33 or 35? I can't think right now. I'm just going to do it.
It's actually a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's more. Let me do it in my calculator.
36?
36
and a half?
36. I knew it was more than 33.
Yeah, my math sucks.
Because 3 times 33 would be 99.
Yep. I mean, I'll say this. I actually did a show on Sam Darnold, and the number, I almost wonder if I could go back and find it. I said 3 for 110 would be the contract the Raiders would give him. And that was just based on, like, what I thought he was worth.
Maybe they watched the video.
Doubtful.
Do you think Pereira got robbed? I'm not going to lie. Saturday night, I went to a bar mitzvah.
Didn't watch it.
It was an open bar. Got a little swifty.
I'll be honest, did not watch it. I was going to watch the fight, and I know I said I was going to watch the fight, but after the Geno Smith trade Friday night, and I felt bad because Chuck was literally like at home all day by himself. Now, I had a few buddies that were like able to take him out, but I was like, I'm going to spend all day with Chuck. I'm going to do a lot of Raiders stuff. So I actually told my buddies not to come over, and I just hung out with Chuck all freaking weekend, watched a lot of Geno Smith tape, and had a night to myself. But I don't know. I heard a lot of bad stuff about the fight. Like, it was a really bad fight. Like, they just pushed him up against the fence, and they rewarded him for that. That's what I heard. Yeah. Sam Darnold, 3 for 110.
I hate those fights where it's like they're just up against the fence the whole time. Like, nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see you grapple for 4 minutes. Get up and fight. Noah, if Hunter is still available at 3, would you trade up, Mitch?
Who?
If Travis Hunter is available at 3.
I'm not interested in Travis Hunter.
Josh, what about signing Najee and drafting T-Mac? How do you feel about that?
I would hate it. I don't want anything to do with Najee Harris. I think T-Mac is a good option at wide receiver at pick number 6, but I do not want any part of Najee Harris, and I don't know how anybody does. Like, this running back class is really deep. Former Vikings tight end Johnny Munt going to Jacksonville, 2-year, $5.5 million deal. Yep, that Sam Darnold deal, though, man. 3 for 110. I think I got that spot on a video, quite frankly. 3 for 110 for Sam Darnold. I will say this. Geno Smith is so much better of a quarterback than Sam Darnold. And the tape is so clear. And I know Darnold had 35 touchdowns last season. Now, Darnold throws another 35. He's going to be feeling good. But I'm actually surprised that the Seahawks, I think the Seahawks are about to do this to themselves twice. Like, there's a part of me that feels that Darnold's kind of Matt Flynn and going to get paid. Like, who are they going to put around him? It is Jackson Smith and Jigba, and that is it.
They draft Jackson Dart, and he ends up starting this year.
That would be funny.
In the third round.
That would actually be low-key funny.
Kins Char comment, does this count for 2? I've been watching him in the show since 2,000 subs. Wow.
Wait, you've been here since 2,000 subs? Dude, that's crazy. That is the definition of an OG. Also, I sent you a Slackadoo. Can you check on that for me?
Oh.
Because I'll tell you what, today is getting a little bit wild. For one man in particular that, I got to burp. He's putting himself in a good running here. He's
As soon
putting
as I put it on the top L3, he gave like a little hard pause and he like gave like a good 60-second soundbite. It's as soon as I change it to the top L3.
Thanks, Moose. Thanks. Common, does this count for 2? Hip, hip, hooray, man. Common Raider banged earlier on today's show. He's the MVP as it stands right now. But you know what? This guy.
I haven't even changed it back.
What?
It says Joey.
Oh. You were like, wow, Chuggs looks a lot different. Jonathan Martinez! Bang! Come on, Martinez! Which I believe
Martinez.
got to be the one. Got the hat. All right, bro. I got your Addy. Do you need another hat? I'll just send you 2. If you need another one, Jonathan, I got you.
Save it for a rainy day.
Maybe you know somebody else that watches the show.
Save it for a rainy day, Jonathan. Pat Ron.
Do the roar.
With the 10, you are in for the jersey raffle at the end of today's show.
You in,
O'Neal,
you in.
Saward, married to the Panthers on a 3-year deal. Yep, 3 years, $51 million. What did you say, 60? It could be up to 60 with incentives.
Yes.
Twinkie, married to the Panthers. Yep, we got it. Jurassic, did someone say $10 jersey? Let's go Raiders. Yep, you are in Jurassic Raider. That was my Jurassic dinosaur yell. Did someone say $10 jersey? Yes, you are in for the $10 jersey raffle. And speaking of jerseys, if you want to get one today, go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. New, old, everything in between. If you're looking for the draft picks this year, their jerseys once they come out, go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. Go get them today. All of the different sizes, shapes available, all the old school ones. And I know a lot of people are worried about, man, all these guys who I have jerseys for, they're leaving. I have a Devontae Adams. I have a Derek Carr. Don't worry. They have Bo Jackson. You can get, Gene Upshaw, Marcus Allen. A lot of those guys are also on there. Just go check them out, chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. When you use that link, it lets Fanatics know that we sent you over there, so it helps us out a ton. Go check them out today. One more time, chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. Chris, what do you think about Cam Scattaboo? I think we've answered this a couple times. I think he's good. Third, I would try to get him in the 3rd or 4th round. If he goes in the 2nd, I think it's a little bit too rich for me. That's personally what I think.
Yeah, I'm not interested in him on day 1 or 2, obviously. Day 3 is where you can kind of get into that realm of possibility.
I think he goes end of round 3, one of the first picks in round 4. That's where I would project him at. I wouldn't take him any sooner than that.
I'm not interested in Cam Scattaboo at that price then. Because I know that he's been very good, and he has been very good. And I will root for Cam Scattaboo. Like, if you don't root for a running back like Cam Scattaboo, I think you're actually kind of a shitty person. And I don't even mean that in the white scenario. I just mean when somebody is just always just not expected to do well, and they go out and they show you and they prove it, especially in the biggest limelight of the game. I love that. But he's so physical that if he tries to run through linebackers and tries to run through defensive linemen over and over and over again, that's going to be difficult for him. Breaking news, free agent cornerback Darius Slay going to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Staying in Pittsburgh.
Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania.
Stays in Pennsylvania.
That's what I said.
Darius Slay.
Holland and Murphy to the Raiders now. Confirmed.
I'm in, dude. If you tell me right now we get Holland and we get Byron Murphy, I might break a table because of how happy I am. And I like Tre'von Moehrig. And that's been the one thing that I think we have to look at today in base of free agency, where most of us wanted the Raiders to bring back Moehrig. Most of us wanted the Raiders to bring back Robert Spillane. But at that price tag, I'm not interested in that at that price tag, dude. Paulson Adebo was, did you see the deal Paulson Adebo got?
No, I saw that he was signing with the Giants, but I didn't see for how much.
I'll tell you this right now, and I'm only asking this because of how crazy of a number it is. Paulson Adebo, he got a 3-year deal.
$200 million.
What do you think?
3 years, and you're saying it's crazy? Probably 70.
3 years, 54. I guess I thought he was going to be more around like the 10, 11, 12 number.
I think he's still young, so
he is young. I'm surprised by that. That's a lot higher than I thought.
Kins.
It's got to be Bowers if it's me, fam. Mitch, I might get a suit this year.
Sweet.
Sweet for a game. Would you come if I got you 2 seats in the suite? In all honesty, the only way I'm showing up is if I can do my watch party in your suite, which will not be allowed.
Yeah.
So, you're not the first person that has invited me a game. Hell, I bet you last year I probably turned down probably $20,000 to $30,000 worth of tickets where people said, "Hey, XYZ person can't go. Would you want to, come with me?" I mean, one of my buddies, he's got tickets that are like $3,000 a pop, and as you can imagine, they are 50-yard line, front row, right behind the Raiders. It doesn't get much better seats than he's got. I just can't go, dude. I do watch parties. What?
Eric Murray, the Texans' backup safety, signing with the Jags, 3 years, $22.5 million.
Backup safety? Sounds like safeties are getting paid. Sounds like these safeties are out here getting paid, man. Wow. You said Eric Murray? 3 years, $22.5 million, $12 million guaranteed. That's a lot for Eric Murray. I'm getting nervous how much some of these guys are about to get.
I thought so too.
I mean, if these contracts are going the way that they're going, I could see Jevon Holland getting 4 for 90. And I could see Holland getting like 4 for 90, 4 for 95.
That is wild.
Still nothing by the Las Vegas Raiders yet today, though. Which, there's just never a dull moment with this team until right now where there's a dull moment with this team. Come on, man. We got to get something going here. I am getting impatient. I'm definitely getting a little bit impatient right now. Oh, dude. Hey, man, seriously, we got 4,600 people watching the Raiders Report right now. Huge shout-out to all of y'all. I still want to keep these questions aflowing.
That is crazy to me.
With the Raiders having no tax, does that matter when it comes to signing a player? Yes. It does. And it's a lot of, like, for some of these guys, millions. Legit, like millions. Where, like Geno Smith, for example. If you're in Las Vegas compared to if you go to California, that's a lot of money difference. A lot of money differential. The Buccaneers just signed Samaje Perine. 3 years, $22 million, 12.5 guaranteed. Pass-catching running back. Which makes me wonder, do the Raiders or do a team try to trade for one of their running backs? Like a Rachaad White. And I say that only because Rachaad White, a few weeks ago, was liking stuff about the Raiders coming to get him. Like, and again, guys do this stuff on social media. But for Tampa Bay, you already have Rachaad White and you have Bucky Irving. So to you to add another pass-catching running back at that price tag, like that's kind of weird to me. Like there's got to be something else that happens. The Steelers are releasing defensive tackle Larry
Ogunjobi.
There you go. I'm glad you got that last name because that was a lot of vowels.
Johnny.
So good to not expect glitter topped poo this year. What? How often do you see glitter on poo? I think I get what you're saying. I think you're just saying, like, if you put glitter on poop, it's still just poop, right? Like where if you have a really bad, shitty roster, but you put a little glitter on it with Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly, it's still a bad roster. Like, at least in my mind, that's what you're going with here. Though, I have seen some crazy shit from Chuck. Like, during Christmas time, the amount of tinsel that guy ate that nobody knew about until you found out about it was pretty incredible. I mean, he was a Christmas tree on a few times.
Jay Rader.
What up, Jay? Where's Pete right now? Why do we always miss on Hightown and free agency? I mean, we literally signed Christian Wilkins on day one of free agency last year. So, have you seen some of these contracts, though? And that's where I want people to just... My question to Jay Rader out here and to everyone. You need a car, right? Like an actual vehicle. You need a car.
Nick Mullins, 2-year deal with the Jags.
Nick Mullins. I am told... The 49ers and Chargers have been in conversations with Jameis Winston. The Giants could also potentially be in contact with Winston, according to Josina Anderson. That would be interesting.
Was a reporter for Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
Maybe they're looking at him to be their sideline guy.
My question, though, to Jay Rader and everybody out there. Wow, big deal. Justin Fields, 2-year, $40 million.
To the?
I'm not kidding you. Schefter never put it out. This is Adam Schefter's tweet. Justin Fields reached an agreement on a 2-year, $40 million deal that includes $30 million guaranteed. That's all it says. Oh, wait, is that the Jets? I think he's in a Jets jersey. I think it's to the Jets.
Told you.
I told you Justin Fields was going to get paid
$20
$20 million per year.
Wait, can everybody go?
Oh, wait, it's the Jets. It's the Jets. The Jets are signing Justin Fields to a 2-year, $40 million, $30 million guaranteed.
Wait.
I'm telling you this right now. Now seeing where the Raiders are at with Geno Smith, Justin Fields at $20 million.
Wait. I'm just going to say I called it. I'm putting my tweet in there that I put out early this morning. My tinfoil hat theory. Just saying. I called it.
I mean, here's the thing. Geno Smith, Sam Darnold at 36, or Justin Fields at 20. It's not close. It's Geno Smith.
Can y'all go give that bad boy a retweet if you could? I'd like a I told you so little moment on Twitter. Because I said, Justin Fields in Dubai, Dubai chocolate. What's inside Dubai chocolate? Pistachio cream. What color is pistachio cream, Mitchell?
Green.
It's green, just like the New York Jets.
I was like, where on earth are we going?
I'm putting it in the chat right now. Give that bad boy a couple retweets, a couple likes.
But this is where I'm saying again, Jay Rader, people are overspending right now. If there was a car, a Honda, that you could usually get for, let's say, $25,000, I don't really know. I haven't gone car shopping in a while. But Honda's like, I want 40. Are you like, I'm going to pay that 40 for a car that's worth 25? No chance. Like, when you look, like Spotrac had Justin Fields at $11 million. PFF had Fields at $6.4 million. For him to get that amount, and I'll say this, we did talk about Justin Fields getting more money than what was expected. I can remember we did a show. We were like, hey, man, we've been hearing that Fields could get something like $20 million per year. He just got it. And if you would have added Fields at that price tag, I think a lot of Raiders fans would have been upset.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anthony, will we get comp picks for Moehrig and Spillane? I believe next year. You won't get it this year.
Who?
For Moehrig and Spillane.
Correct.
You won't get it this year. It'll be next year.
Is it? Is that how it works?
I'm pretty positive. Because it's based on, like, them playing the year before.
Yeah, you might be right on that. I actually don't know 100%. It's probably something that I should know. Simba says 20 for a starter is whatever. I mean, 20 for a starter, I agree, but Justin Fields, $20 million? $30 million guaranteed. I mean, that's the Jets starter for the next few years. Oh, man. The Colts are expected to sign Cam Bynum once free agency opens, and there it is. Former Viking safety Cam Bynum to the Colts, 4-year, $60 million contract. Cam Bynum, 4 for $60. That's another option off the board that the Raiders could have potentially looked at.
And if you're following the Jordan Schultz-Ian Rappaport beef, Schultz got the Milton Williams news wrong today.
Really?
He reported that the deal was done with the Panthers. It was not.
Yikes.
Sam's taking a victory lap in Slack right now.
Oh.
Bring in Jevon Holland now. Overpay if needed.
See, again, I don't want to overpay just for the sake of overpaying, but at the exact same time,
It's not.
Jevon Holland would be a great fit.
Unless Mitch has the light turned on while I was gone.
What?
The light in here.
Mm-mm.
Huh?
We've been good. The cap does.
It's like one of
always
those
go up.
things, it's broken until you walk in the room and you look at it. Pat Ron, with no, I think you kind of answered this earlier, though. With no taxes, why couldn't we sign our players? So how much, why wouldn't players come to Las Vegas? I mean, that's part of it, too. I mean, there's, multiple different factors that guys take into account. The city that they're going to, the coaching staff, they're fitting the scheme.
Yep.
Family.
Family. Here's the thing.
Devontae was only going to play on the West Coast.
If you had a family, right? I don't know if you'd want to. There's a lot of players that don't want to raise a family in Las Vegas, which I can kind of understand, that thought process. If you have the ability to live, technically almost anywhere you want it in the world, but definitely something. It has been quiet so far for the Raiders, but there has been a lot of overpays. I just saw a tweet that was like, man, the Patriots are killing it. I know the Patriots are making a lot of moves, but at the same time,
that doesn't always mean that they're going to be the best.
If you're overpaying, if you're the Raiders, there's still so much time left where I actually don't think that the Patriots have been killing it. I think the Patriots have done what a desperate team's doing, and a team that has a lot of salary cap, and they're spending a lot of money right now. We got to be a little bit smarter, and that's just the truth.
Matt Glennon.
What have we done for years? Overpaid. We were impatient. We have the cap space. Need to be smart. Let our front office cook. Thank you, Matt. And that's the way that you got to look at this, where the Raiders have been in the organization for a long, long time that just said they've been desperate. And one of the things that Jed Hughes was brought in for was, I'm trying to think of the exact quote, but it was along the lines of, Rome's not built in a day. And if you're an organization that just tries to show that you're desperate and just tries to overpay everybody to just slap a Band-Aid over a scar, I don't really think that that's the best way to treat your team. And for the Raiders, they know they have time. So they know that they want to bring in the right guys at the right value, at the right money for the right amount of years. All of that stuff is very, very critical to them. And yes, we've seen a lot of names, but when they start signing players, then we'll start making decisions. I'm not going to say the Raiders are failing free agency after 4 hours. Or not. I've been live for 4 hours. Free agency for, less than 3 hours. If they come back tomorrow and they get 2 or 3 starters on defense at half the price, look at the Adam Butler deal is the perfect example of Adam Butler, 3 for $16.5 million. Or, I'm trying to think, like DJ Jones for the Broncos. He was 3 for $39. Milton Williams just got $26 million. And I get it, those players might be a little bit of an upgrade over Butler. Butler actually thinks better than Jones. But if we're not going to overspend, I'm okay with that. That's how good teams are built.
Chance-tastic.
Time focus now on linebacker, offensive line, strong safety, maybe corner.
You know who I could see the Raiders really targeting?
Dio, I can never pronounce this guy's last name. Defensive tackle, Deo Odigbo, going to the Bears. What?
Oh, ayo, no, ayo.
Deo Odigbo.
Deo.
He's going to the Chicago Bears.
A name, and the thing that I've learned the most from Mitchell Renz, working with him, one, how to have fun. Number two, in the NFL and in sports and even in business, one thing you always got to look at, connections.
Yeah.
At linebacker, look for one of the top linebackers in this draft from UCLA, Schlesinger. He played, I believe he played under Chip Kelly for a season. You got to look at those connections and be like, all right, who's coming out that might be connected to this staff?
Yep.
Maybe a second-round pick for the Raiders is Schlesinger out of UCLA because they lost Spillane. Maybe just an idea of somebody to fit into this system for the Las Vegas Raiders. Because Jihad Campbell, I think it's in that weird period. Unless the Raiders trade back, I feel like it's in that weird period where I think he's going to go in round 1, but you don't want to take him at 6. Like, it's in a weird he's a round 1 guy, but you're like, do I take him at 6 as, like, that much of a reach, or do I get one of the top tackles in, like, a Mimbu?
I don't know if, like, you're asking me about Jair Alexander. I don't know what the asking price is on that, but he's had a lot of injuries. He's a good player, but there's also a lot of guys that don't like Jair Alexander. Like, he is known for being a player that's not very popular in locker room circles.
Mitch hyped Spytek so much for Alex Kappa.
But, see, for you, though, and here's my thing, Gutierrez. You just thought only about Kappa. And I think sometimes Raiders fans just only focus on the negative instead of focusing on the positive. We upgraded. We have a top 14 quarterback in Geno Smith, who, I'm not kidding you, is one of the most perfect fits that you could have asked for. When you watch the tape on Geno, he's a great fit with John Spytek, Tom Brady, Chip Kelly, and it's so freaking clear. We still got to be able to build that offensive line, but we also re-signed Adam Butler to 3 years, $16.5 million. Like, Adam Butler at that price tag, I would have rather the Raiders brought Adam Butler at that price tag compared to Robert Spillane at 3 for $30 million. Butler's more important of a player.
We now have a ton more people in here, over 5,000 than we did earlier in today's show. So I'm going to ask this again.
Yep.
How confident are you in Geno Smith? I want to see every single person in the chat give me this answer. 1, you have no confidence. 10, you think he's a top 5 quarterback in this league? I don't think he's that. I'm going somewhere around a 7.5.
So I said as it stands right now, it's a 6 for me, but that's not because of Geno. Like, when Geno was given a good pocket last year, and when you look at the metrics for Smith and what I would say decent pocket standards, he was a top 13 quarterback in all these different metrics, from EPA to quarterback accuracy, first in the NFL in explosion, pass rate down the field. I mean, he does a lot of that stuff really well. But if we upgrade our offensive line, it'll go to a 7. If we get an X, I think you could even get me as far up to an 8. I don't think that it's out of the realm of possibilities by the end of the year. We talk about Geno Smith as being a top 10 quarterback, which on Friday, never thought I would say those words. But the number one way that I'm going to see if people watch Geno Smith tape or not is going to be the way that they comment about his stats. And it's going to be very, very clear to me. Reminder, y'all, today's day 1 free agency super chat deals are as follow. $10 super chat, you can get in for a jersey raffle. We're going to give away a Raiders jersey here on today's show. $20 Venmo is going to get you in the duck race, which, as it stands right now, it is at $350. So $20 Venmo for a chance for you to win $350. Every hundo that is a super chat, we're going to spin the wheel. And then if you bang on Venmo, we've been just saying, I'll give you a Raiders Report hat. So if you want a Raiders Report hat, you bang on Venmo. I feel like I got to sneeze. I've had a lot of issues with the nose. I feel I've been stuffed up a little bit today. Is it allergies? I don't know. Zachary. If not Najee Harris, which free agent, veteran running back would you love to see the Raiders sign? Love is a strong word.
Yeah, there's
right?
not a ton either. But besides, behind him, it's J.K. Dobbins, Nick Chubb, Javonte Williams.
Yeah, for me personally, and I broke this down on a video over the weekend, which I said I would want Javonte Williams. He was the 4th best pass blocking running back last season. J.K. Dobbins was I believe the 6th best pass blocking running back last season. And then I want to say Rico Dowdle was also in the top 10 of pass blocking running backs, which is something that I think is important for Geno Smith that they're going to need. But if you're also looking for like a scat back, I think an Amir Abdullah, Kenneth Gainwell could both be two solid fits there. I don't want to spend a lot at running back. I want a running back that
Rico Dowdle, I think, is still a free agent as well from the Cowboys, another lower-level guy. Besides Najee, I would say the only other guy available that's a starter.
I don't want to spend more than 2.5.
The only other starter available, I would say, is J.K. Dobbins, Nick Chubb, Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle are the only other guys who. And if they're your starters, you don't want them to be.
You don't want them to be
solo. You don't want them solo starting. You want them RBBC.
In my mindset, I'm hopeful that Sincere McCormick can play, right? Where he just can give you at least some snaps if you need snaps. So with that being said, I don't trust Sincere, a young player, to be able to be a pass protector. And because I want the Raiders to draft a running back, in my mind, in that scenario, McCormick's got to be RB3. Maybe RB4. You signed Javonte Williams, maybe you bring back Amir Abdullah or Kenneth Gainwell. You draft a running back in the 3rd round, maybe the 4th round. There's your running back room. That's how I would build the running back room.
Hill or Cup?
Since Tyreek Hill's got domestic violence background, that's not going to happen. So I guess if you got to let me pick, Cup. But I don't like either of these. Obviously, Tyreek Hill is a dynamic player. I'll say that I don't think that he joins the team because of that background. And then Cooper Kupp, you could go. It's not really the receiver I would bring in.
Who's the linebacker list to look at in the draft or free agency?
Yes, please.
Linebackers in free agency. Some of the top ones still available are
linebackers in free agency. I actually have it pulled up.
Kaiser White is somebody that keeps on coming out to me.
All right, Tyrell Dodson would be a name that I would throw out there. 26, 27-year-old, projected 2 for 5.5. Some other names that I'm seeing: Eric Kendricks, Landon Roberts, Devin Bush, Kaiser White, Derek Barnes, Cody Barton, Jerome Baker. Again, these are not great names. EJ Speed could be one elite name.
Greenlaw is another name. He is rumored to be meeting with the Texans right now, though.
Hang on a second.
Fun. And then on drafting, I think it's a shorter list, but you're looking at Jahad Campbell is a round 1 guy. Schlesinger is another, day 2 guy that you can look at that position. Let's see. Who else are we cooking at? I'm in such free agency mode. I can only think of the top guys. I know Danny Stutzman. A lot of people like Demetrius Knight out of South Carolina.
That's an interesting one.
Chris Paul Jr. out of Ole Miss. Danny Stutzman out of OU is another name that's being thrown around, as well as some middle round guys in the draft.
Dude, I'll tell you this. There has been a lot of happenings going on at the Chat Sports office today, which has been really cool, man. It's been cool to see the growth of the company, no doubt about it, but it's been wild to see all these other people doing all these other breaking news stories.
A little jelly.
We're kind of just hanging out.
What did I do to get the shade, Mitch? From I don't even know what this is in reference to.
What did I do to get the shade, Mitch?
Did you throw some shade at Steve-O?
The only thing that I could possibly think of,
no tea, no shade, no pink lemonade,
is earlier when I was giving shout-outs, I said something about Steve-O, but in my reference it's just because there's that crazy guy named Steve-O.
Yeah.
I don't know. That would be the only thing that I could possibly think of.
Steve-O, we did it because, honestly, Mitch is really shitting on you right now. That's why he did it.
Steve-O.
Kins.
Scatabo or James? With this offense, I'll pick James. But you also have to have a pass catching back then. I view the way that they're going to want to try to play is they're going to want to try to pick up 3-4 yards every time, which obviously is the objective anyway. But James is a lot better at that. He's just better at being the bowling ball to get you 3-4 yards every attempt, and he's not going to hit homers, but he's going to move the chains and he's going to keep it moving. I mean, I can make an argument for either player, though. I really could. If it was up to me, though, I'd go James. Appreciate you, man. Let's go to Chance. Hot take. We are cooking something for Joey Bosa. God, I hope not.
That is a hot take.
I'll tell you what, that would be a hot take. That would piss me off. I know that. I don't really want Joey Bosa. I for what you'd have to pay him on, and again, you're trying to build a culture. There's one player that I know for a fact that Max Crosby does not like, and it's Joey Bosa. So I don't really see why you would add somebody on your defensive line that you just paid somebody all this money that you know for a fact like they don't like. Which again, like I'm sure if Bosa ended up coming to the Raiders, they would be professionals about it. I'm okay on it, man. Like if you're telling me Joey Bosa, there's so many better ways that I think that you can invest your money. And that's coming from somebody that wants to be able to win by bringing pressure with 4. And Bosa would obviously help you do that, but I'm pretty good on that one. What up, Nick?
Now that we know Geno is our starting quarterback, how many wins would you give us personally? I say anywhere in the realm of 9-11. Wow. Wins. No joke intended.
I would say that there's no way with Geno you're going to lose less than 7 games, which maybe some people think is cool. Maybe some people don't. I don't know. But he's just too consistent and too reliable of a quarterback. Especially when you turn on tape, he's pretty damn consistent. When you see that, I don't think we can go less than 7. We still have to, though, do a lot of other things. Like Geno on the roster that we have right now is not winning 9 games. Geno after free agency and the draft, the way that I'm hoping it's going to end up going, that's a team that I think can win 9, 10, and 11 games. I'm hoping by May, I can sit up here and go, with confidence, the Raiders are going to win 9, 10, 11 games. What up, MT Raider? Signed Koonce already. Draft touchdown, Tommy Malone.
No clue who that is.
I feel like I just saw this name. No, maybe it's just ringing a bell because.
Oh, no, of course. It's the Montana State quarterback. Duh.
Oh, I did see his name. I'll tell you this. I watched that Natty where it was him against North Dakota State. I'll tell you this. Kid's fun. He is the Johnny Manziel of FCS, but a way better human being.
I'm sold. Jeff.
Give me it.
I hope Darnold at $33 million a year helps keep the Geno contract low. I mean, it's going to be more than that. Geno wanted more than that, and that's why he left Seattle. Seattle wasn't comfortable paying a quarterback anywhere near $40 million, so Geno said, get me out. So I think I would be shocked if an extension isn't in the $40 million range for Geno.
I mean, it's going to be over $40 million. It's going to be over $40 million, that I guarantee you. But Darnold's, you listened to my math the first time. The math on Sam Darnold, he's actually $37 million per year. 3 for 110. So, like, again, when I really truly think about the risk, reward, everything that kind of goes into everything, Geno Smith at the price tag he's going to get, unless it's like 55 or something just outlandish, I would rather Geno Smith at $45 million than Sam Darnold at 36, and I would rather Geno Smith at $45 million than Justin Fields at 20. I would.
Kens.
Not afraid to say it. I enjoyed early 2019. I've had a couple different emails I use for YouTube, so I bounced back and forth from which one I signed in from. But yes, January 2019 is when I subscribed, came along the way. 2019. That is nuts, dude.
How long have you been subscribed? Let us know in the chat.
I do wish that there was many years ago, I was in Mexico, Cancun, and I went live at a resort because I forget what the Raiders did. We were somewhere around like 10,000 subscribers, though, at the time. Diami Brown to the Jags, 1 year, $10 million. Outside receiver, played for the Commanders last season. I believe he went to North Carolina.
Wow.
If my memory serves me correct. But I went to this resort in Mexico, and I had some Raiders stuff on, and some guy at the resort was watching the Raiders report because I started yelling Raiders, and then he started yelling Raiders, and then showed me that he was subscribed to the show.
He was watching you at that.
Yeah, no, seriously, it was actually kind of crazy. That was back in, it has to be right around that time, 2018, 2019.
I've been subscribed since 2021.
2021.
Yeah, when I got hired.
Toothball says 2017. That's just not possible. Been here since 10,000 subs. Wild stuff, dude.
Dirty Mike and the boys.
Hey, we got a quarterback now. So I told myself I want to be upset. So much losing some of these dogs. Hang on. Hey, we got a quarterback now, so I told myself I won't be upset so much losing some of these dogs. I got you. So you're saying because the Raiders have a competent quarterback that actually gives you a chance to win.
He's okay with missing out on some of these free agent guys that are signed elsewhere.
You're okay losing out on Moehrig. You're okay losing out on Robert Spillane. And I agree with that statement. It's not what I wanted to happen.
That's a good question. Let me ask you this.
Yep.
If it meant that the Raiders could have re-signed Spillane and Moehrig, would you have taken Fields over Geno?
No. No. Because what Justin Fields provides as a quarterback compared to Geno Smith, when I say this, I always base it on what I think the Raiders are going to do. And every other team is a different situation. But you brought in Chip Kelly for a reason. That's to spray the ball around the field, to really spread teams out. And that's what Geno's really good at. He's really good at being able to spread you out, giggity. He can hit you from 60 yards, any spot on that field. He's an accurate quarterback. Son of a gun. The Broncos, safety, Hufanga.
I told you.
I know, but it's finalized now. Hufanga to the Denver Broncos.
Hufanga.
Man, oh man. All right, I'll be real. I never went pee when I left earlier. Let me go pee real quick. I tried to just shovel in some food, and then Sam Darnold signed for 3 for 110. Though usually when I leave, good shit happens. So maybe I'll just try to leave, and the Raiders will sign. I'm just kidding.
Christopher, as Mitch would say, the cap always goes up. He has said that a lot. One of the things that I think he says a lot is the cap would always go up. Adonai Ventura, Mitch, inflation is real out here. Yeah, dude, it costs $15 for a carton of eggs. It's inflation sucks. Yeah. And it's happening in the NFL. We're seeing guys get a lot more than what is expected. Diami Brown, 1 year, $10 million to the Jags is low-key kind of wild. He was Spotrac numbered projection coming in at around $4 million. He gets $10 million. So over double. Over double. Drew, would Holland, Murphy, and Greenlaw be a better trio than Moehrig, Spillane, and Hobbs? That's tough. I like Spillane over Greenlaw. Moehrig and Holland, I actually think that's a lot closer than what people think. I think that's why Moehrig got somewhat of a bag from Carolina, is because I think he's as good or around as good as Holland, but you can get him for a little cheaper. And then it just comes down to Murphy or Hobbs, which I think Murphy, based on this past year, is a little bit better. It's tough. It's somewhat close, honestly. It's pretty comparable in my opinion. Let me know what y'all think down below. Like I said, I think Spillane better than Greenlaw. Moehrig and Holland, I think, are pretty close. Murphy maybe a little bit better than Hobbs, but I think that's a good question. I think that's a good question of which trio you would take. I think it's pretty close between those two. Sin Waters 909. I sense a lack of urgency to address the O-line. What good is the wide receiver or quarterback if the O-line isn't tough enough? Is the O-line not important enough? There's actually hasn't. I predicted that the O-linemen were going to come off the board first, the interior guys. All the top guys are still there. Will Fries from the Colts, Aaron Banks from the 49ers, Mekhi Becton from the Eagles are all still available. Maybe that's what's holding the Raiders up. Maybe they're looking at one of those guards in free agency, and that is the move that they're going to make here first off, because all the top guards are still on the board. Maybe that's what it is. They went ahead and released Andre James the other day, so JPJ Jackson Powers is your starting center. I think that's a good move. You have Colton Miller at left tackle, Dylan Parham at right guard. Right now, Thayer Munford or DJ Glaze at right tackle. The left guard, a little bit shaky. Right now, I would say it's Jordan Meredith. If nobody was signed, that's what your offensive line would be for the Raiders. Oh, Aaron Banks is gone? Where did he sign? I didn't see that. Did Aaron Banks sign? Did I miss it? I don't know. I haven't seen that yet. I think Aaron Banks is still a free agent. Broncos signed Hufanga. Maybe I missed that. Chiefs, no. Chiefs signed Jalen Moore earlier. I don't think they signed Aaron Banks, unless I'm missing something. Yeah. Wrong Niner. All good. Let's see. Next one up. Thank you for the super chat. Sin Waters 909. Raider Prime. If T-Mac is gone by 6, who do you get? Golden or Ohio? Neither of those guys at 6. You're hoping if that's your main guy and he's off the board, you trade back for Golden or Ohio State. Anyone? Let's see. What are the moves? Sorry, there's moves coming in. I'm trying to follow. Oh, they're talking about the Hufanga to the Broncos. Yeah, I mean, I say you try to trade back and get Golden or Emeka Egbuka. Also, there's a lot of decent wide receiver options in round 2. So I don't think you have to force wide receiver in round 1. You could go with a couple different guys. Luther Burden is somebody who's been falling down draft boards into a round 2 area. I like Besh out of TCU. Savion Williams out of TCU is another guy, uber athletic and talented player. You have Trey Harris from Ole Miss. Restrepo from Miami is a really good slot, in my opinion. There's a lot of round 2, round 3 receivers that you could possibly look at, in my opinion, if you miss out. But I think Golden and Egbuka go in round 1. 6 would be a little rich for me. Oh, it sounds like Rodgers to the Giants is gaining steam right now. I hear our Giants stream yelling something about Aaron Rodgers. It sounds like that is gaining a little bit of steam as we've seen Justin Fields go to the Jets. Sam Darnold's off the board. Does that? Oh, Joshua Palmer to the Bills. No. If that's true, I hate that. He was one of my low-key free agents to sign. I wonder what that if you see the contract, King Zay, let me know in the chat if you see how much it is. And Josh Sweat to the Cardinals. Wow. Let's see. Josh Sweat to the Cardinals on a 4-year deal. 3 years for $36 million for Josh Palmer. Oh, wow. $12 million a year. Okay. And then 4 years, $76.4 Josh Sweat, the edge rusher, going to Arizona, $41 million guaranteed. So that's a little under $20 million a year. So that's $19 million a year. $19 million a year for Josh Sweat. That was actually the projected amount for him. 3 years, 36. Thank you, Zay, and everybody in the chat. For Joshua Palmer, I thought you would be able to get him for a little bit cheaper. I really liked Josh Palmer in this free agency cycle as a wide receiver to help you out. All right, the news keeps on rolling in. Nothing for the Raiders so far. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying. Some of the latest: Josh Sweat to the Cardinals, Joshua Palmer to the Bills, Talanoa Hufanga to the Denver Broncos. Mr. Shrimpster, how do you feel if we trade down to the middle of the first and get an? I would love that. I would love that move. I think in this year's draft, guys, 12 to maybe 80, that is the best part of this draft, is that 12 to 80. There's a ton of great talent in there in the middle of round 1 going to round 3. If you can get a lot of more second and third round picks, I would love that. I don't know. You'd have to look at teams trying to trade up, though, in those instances. So you need teams with a lot of second and third round picks. Maybe the Patriots, I don't know, as a team to look at with that one. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Shrimpster. Jersey boy, Pat's not taking a wide receiver makes me nervous for no T-Mac. Oh, yeah, the Patriots not signing a receiver yet? Yeah, that would make me a little nervous as well. That would make me a little bit nervous as well if they wanted to go T-Mac, because him being on the board at 6 is very tantalizing, in my opinion, for Las Vegas. Bangs T! We are going to get all the leftover scraps as usual. Like I said, the best guards in free agency are still on the board, and that might be what the Raiders are holding out for, Mitch. Because
you see Josh Sweat?
I saw Josh. We just talked about Josh Sweat to the Cardinals. One of my guys, I was telling you before, Joshua Palmer, going to the Buffalo Bills as well.
3 for 36. Also, according to Josina Anderson, Dre Greenlaw got connections to the Broncos, Cowboys, Titans, Texans.
Well, Aaron Wilson reported that he was meeting with the Texans this morning.
Ooh, all right, interesting.
We shall see.
Interesting.
We shall see. But depending on the contract, because if there's that many teams in on him, if I'm a team, I don't want to overpay for Dre. He's a great talent, but played in won a couple games last. Remember he came on at the end of the year and the 49ers didn't make the playoffs, but he was part of that whole thing with what's his face, the guy who left.
What's his face?
The Devondre Campbell, the linebacker who left in the middle of the game because Dre Greenlaw replaced him, and he was being a little B about it. Didn't want to come back in the game and left.
You could say it, honestly. I mean, Devondre Campbell is a little bitch. I would say it to his face, and I know he'd kick the shit out of me.
I would not.
Are you kidding me? He just got paid all that money. I'll let him rock me in the face. I don't give a shit. That's $1 million to me because, as he said, he would do it because he took care of his family. I mean, I could never quit on my teammates. Like you and I have been able to build an awesome relationship. I would never.
My chat sports money's guaranteed. Middle of the Raiders signing the biggest player of the year. I'm like, I'm out.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I would never do that because I also have too much respect for you.
Yeah.
Where, it's sad that it got to that point, but that's just a selfish human being.
Wow. Jags also signing tight end 49. Luke Farrell has. Oh, wait, no. Former Jags tight end Luke Farrell signing a 3-year deal worth up to $20 million with the 49ers. Gross.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of money flying around right now.
Yeah.
A lot of money flying around. Speaking of money being flown around, I got Patrick B. You're in, Mr. B.
Wild one. We don't need to overpay. We already did that at quarterback. Did you, though?
Matt Meeker, you're in.
I mean, for a starting quarterback who I would also agree is in the top half of the league, as Mitch has said, watching a lot of his tape, you're getting a top half of the league starter and you're not paying him premium.
I'll say this wild one, and this is the way, and I'm just being honest to anybody out there. Anybody that thinks that we actually don't know what they're going to give Geno, okay?
Yeah.
3rd round pick for Geno Smith. If anybody thinks that that's an overpay, I want you to go watch his tape. And I spent 8 hours this weekend, or go check out the video that I put out on the channel. It's the longest video I've ever put out on the Raiders Report. I put out a video over the weekend, a VOD, 45 minutes long.
Hey, 20 LMV, suck it. You just got blocked.
No, but I mean this. Like, I actually don't think that we overpaid Geno. And I am comfortable at $45 million. And I'm trying to think of a good way to, give a comparison to this. Here's a Raiders comparison that OGs will appreciate. I would look at Geno Smith as somebody like a Casey Hayward a few years ago in a Gus Bradley system. Everybody said that Casey Hayward is washed. He's not good anymore. But I sat up here and I was like, I think Casey Hayward's going to know that defense like the back of his hand because it's a defense that he's played a lot. Went along to have a Pro Bowl caliber year. I think when you look at the strengths of Geno Smith, accuracy, pocket awareness, being able to throw a ball all around the field, he's not a mobile quarterback, but he does at least give you that ability to run. When you add all of that up, on top of the fact that he's got a connection to Pete Carroll, that John Spytek has helped journeyman quarterbacks play in a spread offense, Chip Kelly has developed quarterbacks in a spread offense, Greg Olson has worked with Geno in the past, great quarterback coach. You add all of those things together, and I get why they did it. And then on top of that, and here's maybe the most important reason, if you're trying to groom your future, the quarterback of the Raiders, which I don't think it's going to be Geno, Wouldn't you want it to be, though, underneath someone that you trust through the moon and back? And that's what Pete Carroll has for Geno. Geno Smith is a pro's pro. And there is a reason why a lot of scouts out there say that Geno's got some of the best tape on the market.
I truly think the Raiders
Go check it out, the tape.
And I might be wrong, and y'all can shit on me if I'm wrong. I think the Raiders are trying to sign one of the top guards right now as we speak. And I think that's the holdup. Because there hasn't been a single guard signed in free agency. I think it's Mekhi Becton, Will Fries, Aaron Banks, one of those guys.
I think they're trying to get Byron Murphy. And the only reason why that I say that is because Byron Murphy's relationship with Raiders DB coach Marcus Robinson cannot be undersold enough. Those two were together from 2019 to 2023. I think one of the reasons why Moehrig was able to go right away is because the Raiders were able to put their concentration on something else. A player like Robert Spillane ended up going somewhere else, probably because the Raiders were getting ready to allocate money somewhere else.
Yeah.
Based on a lot of the things that I heard today and a lot of the rumblings, I'll admit with some of the deals that we've seen, if Byron Murphy gets $22 million, I am through the after seeing some of the contracts today, Byron Murphy at $22 million or Tre'von Moehrig at $17.5. I mean, it's not close to me. Though,
yeah.
Seeing the contracts we've seen today, Byron Murphy might be at like 24.
And you see right here, Josh Sweat, and that's exactly what you thought it was going to be. 4 years, $76 million. That's a $19 million per year evaluation. That's exactly what Spotrac and you had projected.
Yeah, I mean, I went back and I looked at my Sam Darnold one. I had 3 for 110. I mean, that's pretty damn accurate if you ask me.
Do you work for Spotrac?
I am Spo.
You are Spo.
I'm Spo. Chuggs' track.
Gabriel, did we miss out on Chin and Holland?
They're all available.
He's saying if we miss out on Chin and Holland, is Epps the next option?
I don't know if he's the next option. He might be a option, though. He's coming off that injury. I've been following Marcus on his rehab process, and he does seem like he's, trending kind of in that right direction. But Jeremy Chin, I do think, is another under-the-radar safety who had a really good season last year with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's got connections to Pete Carroll. Dan Quinn was the defensive coordinator for Carroll a long time. So if I'm like Pete and I'm Patrick Graham and I'm going, well, I think that we're going to be able to look for a certain player. I think Jeremy Chin could be one of those guys. Hunter Long, 2-year, $5 million deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
God, why didn't the Raiders sign him?
I mean, there's going to be people like, I'm telling you this right now, if the Raiders went out and if they would have signed Trent Sieg for a $3-4 million, we would have burnt this place down in a party.
Carroll and Spytek, baby!
Let's go!
69ers, Marcus. How do you feel about...
Andre Cisco is another really good name, Jason. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
How do you feel about Charvarius Ward or Hufanga? Well, Hufanga just signed with the Broncos,
gone.
so it's F Hufanga all day long.
How do you get this name?
69ers?
I mean, 69ers Marcus.
69ers seems like...
Are you the 6 or the 9?
I feel like that's like a NFL name in like South Park or something.
You're not wrong. That's the team that Peter played on at Family Guy.
It's the Sacramento 69ers.
The Sacramento 69ers. I like Charvarius Ward. He's a good player, obviously. This is going to be a team that looks to add a corner, but at the same exact time, I want to see what the fit is. And I say that because you got a Jacorian Bennett who's super raw. We know that, but he's getting ready to get into his third year. You're going to lose out on Nate Hobbs. I also think that Jack Jones is probably not going to be a player that's going to be around, but you need to find a true legit corner, and there are some good corners out there in this year's draft, no doubt about it. But if I had to pick between those two players, even before Hufanga ended up getting dealt, I actually probably would have went with Charvarius Ward. But I'll say this, they're both in that same exact tier for me. But again, Hufanga's already gone. Let's go to my man, Jacob Holt. What's up, Jacob?
What up?
You know what I think we need, Chuggs?
A boot.
Wow, that's not what I was going to say.
$200 right now, I'm doing a boot.
We got to get the good vibes going.
This chat is lame right now. Everybody's down in the... Hey, why haven't the Raiders signed anybody? Come on! Come on, it's day one. It's day one.
Adrian Rodriguez. Do you get mad on the first day of Hanukkah when you don't get everything you get?
No, because I know there's 7 more days.
Chuggs is like, I'm going to be honest, I get pissed.
Yeah, I get... But also... and maybe a life lesson from my Hanukkah days.
Adrian
the Raiders
Rod, you're
report.
in.
Day one, if you get crappy gifts, I'm not going to say crappy gifts. If you get gifts that aren't as, tantalizing, not the ones that you want, that just means in the coming days your gifts get better and better. If you get the chapstick and the book and the socks on day 1, it means day 2 the PS5 games are coming.
You better hope.
Yeah.
If it gets worse than socks and chapstick, honestly,
this
you
is
might ask
bullshit,
for a trade
Mom.
from your own family.
I'm celebrating Christmas from now on.
Now, I mean, I'll say this. If I was Jewish,
Oh.
I would do the last day would be the biggest day.
Jacob says went to something high school in Christian. Oh, are you talking about Carson Schlesinger? I think you're talking about you went to school with Carson Schlesinger. Is that what I'm?
Maybe. I also saw a few people said, "Have you missed our super chats?"
No, we're going in order.
I'm telling you what, we are about 30-ish minutes behind.
Yeah.
And there's just been a lot of stuff, not around the Raiders, but a lot of other NFL stuff.
Raider Meach.
Oh, Raider Mitch.
Perrine to Samaje Perine to Tampa Bay. Find a way to get Sean Tucker. He's better than White. I'm telling y'all, Murphy is a dog too. I watched him a lot up here in Seattle at UW. Glad we're not overpaying. Wait for the cuts.
I'll tell you this. I'm glad you saw Murphy. He is a dog. Sean Tucker is a running back that I do like a lot, and I watched a lot of, hang on a second here, Jags, Deal, Patrick McCarry, offensive lineman. I'll tell you, I mean, maybe you're right. A lot of guys not by the name of Mekhi Becton.
The guards haven't gone. We've seen all tackles so far. If we're looking at the signing so far in free agency, I haven't seen a single big-name guard. It's all been offensive tackles. It's been Dan Moore to the Titans.
P. Ryan's already going to Tampa Bay.
Morgan Moses to the Patriots. You said Macari. That's another tackle. I haven't seen any of the inside guys, any of the interior guys yet. I've yet to see that.
No, it was reported that Samaje P. Ryan signed a 3-year, $22 million deal with Tampa Bay. That's why he's saying that. So my thought process was, the only reason why I brought up Rachaad White, if AP was still our coach, people would be talking about that like you can't even believe. But Rachaad White liked a few posts about coming to the Raiders this offseason, so there was like some stuff about that. But I do find it weird that you add a pass-catching running back where that's kind of like Rachaad White's game in my mindset, because they also have a Bucky Irving. They have a Sean Tucker, as you mentioned. Interesting.
Mitch and Chuggs, what's good, Broskies?
Broskies. Man, I was hoping the Raiders came out swinging like the Patriots. What do you think we are doing? See, I am completely thrilled the Raiders didn't come out swinging like New England. And I actually don't get why people want them to do it. They are adding players, and I get it. They had a lot of money. I mean, they had double the amount of money that the Raiders had, the number one amount. So it's a little bit easier.
And these are all the moves that New England has made so far. Harold
Here's
Landry,
how I would explain it to you.
Hooper, Spillane, Davis, Morgan Moses, Milton Williams.
Like, even though, like, if you had a lot of money in your wallet right now, would you still want to overpay for something just because you had a lot of money in your wallet? Like, Milton Williams is a really good player. Milton Williams is not as good as Christian Wilkins. That's an overpay. Morgan Moses, 3 for 24 at that age. He was projected to get $5 million. They paid him almost 3 times the amount. Can you go back to Harold Landry? Harold Landry, I think, is actually a good fit with Mike Vrabel, somebody that he had down there in Tennessee. So I think like that's one of those moves, even if it is an overpay, it's an okay overplay because you also were able to replace Matthew Judon, who was somebody that they wanted to be able to keep. Austin Hooper, that's a good move. Robert Spillane, 3 for 37. To be real, I'm not really going to pick that one all that much. Mike Vrabel is a linebacker in his mind still to this day, and he probably feels that that's a good fit. Carlton Davis, if he can stay healthy, it's a really good contract. But that's also a lot of money for somebody who's played less games than Nate Hobbs.
They paid a ton to Milton Williams as well. I mean, you got to do something. They've been bad for multiple years. They're trying to improve that right now. But also, Harold, you also got to look at some of the things. Harold Landry has the ties to Mike Vrabel. That's part of the reason why he signed with New England. Like I said, obviously, money is the main factor. It is the biggest contributing factor to all these guys signing, but it is not the only factor. There's also the,
Luis Rod,
who they played with before. What team? Like, do they feel like they fit with that scheme that culture, that coaching staff. It's a lot of stuff like that. Wild one, Mitch, Geno top 10 QB, that's bad comedy. Really? He didn't say he was top 15. He said he was top half of the league, which is top 16.
I said he's 14th best quarterback in the NFL right now. Patrick McCarry, 3 years, $37.5 million to the Jags, max value of 39. I said he's the 14th best with the opportunity to be a top 10 quarterback. Wild one, I know that you're somebody that likes numbers, and I know that you're somebody that, how about this? And I mean this. Watch the show that I put out yesterday. It's a 45-minute of my film review on Geno Smith. Listen to the stats. Look at the numbers. And then when the numbers, stats, and it aligns with the tape, you got to put them all together. And I'm telling you, like, I think one of the easiest ways to just illustrate it is this. Think about the stats Geno Smith had for all the stat heads out there, because if somebody actually watched this tape, you would see that him being a top 10 quarterback is actually a lot closer than what you're saying here. So again, you got to watch the tape on it. But at the same time, he dealt with a interior pressure rate of 38%. 38% is the exact same number that the Philadelphia Eagles were able to generate against Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. And, you know, we're talking about Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and I get the Philadelphia Eagles, they're a great defense. But when we saw the impact, when you can get 4 consistently and then really just destroy the middle of that running game because they couldn't run because nobody was able to block in that interior. I just don't, like, from watching the tape, dude, the Seahawks were a lot worse than what people realize, and Geno Smith helped them to 10 wins.
Oh, wow. Another big signing. Grady Jarrett, who was released today from Atlanta, has found a new home. 3 years, $43.5 million to the Chicago Bears.
I'll tell you what, Chicago's coming out swinging. If there's one team that I think's killing this offseason, it's the Bears.
I also sent you a Slack if you want to check it. Cash Joey, free agency is just starting, but after today, it changes the draft, in my opinion. I wanted Ginty with the 6. Now I'm thinking we'll go defense. I know Mitch has been kind of also on the train of Mason Graham.
I just don't know if Mason Graham is going to be there. My sleeper pick for the Raiders, Armin Membow. Armin Membow, right tackle from Missouri. He's so much like Tristan Wirfs and the athletic stature of somebody like Trent Williams. I'm telling y'all right now, that's my sleeper pick. But I would love the idea of Mason Graham, because Mason Graham is a guy in the middle. The only, I guess, problem with that, though, in my mind, I think Adam Butler is good enough to start. Like, I think he's good enough where your defensive tackle, your defensive line, in my mind, is okay. You still want to try to build a little bit of depth, but you're in a good spot.
Yeah, speaking of in a good spot, you know who's in a great spot?
No!
Suavemente! Bang! There we go!
The Suave!
But wait! There's more! This one rolling in from...
I can't see it.
Lord!
Camryn
Bang! Good vibes for Holland.
It's fun to stay at the LCA.
White and good O-line. Draft T-Mac. What LB could we get to replace Spillane?
Spillane!
Noah, I'm going to go load you up a boot right now.
I mean, they might already have the replacement in a Eichenberg, which is a huge ask for a young linebacker that organization did not draft. But it could be a position that they're looking to target in the draft a lot earlier than, you know, what we see. So, top guard. Some people were saying Aaron Banks is the top guard. That's wild. I can't believe people think that Aaron Banks is one of the top guards. He's going to the Green Bay Packers. I'm telling you what, every guard that goes is making me hope that we got an extra shot there at Mekhi Becton. Suave, if you want, I just need you to send me your first, last name, and then your shipping address. That way I can send you a Raiders Report hat. Also, let me put this one in for LCA. which I'll tell you this right now, man. Right now, the MVP of today's show is Common Raider, but that's because he sent in a massive $300 Venmo. Jonathan Martinez has got 4. Again, we're counting Venmos as double today. Suave's got 2. Ryan, Nelly Fig's got 2. LCA, Giovanni, and Dave Giotti all have 1. So, Nabman, past all we did was overpay. All these teams are spending like they are in Vegas. I'll tell you what, man. Vegas has got to figure it out. It's just too expensive right now. We stand tall, weathering the storm. Lots of options in the draft to fill with trade backs. We have a quarterback. Let's calm down. I agree. Like I'm actually not sweating it. I'm not all that worried about the way that free agency has gone right now. Also, when you get back over there, can you do the wheel? Can you wheel it and deal it for me? I would greatly appreciate it. Because sometimes you need a little bit of the wheel and deal. $100 and I'll keep my shirt on.
$50, I do it shirtless right now.
$50 and I'll wear Jeremy's glasses. What? 4 years, $77 million. Yep, I read that right. I don't know if I can pull off glasses, quite frankly. You said they look bad? Oh, I'm like, I appreciate the honesty. You ready? You're like, I'm going to be honest.
Raider Nation, this goes out to a signing hopefully soon.
Finally won. I just did significantly less. Another one. Roy Robertson Harris to the Giants. 2-year, $10 million deal. I'm just like, I'm not mad at the Raiders that they haven't done anything. I'm impatient because I just want something to happen. I feel like it's Christmas Day. Sorry, you're going to have to sit this one out. Christmas Day, and everybody in the family is getting to open up gifts. And I know that I at least got a few under the tree, but nobody has put any on my lap yet. I'm starting to get concerned.
Did we read this one from Navman?
Yes.
Lost Oakland.
Raiders should ask Cardinals for Budda Baker. I feel like our Budda Baker train to get him past a few years ago. Just sign Jevon Holland.
I think they just signed him to a contract
deal.
Yeah. Christian Rapper, Big Al. I have faith in our GM, but they better have a plan, and they better get on it before we get stuck with the scraps. We can't just depend on the draft. Go Raiders.
And, the Raiders aren't going to just rely on the draft. But, sometimes we always say terms of teams play chess when everybody else plays checkers, right? And if I would have told you that, think about how mad y'all would have been if the Raiders would have paid Justin Fields $20 million a year. If the Raiders would have paid, Sam Darnold, I think 36 I would have been okay with. I'm not going to lie to y'all. But the fact that you were able to get the best one out of the group, right? And I think quarterback's got to be the one position.
Would you have wanted to pay
where
Aaron
we just
Banks
can't be cheap anymore?
4 years, $77 million?
What?
Would you have wanted to pay Aaron Banks 4 years, $77 million?
No. To be blunt, I can't believe that he got that much money. I can't believe that he got that much money. He's good, but no chance. Raider Angel said, took an hour nap and still haven't done anything. I'll tell you what, man. I might have to take a nap.
I think Steve-O747 is a content pilot on YouTube.
I don't know who that is or what that means.
Well, Steve-O is the guy that was talking earlier about the shade.
Yeah.
Content pilot.
I don't know.
Is that like a pilot who does content? Like he is Flying planes?
Speaking of flying planes, Cass Joey's just sitting up there. 17 hours to go.
He's just flying over Legion. It's like, do something. Michael, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Do math.
Raider Man, Mitch, we just lost Moehrig to Carolina. Obviously, this shows you how far back we are on super chats.
Yep.
This is sad. What are we doing? Just win, baby.
I think we're just being patient. We don't want to overspend. That's very, very clear. I'll also say this. I wonder if by some of these contracts, it also has to do with the years. Now, Moehrig and Spillane both would have make sense for, in my mind, signing contracts to a 2 to 3 year window. But long day, man. Long week, long day.
Steven, appreciate the super chat. I don't want to put that up, though.
Yeah, we ain't going to put that one up, man. OG! Hope Moehrig has a good career. Always a Raider. I agree with you, dude. Like, Moehrig was somebody that I always rooted for. Always was a tough freaking player. Played through injuries, even when he didn't have to. Well-respected player in that locker room. I agree with you. I hope that he does well, unless he plays against the Raiders.
My bad. I sent that last super chat after I got off work before I found out Tre'von. I'll take a shot.
All right, you know what? Let's do it. We're at, 2,600 likes? We got 5,000 people here right now. If we get to 3,000 likes, we're playing 2 o'clock.
Deal.
And it's going to be a spicy deal.
Deal. Nikki B, what's the trade value for T. Higgins after the DK trade? That's an interesting thought because DK, you had to pay him, so they got him for a second-round pick. I think T. Higgins is around that same amount. I would put T. Higgins and DK Metcalf in the same category, in my opinion.
For what, contract?
I think T. Higgins might be a little bit better than DK, but not by much. I don't think T. Higgins is a top 10 receiver.
I'll say that. I really think it almost depends on your offense, where T's not as good of a blocker as what DK is, but T can win 50-50 balls, I think, better than K can.
I think T's just a better route runner. DK,
I agree with you.
DK's more of he reminds me of
I think T. Higgins with Geno Smith is actually better than what DK Metcalf would have been.
DK reminds me of a Dez Bryant, where he's just a big physical receiver that's going to jump over you and go down the field and get the deep ball. But he doesn't really give me a lot in terms of the short intermediate routes and the technician style.
T. Higgins is a hell of a receiver, but I think because DK got the deal first and T. Higgins, again, he got franchise tagged, I don't think that they're going to be able to give him a deal, dude. The Bengals are actually the brokest team in the NFL, and they're about to pay, Jamar Chase just a stupid amount of money. Real quick here, Packers defensive tackle TJ Slayton headed to the Bengals, 2 years, $15 million deal. That one ended up just going down.
Miguel.
I think T. Higgins, though, he's going to get probably 31, 32. Miguel, what up, brother? Been subscribed since 1,500 subs. Mitch, when do you think the Raiders get active?
Hopefully soon.
I've been rubbing my crystal balls a lot down here. I haven't been seeing much.
Knowing the Raiders report and our luck and how everything is, it's going to be 5:30. We're going to be all right, guys. It's going to be 5:30. We're all right, guys, signing off. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to sign off, and as soon as we sign off, they're going to make a signing.
That's literally what happened on the Davante Adams trade, where we were live all day. Not kidding you. We were live all day.
Also,
I ended up leaving.
Also, maybe
came back for a mirror.
Maybe because it's on the West Coast, they woke up a little later. All these East Coast teams are making the signings.
They were up late, really late last night.
There you go.
With Adam Butler. They signed Adam Butler at 9:30 last night.
There you go. So maybe they were up late. They woke up a little later this morning.
Pete seems like a guy. He's getting up at 4 a.m. You know what I mean? Pete, if anything, there's a better chance Pete's getting ready to go to bed than just getting up.
Best part of waking
It's
up.
dinner time right now for Pete.
It's Folgers in your cup.
Uh-oh. Sam's got something. Bingo night. Bingo night. Pete Carroll. I don't know if you guys know this. He's old.
If we lose Koonce, I fear our defense will suck bad. Well, the defense didn't have him last year.
I say the defense was all right last season. The problem with last year is just there was so many damn injuries that it was legitimately hard to evaluate your players, and it was hard to evaluate even, Patrick Graham. The There's a lot of upside with Malcolm, though. No doubt.
It's
the way that these contracts have gone today, we haven't seen many edges.
Hey, we don't have a lot going on right now, but I will say this. If somebody sends in a 50 right now, I have a brand new food for Mitch to try. It's a new popular food. It's what I showed you earlier.
Oh.
We'll do a live taste test of that and maybe spice things up.
You were kind of scaring me a little bit. I'll say this, and I usually am not somebody that complains about food. I think I got the wrong, not that I got the wrong thing. Sushi was not really what I wanted. I thought I was getting something else. I must not have read it.
Yeah, I didn't love what I got. I got the teriyaki bowl. I didn't love it. Last time I got like fried rice and it was much better. I should have just got the fried rice again.
Yeah, I had like sashimi, sushi, there was seaweed.
Sashimi.
And I can't throw away anything, so I had to eat it. I don't know if I'd get that place again.
Teriyaki.
Our offensive line is better than the O-line Geno had in Seattle. And it's actually not close. Like the Raiders offensive line right now, without any other upgrades, throw out Alex Kappa in there, is better than what he dealt with in Seattle last season. Like that's how bad it was, y'all.
Trevor, does Palmer to the Bills help us get Mac Hollins? I mean, it definitely doesn't hurt. It makes it where the Bills sign a wide receiver. Makes it less likely for Mac Hollins to return to them. Possibly.
The Jaguars are signing offensive tackle Chuma Adoga, former Dallas Cowboy.
He blows.
I say he's bad.
He sucks.
Guess how much?
Tom had an aneurysm every time he went on the field.
I actually don't know how much it is. I thought it was for him was 3 for 37.
Oh my dude, that would be.
Well, no, that's Patrick McCarry.
That would be hilarious. Wesley,
I didn't mean to cut you off. I did want to say one thing real quick about Mac Hollins. I do really think that Mac Hollins would be a great cheap option for Geno Smith. Like if you still want to have that deep ball vertical passing attack and you don't have to break the bank for it, and you can also have somebody who's super effing physical in the running game.
Super effing
That
physical.
would be solid for Geno Smith.
Just woke up. We make any moves or lose anybody? No moves made today. Late last night, Adam Butler.
Yep.
You did lose Robert Spillane, and you did lose Tre'von Moehrig, our two guys that you lost today.
Yep. The latest report around Nate Hobbs is he's got 2 teams right now that he's talking to.
Nice.
Besides that, though, I haven't heard. I mean, there hasn't been anything. Hang on. Odell Beckham just put out a statement. I have been informed of the allegations about me in a suit in California. I really can't even believe that my name is mentioned in that either. There is absolutely no truth to the allegations. You know what he's talking about? I actually haven't seen it.
No clue. Good news for him is nobody's on Twitter today. 2, so much going on. They probably just.
Well, that's what I mean. I feel like I'm always on top of the NFL, and for OBJ to put out a statement.
If I was an athlete and was to ever get like
trouble.
charged or assumed of anything, today would be the best day. Unless I was a free agent at that same time, then that would blow.
Yeah. Right.
Eric, being from Washington, I hated the Geno move. Time has settled, and I'm actually happy going with Geno. He's a top 12 quarterback. We have a better O-line. These free agent quarterbacks are not the answer. Pumped for this season.
And he's also. Oh, I think people are spamming something. I mean, that just goes to show I really don't pay attention to anything.
Oh, it's the Diddy files, the Diddy stuff. They're saying that he was a part of that.
I mean, I hope it's not true.
Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor.
I really, really hope it's not true. But I'm glad, because I'll say this. I know a lot of people know that I used to work for the New York Jets. I was an intern.
Oh, Drewski, I 100% believe.
I used to work so I've actually had the opportunity to shake hands with Geno Smith, and one of the debates my dad and I used to always have, because again, he's a big Jets fan, I used to tell him, I'm like, I don't think Geno's going to be any good. Like, he doesn't do anything where he reminded me a lot of how I would explain the way somebody like a Bo Nix would play right now, where you can't really be excited about it because a lot of it's check downs. You're making other people do a lot of the heavy lifting for you, but he has gotten so much better since that time, and you can see how much better he's gotten even, since Pete Carroll has taken over. And you want to hear my favorite stat? Here's my favorite stat, and I when I was watching tape, and this is why I was also really happy that I watched tape. I noticed a lot of his games that I was watching that he was playing well in, he was inside. So then I was like, all right, like let me bounce around a little bit. Listen to these stats. 50 games with the Seahawks, including the playoffs. Outside games, okay? Games where he is outdoors. 43 touchdowns, 31 interceptions, an 89.7 quarterback rating. Okay? In the 14 indoor games at that time, all of which, I'm sure you guys know, are on the road because Seattle plays outside. 14 games indoors, 30 touchdowns.
Indoors.
5 interceptions.
Indoors.
110.8 quarterback rating.
Indoors.
The Raiders play 12 indoor games this year.
There we go. Indoors.
At Legion Stadium. I don't know if you know this. Indoors.
J-Rowe, will AOC be on the Raiders roster at the beginning of the season?
Who?
AOC.
Potentially. I really do think that keeping a guy like Geno Smith does, in all honesty, help him out to be able to keep that spot. Sorry, I just got logged out on my computer. Oh, that's the wrong password. Hang on.
What is the password?
It's Chuggs has a huge anus 69.
Ah, that's mine. That's my
Exclamation point.
exclamation point, 1995.
Chuggs is a man, question mark.
Raider Muerte with the good vibes. John, Raiders are going to sign somebody after you sign up. Yep, that's what I just said. It's going to happen.
I don't know when it's going to happen, but you're right.
Scheffler coming in with the good vibes. Thanks, Sheffy. Thanks for rocking with us. Rubio. Y'all hang out outside of the studio. Most people don't hang out outside of the workplace, but some of my closest friends are my work buddies. Yeah, I mean, we actually the other day went and hung out with Cass Joey. That was an awesome time.
Yeah, I also say this because Chuggs gets it more than most of the people that work here. Like, we also have significant others, and we work all the time. So it's not like I don't want to hang out with some of these guys outside of work. But, you know, I literally see Chuggs more than I bet you I see Alex on a weekly basis. So, I mean, when we have opportunities to hang out, like,
I get a lot more action,
easy.
too.
Yeah, that's true. She's usually the one that has to take off the shirt, not you.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, for 50.
I get it. Y'all hang out outside once in a while. Philip, Xavier Watts, Jay Kaiser from Notre Dame are perfect fits on defense. I don't know if they met with Kaiser. I do know for a fact that they met with Xavier Watts at the NFL Combine. Really, really solid, versatile safety.
If Tom Telesco was still here, these would be locks.
Yeah, maybe. Thank God he's not, though.
Akash, I hope A-Rod goes to the Giants so we have a better chance at Sanders at 6 so we can sit and learn for a year or two. I don't know if you go Sanders at 6, even if he's there.
I don't think Sanders is the pick at 6. And when I tweeted out the other day, I think Sanders is the quarterback the Raiders draft, that was also predicated on like the Raiders trying to trade back and get an extra third, and then they would take Shedeur. If you're Las Vegas and you think that you can win right now, and I do think the Raiders can win right now with Geno, and I don't know if it's Super Bowl. Because, let's be real, there's not many teams that are probably in that Super Bowl window, but they are absolutely a playoff contender with Geno Smith. Knowing that, and knowing that you need an X, this is a team looking for an X receiver because they know the strengths of Geno Smith. Like, if they added T-Mac, I could see that. They need to add a legit quarterback, but my bigger point is I don't think that they draft a quarterback in the first 2 days of the draft anymore simply because they want to try to win and compete right away. But maybe they wait until next year. Right? Like, maybe they wait until next year to draft a QB if they don't love any of them, where I really think that you're going to be seeing somebody on day 3 be drafted.
Yeah. Emeka, Geno Smith is a great quarterback. He gonna thrive. Mitch thinks so as well. Indoors. I mean, great.
He can be great. He's a good quarterback that in the perfect system can be great. So if you believe in Chip Kelly, then I'm going to sit up here and say that I think Geno Smith has a chance to be great because of all the other things that he does matches character traits that Pete Carroll's been able to groom already, character traits that John Spytek's been able to groom already, character traits that Tom Brady already has, like Greg Olson's worked with. If you believe in this staff, you should love Geno Smith. And that's why I'm more excited about Geno. If Geno would stay in Seattle in the exact same situation, I'd probably say he's the 17th, 18th best quarterback in the NFL. But because of our situation, people are going to see it. And then the fact that he's going to be able to put up better numbers if the Raiders can block for him. I don't want to say there's no way that it can get worse. But damn it, I hope it doesn't get worse from a blocking standpoint. Because Seattle was really, really bad last year. And I mean really, really bad.
Booger.
I got a burp.
How do you think our defensive line will be this coming season? And is Koonce a must sign? I think even if you don't sign anybody, I think you're pretty good. I love what Tyree Wilson did at the end of last year. He looked really good. A move that I would like, K'Lavon Chaisson, if you're able to bring him back. I don't think he's re-signed or signed with anybody just yet. But also, people are forgetting, we didn't see really Christian Wilkins at all last year. You played, 5-6 games for the Raiders?
Yeah, Wilkins was banged up. Crosby was banged up the entire year. I like this Raiders defensive line. Now, I still want them to add another piece or two for depth where, now you got to find your John Jenkins. And that's not a big-name guy, but it's a big-body guy in the middle. Somebody that you can just know that you're going to be able to put in there, maybe to be able to go out there, fill up some holes. Like, honestly, if I were to look for that fifth DT, even if he's 38 years old, Calais Campbell would be somebody I'd pick up the phone and give a call. Somebody who also has been a part of Miami Dolphins defenses, which I don't know how much time has overlapped maybe with some of those other players that are from the Dolphins in years past, but I would consider it.
David Flores, I'm not going to lie. Thank you for not lying, David. Moehrig leaving is about to make me crash out. I'm so upset. We had the third most cap space and signed Adam Butler. Come on. Hey, don't shit on Adam Butler. I think Adam Butler is a really good player.
But we also don't have the third most cap space. And I think that's the other problem where people are a little bit confused on. When the Raiders traded for Geno Smith, and this is kind of the issue, we don't really know where the Raiders salary cap space is. I know what Over the Cap says. I know what Spotrac says, but it's because the Geno Smith trade hasn't really happened yet. And since the trade hasn't really happened yet, they're just putting that $31 million on the Raiders. That's not how it's going to look. So my point is we're not third in salary cap space. We are probably a little bit closer to 13 or 14, but what you're also forgetting is even if we are or were at the top 3 in salary cap space, we added a quarterback. We went out and got one of our top defensive tackles back on the team, my number one free agent priority, so I was thrilled about it. I said it before, I would rather the Raiders bring back Adam Butler than Robert Spillane than Tre'von Moehrig, and it's because of the price tag associated with that and the importance of winning in the trenches. So, to me, I love the Adam Butler move. I love the Geno Smith move. Alex Cappa, they could have that one. I'm not on board with that one at all. Isaiah Paul-Amal, think about this. If you thought that you weren't going to be able to bring back Tre'von Moehrig, if you thought you weren't going to be able to bring back a player along the lines of Nate Hobbs, why not go get the cheaper version of that player? I'm not saying Paul-Amal is as good as both of those guys. He's not. But we saw Paul-Amal get better and better and better since he's come out of USC. You can't deny it. UDF player that's got a lot of respect in that locker room. But we also saw him at times. Remember, it was reported he could play linebacker. It was reported that they were starting to use him at safety. It was reported that they were using him at corner. So in my mind, if you knew that you were going to lose those two players, who's somebody that everybody loves in that locker room, that you trust, that's shown the ability to grow, that you can plug and play in situations where he's a mismatch nightmare on defense because of the confusion he creates. And when I say nightmare, people aren't sitting there freaking out about Isaiah Paul-Amal, but I can understand the idea of why they brought him back if they thought they were going to lose Hobbs and Tre'von Moehrig. So to say, this is why I'm not worried, because I don't think the Raiders are doing bad at all. If they would have traded for Geno Smith today, and if the Raiders would have re-signed Adam Butler today, nobody would be bitching and moaning. But it's because people didn't see it late last night, and maybe you forgot about what happened on Friday. Plus we're freeing up money. The Raiders already announced moving on from Gardner Minshew. Already announced moving on from Andre James. You're telling me you're not happy about those moves? Give me a break, man. Jimmy Garoppolo, 1 year, $4.5 million deal.
Wow.
Can we all do a group prayer? And I don't want this to happen, and I feel bad for even asking it. I don't want Matthew Stafford to get hurt. I don't want him to get hurt. But if Devontae had to catch balls from Jimmy Garoppolo again,
Hilarious.
we might do a watch party.
Michael Avia, are we forced to go 100% defense in this year's draft? No. You will not be going 100% defense in this draft. I guarantee you you're going to get one offensive lineman, one wide receiver, and probably a running back as well.
Yeah.
I would say those 3 picks on offense, and you have 10 picks right now. To think all 10 picks are going to the defense would be wild, Michael.
9.
Or 9?
Well, now.
Oh, because of the trade, yeah.
Yep.
Stupid!
Idiot! Don't subscribe. This show sucks, man. These guys don't know anything. I would say no matter what running back's going to go off the board, no matter what, you're going to take a wide receiver. I still think that they are going to take a quarterback at some point. I would be shocked if they don't. I mean, that's offensive line. There's 4. They might even take a tight end. I mean, they met with some tight ends at the combine. And late.
Queen
Hyena.
How do you feel about Justin Reed as a safety if we miss out on Holland? He's really good. Plays in the AFC West.
Hang on, we got to trade. The Texans are trading Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Commanders. This is going to be a blockbuster trade. Laramie Tunsil has just been traded to the Washington Commanders.
I hate that move.
Oh my goodness.
Who do they get back?
Blockbuster. I don't know what they have yet. A huge addition for Washington. They're trying to protect Jaden Daniels. Wow, oh wow, oh wow. Oh, dude. Everybody put some RIPs in the chat for Chuggs, dude. What would you want?
If it's not a first, I'm effing pissed. If it's not a first-round pick at least, I am freaking pissed.
See? Now the Raiders are, now we're doing good. 3rd round, I'm just kidding. I don't know what it's going to be, man. As soon as we get an update, I'll let you know. 49ers and running back Patrick Taylor have agreed to a 1-year extension. Laramie Tunsil going to Washington. I mean, dude, that is a huge chin to a 2-year, $16 million deal. Holy shit, man. I'll tell you what, that is a fantastic, fantastic deal for the Las Vegas Raiders. 2 years, $16 million. I need some LVs down below. I apologize. We have the shittiest Wi-Fi a company has ever had, and we just can't figure it out. It's unbelievable. Jeremy Chin is a member of the Las Vegas Raiders. Let me know down below how you feel. I don't think we're back. Unbelievable. Let's get some LVs down below. Jeremy Chin, 2 years, $16 million. This is why you don't panic. Going out and being able to get a Jeremy Chin guy who's coming off a great year with Dan Quinn, who also was previously a defensive coordinator with Pete Carroll. Jeremy Chin is a phenomenal signing at 2 years, $16 million. Now, I'll say this. I need the entire nation to rally behind us again. We had almost 5,000 people, over 5,000 people on this stream. Our Wi-Fi just cut out, and we just lost a bunch of people. I need some LVs down below. I want to see some Jeremy Chins down below. We are back, and we are going to freaking rally, man. Jeremy Chin, 2 years, $16 million. I'll also say this. If we can get great deals like that, I'll keep cutting the Wi-Fi out. I'll keep cutting the Wi-Fi out if we can keep getting great deals like that, man. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go, man. Jeremy Chin, 2 years, $16 million. I should have, honestly, a lot of graphics on him already, just so you know. Jeremy Chin last year, a 69 overall PFF grade, a 72.2 run defense grade, a 66.2 coverage grade. Quite frankly, I mean, this is somebody that you're able to replace Tre'von Moehrig, but mainly this is your Marcus Epps replacement. Chin's going to be that strong safety, and he's going to do a damn good job at it, but it's the value. 2 years, $16 million is phenomenal value. I mean that. I mean, he is a really, really solid safety that's going to be able to come down the hill and be a little bit of a thumper, but he gives you some of that versatility like Tre'von Moehrig did. I mean, if I told you, you can either get Tre'von Moehrig at 3 years, 51, or Jeremy Chinn 2 for 16, it's not even close to me, dude. 81 tackles last season, 1 INT. Really, really, really good move here, man. Love it, absolutely love it. Hey, since we lost connection to the Wi-Fi, but the Raiders ended up getting Jeremy Chinn, I'll make y'all a deal right now. If we can get to 3,000 likes, we're 150 likes away. I'm throwing back a beer bong. I am stoked that the Las Vegas Raiders were able to go out and get Jeremy Chinn. Phenomenal. I got Hunter. I got Sacred Crow. I got Mario G. Matthew McDonald. Razor Ramon. 93 Nabman. Nabman says Jevon Holland next. Jevon Holland and a Jeremy Chinn connection is what every single Raiders fan should want right now. Because you get yourself a true center fielder in Jevon Holland, and then you would be able to get somebody really close to the line of scrimmage and a Jeremy Chinn. I am telling you this right now. I am completely proud of the way that this Raiders team has handled this move. Also, though, I do want to tell you about this Texans and Commanders trade. The Commanders are sending a third-round pick, so a 2025 third, a 2026 second, and a 2026 fourth-round pick to the Texans. So no first-rounders in there for my man Jeremy Chuggs. Let's talk about the Jeremy that I care about, though. Jeremy Chinn, A, B, C, D, or F. What do you guys think of this move right now here for the Raiders? 2 years, $16 million. Last season, Chinn had 117 tackles. The number I read earlier, 81, that was solo tackles, so that's on me. 117 tackles last season, 2 sacks and an interception. The year before that with Carolina was bad, but it was the Carolina Panthers, and he battled some injuries. When he was a rookie, 117 tackles. When he was a sophomore, 107 tackles. I'm going to have to reach out to one of my buddies who played with Jeremy Chinn, and I'm going to see if I can maybe get a little bit of some extra information on him. I'm telling you this, though, this is a B-plus move to me. I'm not going to sit up here and say it's an A. A's got to be Adam Butler, 3 years, $16 million. That's an A-plus. Jeremy Chinn at 2 for 16, that's a B-plus grade because, again, you're able to replace Tre'von Moehrig for a fraction of the price. And I love the fact that they were able to make this move. He's a thumper. Like, I think the way that John Gruden was hoping Jonathan Abram would be Jeremy Chinn. Somebody that's not afraid to come down the field, smack you in the chin, both of them, double chin in the out. This is a good move, man. Really, really versatile player who I really think is coming off, you could argue, a career year and a Dan Quinn system. And you know for a fact Pete Carroll cares about what Dan Quinn has to say. I love this, dude. Love it, love it, love it. 27, played 94% of Washington's defensive snaps last season. He matched career highs in passes defended, interceptions, and tackles while recording a career best 7 tackles for loss and 2 sacks. Great move by the Raiders to go out and get Jeremy Chinn. Honestly, after reading that stat line right there, I almost want to make this an A-. B+, A-, dude. So coming up here on today's show, here's what we're going to do. I am going to get into the breaking news of the Raiders going out signing Jeremy Chinn. I am going to break down the contract details, the fit here on the defense. I'm going to break down what our entire depth chart kind of looks like from a defensive standpoint. We'll also talk about then at the end maybe some other players that the Raiders could potentially go out there and sign to add. But I'm telling you this right now, Jeremy Chinn to the Raiders, you got to absolutely love it, man. I am fired up, dude. Somebody said career high of 1 interception, but that's not quite his game. His game is to be the strong safety, where I saw somebody say he's, the free safety replacement. That's not it. Like, Tre'von Moehrig was a free safety for us, but I don't really think he was like a true free safety. He was a better strong safety. For Chin, he's a strong safety. You don't want him dropping back into coverage, but like I got to give that man his flowers here, because if I'm the Raiders, based on the combination, and Jeremy Chinn was one of the players that I had featured in my best value free agents segment that I did here on the Raiders Report, which, by the way, if you need extra graphics, I might have a few Jeremy Chinn graphics already made, because I did feature him in a segment where I want to see if I can find what I said about him and all those. This is a good move, dude. Best value free agent segment, I said this. Chinn looks solid in Dan Quinn's defense last season. He's a Swiss Army knife with Patrick Graham can use, and his Spotrac market value was about $6 million, which I think what we're seeing right now is guys are getting a little bit of extra money, but I love the fact that they were able to go out there and get this strong safety. But now that you got yourself a strong safety, like, to me, Jevon Holland would be a great lightning to Chinn's thunder. And I don't know if that's ever been said before, but you know what, damn it, I'm going to say it here. Hey, man, we hit 300 likes, 3,000 likes here on the Raiders Report. If you're fired up that the Raiders just got Jeremy Chinn, I want you to spam Raiders down below. I'm going to yell Raiders from the rooftop, and I want somebody to clip this bad boy. I want somebody to send it to Jeremy Chinn, and I want Jeremy Chinn to see how Raider Nation gets down, because we'll rally, Jeremy. You're not going to see a fan base more passionate than the Silver and Black. I can freaking promise you there. Let's get some Raiders going down below. I see Pops, diehard Raider fan. CJ, what up, Hunter? What up, Jose? I got Nick. Talk dirty to the world. Yam Bam. What up, Miguel? Jay, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Raiders! Let's go! Jeremy Chinn, baby. Give me some of that Chinn music. You hear it? Oh, it sounds good. It sounds good. Come on, dude. Great value signing there by the Silver and Black. And to anybody out there that was panicking, and I hear you, you want to get the action, right? You want to get in on the action. But if I would have told you today the Raiders would have traded for Geno Smith, re-signed Adam Butler, and now go out and you get somebody in Jeremy Chinn, we're all sitting here going, the Raiders are clear winners here today. I mean, the Adam Butler move, to me it was more important for the Raiders to bring back Adam Butler than Tre'von Moehrig and Robert Spillane. Not saying Butler was a better player. I wanted to be able to win in the trenches, and I wanted to be able to do it at a fraction of the cost. Like, would you rather Adam Butler, Jeremy Chinn, or still not even enough money for Robert Spillane? Like now you still can go out and add some of these extra pieces here, but I love the fact that the Raiders did this. They were patient. They waited, and they were talking to Tre'von Moehrig. Excuse me. That was very, very clear. That was very evident. They were talking to Tre'von Moehrig, and then I think when they realized, obviously, that they were unable to go out and get him, now you added Jeremy Chinn. But the combination of Chinn and Isaiah Paul-Amal to be your Marcus Epps, Isaiah Paul-Amal, I love that, dude. I think if you're a Raiders fan that was worried, and I was worried too that you're going to lose a lot of these players on defense, but it's how do you retool them? And a 2-for-16 deal, that's freaking great. Jeremy Chinn, 2-for-16. Tre'von Moehrig for 3-for-51. Jeremy Chinn every single day, and it's not even a discussion. You know what I'm saying? It's not even a discussion. Easy, easy, easy. Absolutely love it. More random NFL news that just came in. The Panthers have agreed to terms with Vikings edge rusher Patrick Jones. 2 years and $20 million. 2 years and $20 million. If you do, you got to change it. Like, I would just take out Tre'von Moehrig, slap, who? Chinn's a strong safety. Yeah, you know what? You could still show it. And I could just explain this is what the Raiders had, and now you're going to be able to put Chinn in that. That's okay. Sorry, y'all. Talking to my guy Smitty, which if anybody has any Seahawks questions about Geno Smith, Smitty's watched, he's a Seahawks guy. He's watched a lot of Seahawks shows. I said Geno Smith's one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the NFL after watching his tape because of how bad that line was last year. Which I want you to concentrate on Jeremy Chinn. But once we get through the Jeremy Chinn stuff, because Chuggs is going to be gone for a while, I would imagine. He's covering the breaking news. Wow, listen to this. 138 defensive stops since the year 2020. That is the second most of all safeties in the NFL. Since the year 2020, 138 defensive stops. Wow, oh wow, oh wow. Oh, Raiders, thank you, God. Yes. We are drastically behind on supers. So I'm just going to warn you right there. Drastically behind. But when we're ready to get into the cut, I want to get into the cut. Yeah. I don't know. Steve, you know what? Chuggs might have killed the internet. Cool. So that's just Raiders jerseys. I didn't know if it was the one that we were going to do for live. Raiders jerseys. Steve L. Bang! Jeremy Chinn's first bang comes from the Golden Bachelor. Yo, Steve, everybody out there, we're going to break down everything that you need to know around this Jeremy Chinn move here by the Raiders. I will get back to you, Steve. Seems like we're really trying to do it the right way. I think we're trying to do it the right way. I'm proud of this team for acting like a smart organization for the very first time and not going out and overspending on players. And I get it. You're seeing the Patriots do things left and right, steal Spillane. It sucks. But overpaying is still not a smart way to invest your money. What? Yeah, looks good. Sounds good. Steve, I need you to remind me something. And I have a Golden Bachelor story for you that I'm probably going to forget about after I talk about this. So I need everybody to remind me so I could tell Steve. Which, it's not even a funny story. It's a random story. But I'm not going to tell it yet because I want to get into this. 17 mil for Moehrig is insane from Nico Laz. I agree with you, Nico. Also, reminder, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. You can get in a shot to win our duck race today, which right now, as it stands, is $410. So if you send in a 20, you would have an opportunity to win right now 400. Well, if you send in, you'd have an opportunity to win 420 then. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. We'll do that at the very end of today's show. Also, every single $10 super chat and above, you're going to be entered in for a chance to win a Raiders jersey at the end of today's live show. Let's do, honestly, I want to do A-. I'm feeling frisky. Feeling frisky. I honestly do think it's an A- now, just based on what you would have had to pay to keep Tre'von Moehrig. Now, I still want to see what they do at free safety. What? Oh, one word. Value. Let's do it. 3 points for Mitch. What is 3-point Mitch? I don't know what that means. It's me. I don't know, man. How would you guys grade the move? A, B, C, D, or F? And obviously, if any other Raiders breaking news ends up going down, we're going to be up here. We're going to be talking you through. But for anybody that usually watches some of our live shows when we do get breaking news or when I'm in the middle of a cut, we're obviously just going to stay live here. I'm going to film 15 minutes worth, let's say 12, 15 minutes worth of something. And then after that, I'll go back to interacting with all of y'all, but it's going to be like a whole cut, 12 to 15 minutes, so just be on the lookout for that. D in Abrams is, I don't know what that is. Nicholas, Ligma, you Ligma. Shea Boy says C. O says A. Mr. Hot Cheese says A+. Paul says, I really like this. It's an A. Robert says B+, A-. I'm kind of with you there, Robert. Ian Young's going to go with a B. Ruben says A. Black Lion Supreme. What's up, Black Lion Supreme? The fact that Black Lion Supreme and I, because Black Lion, he's a ball knower. That guy, he's a ball knower, so we're kind of on the same path there. Rob Fravor is going to give it a B. I got you. All right, so here's what's going to happen. We got right now, as it stands, 5,500 people watching this show right now. You ready for a deal? Let me get a little bit loosey-goosey here. If we can get to 4,000 likes, by the time I'm done with this Jeremy Chin cut, boo. I'm pumped that they just finally made him deal. I'm pumped that they finally just made a deal. Jeremy flipping Chin. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through all the news, and then as soon as we do that, then we're going to open up for questions, because I know right when this breaking news technically happened, we lost internet connection for maybe, I don't know, maybe like a minute or two. It felt like 40 minutes. I'm not going to lie to you. I felt like I missed all of free agency, because as soon as the internet kicked, Jeremy Chin ended up signing. But again, if we got to kick the Wi-Fi in here to get some good news for the Raiders, shit, I'm going to bruise my toes kicking the Wi-Fi. That Texans trade is unbelievable, dude. It's unbelievable. Damn says, I need you to cut the Wi-Fi again. Maybe. Yeah, that's fine. I trust you. That script, we can kind of go with the flow. Hopefully it helps. Cool. Yeah, I think that's the perfect way to end it. All right, y'all. Coming up here, sooner or later, we'll get to it. This is more on me. I always work with Chuggs. Hang on, we got another deal here. Free agent cornerback Dante Jackson is going to be going to the Chargers on a 2-year, $13 million deal. Dante Jackson, Chargers, 2 years, $13 million. I'll say, if they get Jeremy Chin with Jevon Holland, it might be an A+. I might put a hole in this table. I might have to go buy some new pants. It's going to be a mess. Name that movie. I can't think of the name either, but all I can picture is the guy going, and it's going to be a mess. As soon as somebody says it, I'll know where it's from. It's Alan from Hangover. And he's in, it's with Will Ferrell. Yes. That's it. The Campaign. Chad Fisher, first on it. Attaboy, Chad. Attaboy, Chad. I mean, right now, you got Isaiah Paul-Amal, Jeremy Chin. I still want them to add another safety. Because you don't really have a true coverage guy yet. You ready? All right, y'all. Coming up here, we're going to break down everything you need to know around Jeremy Chin and joining the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's frickin' go. We got some breaking news. The Las Vegas Raiders have gone out and they have signed safety Jeremy Chin to a 2-year, $16 million deal. I'm telling you this right now. If you're a Raiders fan, you got to think, I am able to replace Tre'von Moehrig and Marcus Epps with a player like Chin for 2 years and $16 million. Coming up here on today's show, I'm going to tell you everything you needed to know about this contract, everything you need to know in terms of what I think about it. I'm going to give it a grade. I'm going to give it a one-word reaction. And then at the end of the show, I'm going to tell you all the moves that the Raiders have made and some moves that I would like for them to make on top of that. But there was a lot of people. I saw the live show. There was a lot of people panicking. Man, the Raiders aren't doing this. We're sitting back. We're being too easy. If I would have told you the Raiders traded for Geno Smith, went out and re-signed Adam Butler, and made this move right here, everybody would sit up here go, the Raiders are absolutely, positively killing it. And this is a great move by Chin. I get the fact that you're not going to be able to replace both Epps and Moehrig with somebody like Jeremy Chin, but you did it at a discounted price where Moehrig wasn't a true cover safety. Marcus Epps played near the line of scrimmage, and for an organization that thought that they were also going to lose out maybe on a player on Nate Hobbs, also going to lose out on your safeties, for you to be able to retain Isaiah Paul-Amal and you're able to keep Jeremy Chin at a total value of $12 million combined, which is still cheaper than what Tre'von Moehrig got by $5 million. He got 3 for $51. The Raiders did this in a very smart way simply because of also the fit that Jeremy Chin is with the Raiders. So here's going to be the pinned comment on today's show. I want you to grade the signing of the Raiders adding Chin 2 years a $16 million, $8 million per year. It's an A, B, C, D, or F. My answer is going to be coming up here after this YouTube ad break. So while that ad is playing, I want you to scroll on down. And we all went to school, right? So please go down there and give me your grade. I think whoever made our grades went to AA. I'm going to say it's an A- grade that can turn into an A grade. How about that? And I think that it can turn into an A grade if you add the right safety. If the Raiders go out and they get a Jevon Holland and you add a true center fielder next to an Isaiah Pola-Mao, next to a Jeremy Chinn, then I think that that is a true A signing here for Chinn. If the Raiders' idea is to only use Jeremy Chinn and Isaiah Pola-Mao as their starting safeties, well then I'm going to be real. This is more of like a B+ or B- move to me then, because you still need a true guy that can drop back. What Chinn is really good at is getting close to the line of scrimmage, being a versatile player in that regard. One of my favorite players that I ever got the opportunity to watch, and it's not quite the same, this is same, but different. Jabril Peppers with Patrick Graham back a few years ago was a very versatile safety, and that had a lot of good work with him. I also think you saw a guy like Marcus Epps. They gave him a captain status. They showed why he could be a really solid player, and Jeremy Chinn, to me, is a better version and a younger version of Epps. Look at the years. He is a tackler. He's not afraid to go downhill. He's not afraid to put his chin on a helmet, and he's not afraid to really wrap you up. Since the year 2020, Jeremy Chinn has the second most tackles made at the safety spot. Since the year 2020, listen to this, 138 defensive stops, second most among all safeties since the year of 2020. This is a guy who can really help you out in your run game, which is why, as you can see on screen, that quarterback rating against him, sometimes teams pick on him in the passing game, but if you're a smart defense, don't always allow that ability. Use him as a safety near the line of scrimmage, where I honestly think the way that John Gruden wanted Jonathan Abram to work is the way that Jeremy Chinn actually plays. The other thing that you got to do, and I think that the Raiders know this because Chinn's coming off arguably a career year with Dan Quinn, with the Washington Commanders. Dan Quinn, relationships matter, we know that, was the defensive coordinator for Pete Carroll many years down there in Seattle. And it's obviously not like the exact same system that they're running, but knowing that he was able to have that good of a year underneath Dan Quinn, I know for a fact spoke volumes to Pete Carroll and that regime. You can't tell me that it didn't happen. So based on the relationship, based on the fit, you still need to go out and you need to add somebody in free agency that can be that center fielder. But at the value of 2 for $16, John Spytek, Pete Carroll, this regime just continues to act like a smart regime. If you want to hang out with me, I am live right now, and we got over 5,000 other Raiders fans on our live show right now, rocking and rolling with us. When the Raiders make a move, you're going to get a video. Make sure you click that subscribe button. Make sure those notifications are turned on, because anytime the Raiders make a move, I am dropping a video around that bad boy. So again, with Jeremy Chinn joining the Raiders, 6'3", 220-pounder, 2024 had 117 tackles, 7 tackles for a loss, an interception, and 5 pass breakups. Some of you might be wondering, okay, Mitch, what does our depth chart look like now with Jeremy Chinn? So the depth chart that you see on screen is what it was at the start of today. The Raiders on the right side still have Trey Taylor, who they drafted in the 7th round out of Air Force, who was the Jim Thorpe Award winner. You have T. Harper, who also on the team right now, not just a depth guy. Isaiah Pola-Mao, who you're able to bring back. Chris Smith, 5th rounder out of Georgia, different regime. We'll see what ends up happening to him. Marcus Epps tore his ACL last season. He's a free agent. And then Tre'von Moehrig, who we've been talking about, he signed a 3-year, $51 million deal with the Carolina Panthers. So you need to be able to go out there and replace him. The name that I think that Chinn replaces is Marcus Epps. I don't want people to think that this is a Isaiah Pola-Mao and Jeremy Chinn safety duo, because I'll be real, I don't think that that's all that smart of an idea, but I do think that if you're able to really go with 3 safeties again, and that's what the Raiders tried to do. They tried to implement 3 safeties, and they did it a lot. It's what PG's done his entire career, using versatile safeties. But if you're able to go out and get a Jevon Holland, Jeremy Chinn, and Isaiah Pola-Mao, I'm going to sit up here and I'm going to look at all y'all and go, our safeties got better. In a year that I was concerned that the safeties would get worse, you go out, you add a player in Chinn somebody that I had in my video, which I'm telling you right now, the Raiders, the moves that they've made, maybe they watch the Raiders report. I know Mark Davis watches from time to time. And Mark, I can't wait to meet you here in a few weeks. But at the same time, I know that Jeremy Chinn was a player that I talked about in my best value free agents video. He was on that. My best value free agent at defensive tackle, Adam Butler. So the fact that they're bringing in players that have really solid value, that can also contribute right away, that fit your culture, is a massive, massive win for this organization. And I could not be more proud that they are just finally doing things like a smart organization does those things. If anybody out there needs a Raiders jersey, you can go to chatsports.com/Raiders jersey. You can get a Brock Bowers, a Max Crosby. I will tell you this. I know people sometimes get worried about getting Raiders jerseys because I had one of my buddies, he sent me a video, and I'll never forget it. It was last year. It was last year when Devontae got traded, and it was literally a video of him being like Devontae Adams jersey, followed by, it was Darren Waller, followed by Josh Jacobs, followed by Henry Ruggs, followed by Cleveland Ferrell, and it was just like one after another after another. And I was like, all right, that guy's gone through some serious jerseys. But if you get a jersey from us at chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys, there is a button that you can click, and if you click on it, it says jersey insurance. So essentially, if a player gets cut, if a player gets traded, you can actually trade in your jersey, and they will give you a brand new one. I'm not going to give you a brand one. They're going to give you a brand new one. Chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys is where you can go. They also have Howie Longs, Bo Jackson, Charles Woodson, a bunch of the great ones out there. If you need some extra toilet paper because, I don't know, you're running a little bit low, they do have a Darren Waller jersey there, which for $14. Let's go to Jeremy Chinn, back to him, the man of the hour. The Las Vegas Raiders, again, 2 years, $16 million. I don't know if we have gotten the exact, guarantees in that contract, but it's obviously not going to be too much money. It's just the overall fit is so good. I mean, it's just such a good fit here for the Raiders. So you know what? I want to know down below, what is y'all's one-word reaction to the signing of Jeremy Chinn to the Raiders at 2 for $16? My one word is value. And it's got to be value because he's a valuable player on this defense. The Raiders value relationships, and 2 for $16 is good value. And that's how you're going to be able to build this team. When you go out and you trade for a quarterback like Geno, I still want the Raiders to try to sign a Byron Murphy. I want the Raiders to go out and try to get a Jevon Holland. But if you want to spend on those type of big players and go out and trade for a quarterback that you're about to pay 40 to 45, you got to be able to hit on Adam Butler. I know that the Raiders are excited about Alex Kappa. I'm not afraid to admit it. I think he was really bad last season. Maybe he's just got to be with John Spytek, and maybe, I don't know, the Bengals were just not a good fit for him overall. We've seen stuff like that happen in the past. But you need guys like Alex Kappa to step up. You need Adam Butler to do exactly what he did last season. But you also need to be able to go out and sign players like Jeremy Chinn that are valuable starters in the NFL and help you at safety where, I mean, if I would have told you the Raiders, I think he's an upgrade over Marcus Epps. Healthy Marcus Epps, maybe not, but he's an upgrade over Marcus Epps. And I really think that you're going to see somebody play a role, and I'm going to throw out this name, and I don't want people to just assume that this is the role that he's going to play. But at the exact same time, right, we always got to think about teams and what they've done before. All I'm going to say is this. Can you go to the player bio real quick on Jeremy Chinn for me? Sometimes I think teams like to recreate, okay? Sometimes I think teams like to recreate. Jeremy Chinn is 6'3", 220 pounds. Downfield thumper at the safety position. Who's that sound like? Sounds a lot like Cam Chancellor, who also was 6'3", 225 pounds, a down-the-field safety that absolutely tried to light you up. I get football's a lot different than what it was, but I also think that the NFL can be at times a little bit of a copycat league, where there was a time where NFL teams were going a lot of nickel bases because teams were spreading you out giggity and they were picking you apart throwing the football. If you notice, there are some teams that are kind of now going a little bit more run heavy. Philadelphia Eagles, the Baltimore Ravens, and some of these teams are really trying to beat you with what I like to call FU football. Jeremy Chinn helps you in the middle of that field, especially on a team that just lost Robert Spillane. I get he's not a linebacker, Chin, but losing somebody like Spillane, you need somebody that has a nose for the football, that has had over 100 tackles 3 out of the last 4 seasons, that has a relationship with Dan Quinn, that is a young player, that is a versatile safety in his own right, being able to play near the box and being able to move all around the field. Jeremy Chinn is a really good move for this Raiders defense at 2 years, $16 million. So hopefully everybody out there that was hitting that panic button early on that the Raiders aren't doing anything, let's take a deep breath and let's continue to show faith in this Raiders organization, because I get it. John Gruden and Mike Mayock didn't give you a lot to believe about. I get it. Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler didn't give you a lot to believe about. Antonio Pierce, Tom Telesco didn't give you a lot of things to believe about. But this organization has showed you all offseason that they are operating different, and they are operating like a smart organization does. And this is Jeremy Chinn move is another perfect example of them just operating as a smart organization. Didn't overpay, trusted their guns, and they went out and got a guy that's going to help you replace Robert Spillane, that could maybe be a next Cam Chancellor, that's going to be able to be a replacement for Tre'von Moehrig, Marcus Epps at a fraction of the price, that has a good relationship with Pete Carroll. I absolutely love it. If you want to interact with me on social media, I am at Mitchell Renz 365. Seriously, Instagram, maybe not Twitter. Twitter's been absolutely dog shit today. But you know what's not dog shit? Going out and getting Jeremy Chinn for 2 years, $16 million. If you made it this far in the video, you better know. We're live here on the Raiders Report. Over 5,000 people have tuned in. We're going to get over 100,000 people on today's live show in general. If you missed tailgating and partying in Oakland, pull up to the Raiders Report. I'm going to do my best to remind you. I can't provide the smells. As Jimmy Johns would say, not a sponsor. Those smells are free. The smells of the lot, man. I got high hopes for this show, but there's nothing in the world that can get us that high of hopes. I miss Oakland. Shout out to all y'all. Jeremy Chinn, welcome to the nation. All right, man. Grade the signing of Jeremy Chinn. A, B, C, D, or F. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through some of those super chats, and I'm going to answer all the questions that we have kind of accumulated over the last like 30 minutes. I want to run through some of those questions, and I want to break it down. Oh, the Golden Bachelor story. Shout out to Steve. So the Golden Bachelor story, Steve, is the other day I was trying to plan my honeymoon, and I don't want to say I'm cheap, but I'm kind of cheap. Like, I need to have a good deal. Like, I'm not going to go out and spend 3 for $51 on a Tre'von Moehrig type of honeymoon. But if you're telling me I can get a Jeremy Chinn honeymoon, 2 for $16, I'm kind of in on that. So the other day, I was trying to figure out where to go, and I got a recommendation from one of Alex's friends as a travel agent. And I see this resort, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, man, I don't know why. I feel like I've seen that resort. I know I've never been there, but I feel like I've seen it. The resort that she recommended to us was the resort that this past time at the Golden Bachelor, the woman who's the blonde, I can't think of her name, she ended up going on a date with a guy. His name's Guy. But I'm telling you this right now to any Raider fan out there. I said this because I literally, when I watched the show, it made me watch it closer. Look up Golden Bachelor and just put Guy, G-U-Y. He looks identical to Rich Gannon. No, I'm actually not kidding you. I bet you Rich Gannon, when watching, was like, I don't remember going on this show. Look it up. So anyway, the resort that they were trying to send me to was the Golden Bachelor Resort, which I'm just telling you, if there would have been one person I would have sent a picture to on my bachelorette, on my honeymoon to, it would have been to the Golden Bachelor, Steve. That's my story. Any idea where we left off? Yep. I'm going to be real with you. If I had to go back, hang on. That's actually a probably good spot. Yeah, because the last one we answered was Justin Reed and miss out on Holland. So Rebel, Montana. So just so y'all know, this super chat is from over an hour ago.
Stop. No way.
This super chat came in from Rebel at 2:36 p.m.
That's a long time ago.
So I'm just letting you know, if you send one in and you don't see it right away, I'm in debt a little bit here. All right, I'm in debt up to my eyeballs.
We're a little behind.
So you know how we're gonna get out of debt? Until we get out of debt of super chats, every single $10 super chat is a shot of Fireball.
Oh my goodness.
New one.
Okay. Every new one. So now the ones that we're about to roll through, because we're about to run through a $10 super chat right here from Brian Boca.
Correct. So until we get out of debt, every 10 is a shot of
And
fire.
right now, as of now, the most recent one that I have here is a $5 super chat from JRO182. And there's a lot to go until we get there. Here we go.
Wait a minute.
Oh, boy.
The Green Bay Packers are expected to sign Nate Hobbs, 4 years, $48 million.
That's a Raider, right?
It's the same contract they gave Josh Jacobs.
Yeah. What position is Nate Hobbs playing?
Hobbs is a corner. He is in slot, outside, but mainly a slot. The problem is, though, he can't stay healthy.
Oh. They gave him a 4-year deal, huh?
I almost wonder if it looks exactly like Jacobs' deal. Because Jacobs also got identical 4 for 48.
Yeah. How much of that was guaranteed for Jacobs? 24 of it, probably?
I actually don't think a lot was. I think it was maybe 2 years was guaranteed of it. I don't remember though off the top of my head.
That makes sense.
Oh my goodness. Nate Hobbs to the Green Bay Packers, which, you know what that tells me? I actually don't think Nate Hobbs' market was as good as what he thought. And I say that because he was really good friends with Chaisson Nixon when they were together, if y'all remember. So Chaisson Nixon, he was out of South Carolina, came to the Raiders. But you've seen a lot of former Raiders go to Green Bay because that's where Rich Bisaccia is. Josh Jacobs is another version of that. There's a few other players. Jonathan Abram, for a small amount of time, went to the Green Bay Packers. But I think, again, I like Nate Hobbs. Good player. For 4 years for $48 million, no chance in hell am I interested in that.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, no chance in hell. Joshua said, dude does look like Rich. Name is Guy. I'm telling you right now, look up Guy from The Golden Bachelor, and then look up a picture of Rich Gannon. It's going to blow your mind. And I would love for this guy from The Golden Bachelor to watch this show some random day and be like,
Guy Ganseri.
look up Rich Gannon. It's scary. I would literally watch the show because the first time I sat down with Alex, I go, I can't believe Rich Gannon is on this show right now. I watched it. And I rooted for him the entire time because I felt like I was rooting for Rich Gannon.
Rich Gannon 2024. Oh my gosh.
It's wild, dude.
It's the same guy.
Literally. Robert Hansley. I saw he just ended up signing the deal.
Whoa.
Dude, it's wild.
That's nuts.
It's wild. $16 million guaranteed for Hobbs, so not a lot guaranteed. I think that you're seeing the injuries, but if he can stay healthy, he can be good. It's got a max value of $51 million. Nate Hobbs, gone.
That's interesting because you saw a deal earlier today with Carlton Davis heading to the Patriots for 3 years, $60 million, but only 34 of it was guaranteed. That's less than
injuries.
Paulson Adebo was guaranteed, even though he's coming off injury too, but less than he was guaranteed on a 3-year, $48 million deal with the Giants.
Bingo.
Or 54.
Brian Baca signed Becton already. Becton at this point, him or Jevon Holland
Is your number one target right now?
are the top two people I want right now. Jevon Holland, Mekhi Becton. I'm telling you right now, if one of those two moves happen, I hope y'all get ready for the shit that's about to go down. Let's go to Bogert. How do you think our defensive line is going to be this upcoming season? I actually think we already read this one, but I like our defensive line. I think the addition of Adam Butler is going to prove that it's going to be one of the better defensive lines in the NFL. Let's go to Sanchez. Hopefully, silence means we're cooking. See, this is how long ago it was.
Before Jeremy Chin.
Yes, this is how long ago it was. King's Char. This crazy trade suggestion, Raiders, Steelers, swap first-round picks, and DK. Nope.
Can't happen.
It's never going to happen. Though I don't mind the idea of trying to trade back a little bit. But why would Pittsburgh want to do it? The Raiders would have just done a trade. I mean, if anything, if they would have taken the deal for pick 52, I think then they would have obviously taken the pick at 37.
True.
The Raider fan, Fields for $20 million a year. We should have got him. No, I completely disagree.
That's a horrible deal.
I think Justin Fields at $20 million is like giving Geno Smith $60 million. Let's go! Malcolm Koonce back to the Raiders.
All righty.
1 year, $12 million. Got that one perfect, man. Malcolm Koonce back to the Raiders.
It's a good pickup.
Let's go.
Good re-signing, I should say.
Predicted 1 year, $12 million for Koonce. Let's freaking go, dude. Malcolm Koonce coming back to the Raiders. Let's go. If you're not awake, let's get it going. Malcolm Koonce coming back to the Raiders. 1 year, $12 million. All right, I'm going to be honest. That fireball deal is almost going to have to go off because this shit's about to get crazy. I am so happy that the Raiders were able to bring back Malcolm Koonce, but this is, again, why you got to be patient, because you can wait around and you get a great player. I know Malcolm tore his ACL last season, but in the final 9 games of 2023, 8 sacks in those final 9 games. Come on, man. Come on, man. I mean, the fact that the Raiders are able to bring back Malcolm, this is one of those players, and I'm happy he's taken almost like a prove-it deal. And I don't mean to say I never thought in a million years he was going to get $18 to $20 million. $12 million has always been my projection for Malcolm. And the fact that they were able to do it, shout out to Rob Leonard, shout out to Patrick Graham for being able to get that deal done. But right on the back of you losing Nate Hobbs for 4 for 48, again, that stinks. But would you rather Nate Hobbs or Malcolm Koonce? Think about it. It's $12 million a year. It is, again, the Raiders are showing you that they know ball and that they're trying to win in the trenches. You bring back Adam Butler. You go out and you get Malcolm Koonce. This is a team that's continuously doing the things that you're supposed to do. Honest question, and I don't mean this as a let's put on our just because we kept Malcolm Koonce stand. Would you rather 12 years for Malcolm Koonce or 12 for Nate Hobbs? I mean, when I tell you it's not close, it's legitimately not close to me. It really, truly isn't. So you bring back Malcolm Koonce and you go get yourself a Jeremy Chin. I mean, come on, man. It was worth the wait. It was worth the wait. We were sitting around waiting what exactly was going to happen. It's been worth the wait, and you can't deny that. The Malcolm Koonce re-signing is going to be, I'm telling you this right now, the amount of people that are starting to flood into this channel, it's going to get nuts. We got over 5,600 people here in the building, and the numbers continue to climb. 1 year, $12 million, grade it for me. A, B, C, D, or F? I think it's an A. I think it's an A because you look at the PFF projection. PFF had him somewhere around $20 million. Spotrac also had him at around $20 million. If it would have just been a player not coming off an ACL injury, I could understand him maybe getting that value. But this is literally a 1 year prove-it deal for Malcolm Koonce, who the last time you saw him play with Patrick Graham, Rob Leonard, and he had 8 sacks in 9 games that final year in 2023. I mean, your defensive line is legit, y'all. Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins, Adam Butler, Tyree Wilson, Malcolm Koonce. The defensive line, you're good. You still got to add maybe a Caleb Chaisson, a little bit of depth. Still add another defensive tackle, a player of a caliber of a John Jenkins, not somebody that you have to go out and break the bank on. But to me now, I think you can take off the idea of Abdul Carter. That's probably not going to happen. Mason Graham, honestly, it's probably not going to happen. If I'm the Raiders and by them going out and getting some of these deals, you still need an X receiver. You still need somebody like an outside cornerback, but Byron Murphy is still available. And we've had 2 really good, reasonable deals. Oh, Pete. Talk dirty to me, Pete. Talk dirty to me, Pete. Oh, God, talk dirty to me, Pete. I'm telling you this right now. Lewis says, Mitch, wake up. Hobbs is gone and Koonce is back. Lewis, I don't know where you've been, man. I've been here. We got 5,800 people. Chris said we getting faded. I'm not going to get too faded, right? Like, I still got to be able to. It's a marathon this week. Mitch, are you straight? What is that? What do you mean? Like,
are you good? Like, are you straight? Like, you good? I hope that's what it means.
I was going to say, I mean, I'll tell you this right now. If my fiance doesn't prove that I have outkicked my coverage and that I am very interested in women, I don't know what's going to do it. Because everybody that looks at her is like, I don't know how she's with that guy. And I'm proud to say that, right? But at the exact same time, am I good right now? Yeah, I'm good. I am very happy. I am a very, very proud Raiders fan just because they're getting Mark Davis to do smart things. Like, This is not a little thing. You are bringing in the right pieces, and you're doing it at a reasonable price, man. I mean, they're just acting smart, and it's weird. It's weird. And I actually hate the stereotype of, oh, Mitch always hates what the Raiders does. Mitch is this and that on the Raiders. I hate what the Raiders do a lot of times because I didn't agree with what the Raiders did, and it gets frustrating when I say that because I feel like genuinely I'm I'm not a negative dude at all. Quite frankly, I feel like I'm almost like the exact opposite of that type of mentality in real life where I keep the good vibes going. I'm not a negative Nancy. But the Raiders, damn it, sometimes make me a negative Nancy because we just care so much. But when you finally start to see the change, it's noticeable. And it's been so noticeable, right? It'd be like staring at the color orange and then somebody puts up the color blue. You're going to notice it's a different color. And now that's what the Raiders are doing. They're showing you. It's a lot different right now. And I love it, dude. And I freaking love it, dude. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to break down everything you need to know around the Malcolm Koonce deal. We're going to do one-word reactions. You don't have to actually get my word. Just push me full screen. Great. Just push me full screen. Do the exact same thing that we just did. We're just going to be talking about Malcolm Koonce. Yep. I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, I would say bring up Malcolm, have something there also around Nate Hobbs, because I'll compare, you could have just had either of the two options. But, Malcolm Koonce, Jeremy Chinn. So here's, again, to the people out there that wanted to keep Tre'von Moehrig, which, again, is fine. Would you rather Jeremy Chinn and Malcolm Koonce for basically Tre'von Moehrig? Just all you need is just the contract, because that's all I'm going to compare. Yep, I think we're good. Let's freaking run this thing, man. Let's freaking run this thing, man. I hope he stays healthy, too. Malcolm deserved, it was a fluke injury. It was. And for somebody that's torn his ACL, I've had so many knee injuries. I've torn my LCL, my MCL, my ACL. I have torn my meniscus. And that's, my ACL only on my left knee. Meniscus only on my left knee. Everything else I mentioned was both knees. I don't have, my knees are shot. Yep, we're about to do a Malcolm Koonce cut. Wish they signed for 2 years, not going to lie, from Big Monkey. Nate Hobbs, very versatile cornerback, can play. The Raiders at times would use him as like a Swiss Army knife. They would use him sometimes as a strong safety and can play up near the box. Definitely more of in the slot is where he's done better. He tried to play outside his second year, struggled with it. They took him back to the slot, which is where his home is at. No. You could try to put him on the outside, but I think you're going to be pretty disappointed about that. A lot of injuries. That's why the guarantees are so low. But the contract they gave Nate Hobbs is the exact same contract, close to what they did with Josh Jacobs, similar situation. And Hobbs is like best friends with Keyshawn Nixon, who I believe is still there in Green Bay. And Hobbs was really close to Rich Bisaccia, who's a part of that special teams. Sorry. One of our Packers guys was like, can you give me a quick rundown on Nate Hobbs? So there you go. Sorry about that. Sherrod, Mitch, can I get that Raiders shirt that you have on? You know what? Let me see if I can find it. If I can find it, I might be able to give you guys a deal on it. So, Smitty, this is going to be a project after we get done with this cut, obviously. But I actually might be able to hook you guys up with the shirt that I have on. I just have to be able to find it. And the only reason why I say that, I randomly found this shirt one day, and obviously since then I haven't been able to, because you're not the first person that has asked me for it. I will try to look to find one, though. Yeah. No, I love it. It fits great. I did think that it was going to be a little bit different. I'm not going to lie to you. I'll be very transparent. I like the shirt, but what I'm just going to tell you, it's actually not the most comfortable shirt because of these patches. They're very patchy. They're thick. This too, every time I close my chest, this is do you see what I'm talking about? like because it's together, it's not nearly as comfortable as a shirt. Though, the outfit I was trying to rock today, which I just started to sweat too much. Like, you get a good shirt like this, and it's super stretchy material, and then you get one of these. I mean, come on. I would do me in Vegas. What'd you say? Yeah, so he ended up tearing his ACL right before the season started. Unfortunately, it was at practice. Yeah, it happened. I actually think the date was, and I don't know what date it was. Did he tear it after the third preseason game? I don't remember that. Yeah, I don't remember. What a huge win for the Raiders, man. Holy shit, dude. A year for $12 million. 1 year for 12 flipping mil, man. I know that we are super behind on super. I know that we are, okay? You're going to have to give me a little bit of time to go through all of them, which I will do. I want to be able to get them up on screen. I know people have been sending in money, and I know a lot of people have been sending in questions, quite frankly. But we've had so many super chats come in, and I've been trying to catch up that we're about 90 minutes behind. Super chats that we haven't got to yet came in from legit, over 2-something, like back at the 2 o'clock time. And the only reason that is we lost internet for a little bit. That kind of screwed us. And then the breaking news around the Raiders getting Jeremy Chinn, and now the breaking news around the Raiders getting Malcolm Koonce. So once those 2 cuts are done, then I will continue to roll on through these supers. But I might have to just make y'all a deal and say, we're just going to get a little bit wet and wild today. Yeah, we'll be good. We'll be good. I am super ready. Oh, man, listen to this stat, which I got to save this one. I'm going to save that one for the show. I just saw a really cool Malcolm Koonce stat. Yeah. Yep. Oh, man. And you know what's crazy? They didn't even technically get the stat right. PFF put out a stat that they didn't even get right. I don't even know if they know. Somebody tell PFF. It's a great stat, but you're kind of, how many sacks did Malcolm Koonce have, honest question, in the second half of the 2023 season to Raider fans out there? How many sacks did Malcolm Koonce have the final 9 games of the season? The number's 8. PFF has 7. Huh? Yes. Well, it's because Josh McDaniels wouldn't play him. They wouldn't use him right. And we were saying, you got to use him as an edge.
Yeah.
Use him as an edge. And then all of a sudden,
3-tech.
McDaniels gets fired. They start using him the way that you should use him. 8 sacks the final 9 games. He's a good edge.
Known defensive savant, Josh McDaniels. Gets it wrong about a pass rusher. Shocking.
I fucking hate that guy. I'm not kidding you. That's one guy, man. All right, y'all. Let's get in here to this breaking news that the Las Vegas Raiders just went out and they re-signed Malcolm Koonce. This organization, they're killing it. They're killing it. They're killing it. You ready? All right, y'all. Smitty is about to get this thing started with me. As a reminder, we're still doing a duck race at the end of today's show. It is a $20 Venmo. Jonathan Wilson, you're in. Chris Perez, you're in. It's a $20 Venmo. Right now, you go home with $430 here on the Raiders Report. Ready? Coming up. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it. Breaking news. Malcolm Koonce is back with the Raiders. If you don't click the like button on this, you're definitely a closet Chiefs fan. I am telling you this right now. I am fired up about the move around the Raiders bringing back Malcolm, and I'm not afraid to do it. I'm going to pat myself on the back. I projected a 1-year, $12 million contract for Malcolm with the Las Vegas Raiders. The reason why this is just such a critical move, and I'm happy for Malcolm for him to get his money. I never thought in a million years he was going to get $20 million, which Spotrac and PFF was projecting for him. And if he would have stayed healthy in 2024, he would have been able to get that money. But coming off an ACL tear where he did not play in the last season, but in the year of 2023, that's why you're paying him for the $12 million, the upside, because you saw when he was actually used correctly how important he was. And also, if I was Malcolm Koonce, I'd want to go back with Rob Leonard, and I'd want to go back with Patrick Graham, somebody that really helped me be the best version of myself. And I really thought that when you saw the value out there, and I think it was scaring some people because of how much money, they thought Malcolm Koonce was going to get on the open market. There's going to be some Raiders fans out there like, oh, I don't know how you're giving a guy all this money who tore his ACL and he was only good for a handful of games. With all due respect, you don't know ball, because when you watch Malcolm Koonce play with Josh McDaniels in that regime, and then after that regime, is it crazy to think either Malcolm Koonce is good or Josh McDaniels in that regime is a bunch of numbskulls? And they're lucky I used the word numbskulls, because Malcolm Koonce at $12 million is a great value. So sound off down in the comments section from my man Malcolm Koonce. Give it an A, B, C, D, or an F. 1 year, $12 million. Obviously fully guaranteed. My answer is going to be coming up here after this YouTube ad break. This is another A for the Las Vegas Raiders. I get that there is a little bit of risk investing in a player that you don't know how healthy they are coming off an ACL. The good news is this: the ACL injury happened in August. So the fact that it happened in August, he's going to be more than 100% healthy, ready to rock and roll. You also got to look at just other contracts that are going on out there from a lot of other player standpoints, where a lot of these other edges are getting long-term deals. And I get it. I'm not surprised Malcolm didn't get that deal, but also you got to just consider bringing back certain players. The Raiders are showing you they value the trenches. Would you rather pay Malcolm Koonce 1 year for $12 million, or would you have rather paid Nate Hobbs, who I like? He just signed a deal 4 years, $48 million, with $16 million guaranteed to go to the Green Bay Packers. So in my mind, you could look at that as $12 million per year, or we're giving Malcolm 12, or you give Nate Hobbs $16 million guaranteed. No disrespect to Hobbs, and I wish him the best of luck in Green Bay. It's such an easy decision for me that the Raiders decided to pick Malcolm Koonce. You re-signed Adam Butler, and you're able to go out and get Jeremy Chinn, all on 3 very respectable contracts and very, very good value. Last season did not play. Though in 2023, the 43 tackles, the 9 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, 17 quarterback hits, and 3 forced fumbles. What's really interesting about those numbers there is how good Malcolm was when Antonio Pierce was able to take over. And honestly, he was one of the reasons why I'm just so confident in Rob Leonard and Patrick Graham when they're a dynamic duo, because they can get a lot of the most out of their defensive end prospects. Another great version of that is somebody like Chaisson from last season. But think about this, okay? Over the back half of in 2023, listen to these numbers by Malcolm Koonce. 8 sacks is top 5 in the NFL. 36 pressures, top 10 in the NFL. 90 PFF grade, 10th in the NFL. That was what he did over the final 9 games. That is why you're paying him 1 year for $12 million. He gets an opportunity to go out there, and he gets an opportunity to prove it. He's a young player entering the final year, obviously. He wasn't in the final year of his contract, but at age like 25, 26 years old, he's going to be able to go back and pin his ears back and get after the quarterback, because for what the Raiders have done, you gave Max Crosby a lot of money. You got Christian Wilkins on the defensive line. You also go out and you bring back Adam Butler, who's just so good at making everybody else around him better. What I'm excited to see is what Malcolm Koonce looks like next to an Adam Butler. He didn't really get that opportunity. But then even on top of that, now what you have is you have versatility at the edge position, and even a little bit at DT, where Malcolm is, I need to get north and south, and I need to get out and get after the quarterback. That's what he's going to do. If it's 3rd down, I want Malcolm Koonce in the game. If it's 1st or 2nd down, maybe you see them put in a Tyree Wilson, who is a little bit better at being able to stop the run because he's a little bit more physical. But right now on that defensive line, and again, what you got to see on screen is look at the asterisks. Certain players are free agents, exclusive rights free agents, all that kind of good stuff. But already, you've been able to replace a Chaisson, maybe with a Malcolm Koonce. You bring back Adam Butler, but Tyree Wilson, they're going to be able to do this kind of rotation at defensive end, at defensive tackle. Really overall solid depth here by Las Vegas. And if you can't tell how proud I am of this organization, how proud I am of this regime so far in free agency, then I don't know what I got to do, because they are proving yet again that they are doing the right things and they are doing the smart things this offseason. When the Raiders make a move, I'm going to be here. Hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications. I'm going to be live this week for probably over 30 hours, and that's probably going to be it. I mean, we started live today at 10. We probably won't get done with maybe 6 o'clock. I ain't going anywhere anytime soon, so that's 8 hours today. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is going to be a shit show. But we also really try, even like if I go home right now and I'm sitting at home and it's 10 o'clock at night and the Raiders and they go out, and if they were to re-sign Malcolm Koonce, I'm making a video and I'd probably go live from my house with Chuck. So when you see when the Raiders make a move, I guarantee you this, I'm already working on getting a video out. So Malcolm Koonce is back with the silver and black, and he's going to get an opportunity to shine. In a prove-it year, you know he's going to be motivated. And the fact that you know he's going to be motivated is why I can't wait to see what this young man is going to get the opportunity to go out there and do. Because when you just see, do we have any other defensive end contracts that have been signed today? I don't know if you can filter through those, Midway. I apologize for the internet connections. We've had a few of them, no doubt about it, here at the Chat Sports Studios, but it's because we don't value Wi-Fi. So what's your one-word reaction to the signing of Malcolm Koonce? To me, smart. And I'm just saying it because the Raiders are showing yet again that they are smart. No doubt about it. That they are doing the right things and they are being a smart franchise. End of cut. We're losing connection. Left and right. Now we're back. Are we back? Are we back? Yeah, we did lose connection. We dropped 3,000 people. We did. We did. I got you. I hope. Are we back? Give me a Y for yes and for no. I know, dude. I actually think because we've been building so much here at Chat Sports that I don't know if our Wi-Fi is bad. Like, we need to upgrade our Wi-Fi here, but it's because we just have so many different live shows going at one time. On top of that, like, we're also connected to Ethernet ports, which, you know, when you're connected to an Ethernet port, like, you should be able to do the best, but I don't know, man. No, I think just cut it out. Let's just get that out. I want to get this live audience back. They can figure out when to cut it off. I mean, there was plenty of times in there. I was kind of scrambling. But I was buying time because I didn't know if y'all could hear me or not. Yeah, I mean, I kind of kept it going if it was still recording, but we should be good. I hope. It says, it's all good, bro. All right, you know what? If we can get, we got 5,000 people here watching right now. If I can get 5,000 LVs down in the comments, I'm going to take a few shots of Fireball because I'm not going to lie. That's getting me flustered. And I'll say this, and I'm sorry when the connection goes out. It's annoying for me too. It's annoying for our team. We obviously work super hard. Sometimes the graphics that we build, we try to build new graphics for big events, and our system doesn't always handle it the best way that it can. But all I can ever ask is when I lose connection, I'm going to get it back. You can leave, and I'm not going to blame people for leaving because it is annoying for me too. But at the exact same time, you know, like, just know that we'll be here rocking. We'll be here rocking. Cheers to all y'all, man. All right, man. Hashtag Raiders, super chat to get those questions, comments on the show. And I know we got a long, long, long way to go. So what I'm going to do while our team is figuring out some stuff on the back end, we got to be able to figure out how to go through. I can start shouting out some of these supers unless you just want to climb through them. Or are we good or no? The cut's okay? All right, I want to go through supers as quick as we possibly can. Locho, Young, Greg. Okay, well, let's start working our way up. Let's start working our way up. I see signed Becton already. We did that one. Sanchez, hopefully silence means that we did that one. 20 mil, Greg Papa, I think actually could be where we were at. Yep. All right. Will we get Will Howard in the 4th? The Raiders could potentially look at a Will Howard. However, though, I wouldn't. I don't think Will Howard's very good. I think he was able to win a national title because of how good Chip Kelly is. I will say this, the final 4 games that Will Howard played were legitimately probably some of the best college football I've ever seen a quarterback play. But I also think it's just because Kelly was in his bag, spreading the field out, knew exactly what he needed to be able to do, and he was able to, show why he's considered one of the best guys with the X's and the O's. Let's go to Young Money. Sorry, man, I want to fly through these. Do you see the Raiders drafting Will Johnson round 1? I don't really see it happening. Now, if we don't get any corner, sure, you could look at it. I've also heard that they do really like Jahdae Barron. Let's go to Locho. Which one of you lazy will twerk for us? The only way I'm twerking is if we get a $500 Venmo, or if you can promise me the internet's not going to shut out again. Julian, is Zach Wilson still an option or no? The Raiders are interested in Zach Wilson, but it would just be as a backup option to just provide a little bit more competition for Aiden O'Connell, because Pete Carroll believes in adding competition at all of his positions. So you could see them try to add Zach Wilson if they didn't love any other quarterback options in the draft, because Wilson is only 25 years old, and if you were confident in your regime, could happen. Let's go to Allen. What up, dude? Think we can sign Becton, Holland, and Murphy. I don't know if you can sign all 3 of them. If you sign one of them after the moves that the Raiders have made today, then you're just doing, again, all these great, great things. If I had to rank these players based on how much I would want them, I would want Mekhi Becton. I'd probably say Byron Murphy and then Jevon Holland. But, I mean, they're all A-plus grades, man. And I actually now, after seeing you bring back certain players that you did, this is where I'm okay if you overspend a little bit. Those are the 3 players that I would overspend on. And I actually think those might be the only 3 players right now in my mind that I would overspend on. Let's go to Emmy. Sign T. Higgins. Again, he's not a free agent. Draft Genty in round 1. Take a shot from me, fellas. Well, Higgins, again, not an option, but I do think you need to add an X. I do think, McMillan is actually more critical than Ashton Genty for what Geno Smith and what this Raiders offense needs right now. Ghost of the Navigator. I stand by my earlier super chat. Raiders asleep at the wheel. And now we're good, right? We're good. This one was like an hour and a half ago. Rubio, what is your and Chug's biggest disagreement this offseason? Oh, man. How about this? When Chuggs gets back, let's try to remember this one, because off the top of my head, I don't really have anything right now of, biggest disagreement. Yeah, it's not ringing a bell. John Alcala, how crazy would it be if you took shots of Everclear? I would charge $500 a shot of Everclear. And it's only because I already know for a fact that if I put any other lower deal, you guys would try to kill me. Big Monkey, get Joey Bosa and maybe trade for an older Ramsey. Not interested at all in Joey Bosa. Crush Dog, on my lunch break, any new signings or losses? So far today, we've signed Malcolm Koonce. We have signed Jeremy Chinn. We did lose Nate Hobbs, Robert Spillane, and Tre'von Moehrig. Salvador, since Sincere McCormick, Najee, Ashton, what do y'all think will happen at the running back position? If it was up to me, I would sign somebody cheap like a Javonte Williams, because he's a good pass-blocking running back, and then I would look to draft somebody in the 3rd round, maybe like a Quinshawn Junkins, maybe a Trevion Henderson. What up, Jack? Mitch and Chuggs, keep up the great work. Always enjoy the show. A lot of haters in the chat today who obviously don't know ball. Keep the faith. I think this was, again, back when people were impatient, and if I've learned anything about Raiders fans is when things are going bad, they're going to let you know about it, and I can't blame them. Passionate fan base. Let's go to Jersey Boy. Sign a kicker right now. It would hit like crack. At an hour ago, I would have said long snapper would have hit like crack. J-Ro, give me a grade for this 3-round draft. Genty, Jackson Dart, Isaiah Bond, Jacob Parrish. Well, the big problem there is we don't have 2 third-round picks anymore. Jackson Dart, I don't think is very good, so you're not really going to get a very high grade from me on that one. To me, Jackson's going to take at least 2 years to develop, and even then is a major risk. If you didn't invest in the offensive line, I'll give that like a C, C-. Welcome to the family, Jeremy. Hell yeah. Let's go to Funky Raider. Been a member of Raider Nation since '72. And my top 5 are Atkinson, Tatum, Hendrick, Branch, and Marcus Allen. I mean, Jack Tatum is an absolute. I mean, Tatum, Hendrick, Branch. Is that Cliff Branch? Marcus Allen. The only reason why I can't put Allen is because he was also a Chief. So to me, I never watched them play. So I can get like when people fall in love with certain players because you watch them. Let's go to Nabman. Check Chuggs. Dude, yeah, this was right when they traded Laramie Tunsil. He was not happy about that at all. Let's go to Derek. What the F we doing at linebacker now? I actually think that low-key, the Jeremy Chinn move, you could look at as almost like a Cam Chancellor to help out with the loss of Robert Spillane, right? Because the loss of Spillane is 150 tackles. Jeremy Chinn, 3 out of the last 4 years, had over 100 tackles. He's going to help out a lot more than what people realize. What's up, Nav? Holland, Palomal, Chinn would be lethal. It would be a dynamic safety group, and I know how important DB play is to the Raiders. It would prove it yet again of how serious that they were trying to make this DB room that much better. Steve L., we already got this one. A hell of a bang from Steve L., which I want to make sure that I documented it because off the top of my head now, I don't think I did. Steve L., I got you. That's on me. That's on me. Renee just landed. What did I miss? Raiders re-signed Malcolm Koonce, and you were able to sign Jeremy Chinn, though you lost out on Nate Hobbs, you lost out on Robert Spillane, you lost out on Tre'von Moehrig. Miguel, guess Tom, Pete, and John answered my question about getting active. Great signings. Great moves here the last hour by the Raiders. Samuel McLeary, I see you down there below, man. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Jarrett Watson, let's go Raiders. Hey, that's an alley-oop. Throw it up. I'm happy about the move so far. A lot of promise this year in the last 5, by the way. Moving to Dallas this week. Just win, baby. All right, well, I can't do anything usually in the whole month of March. Maybe if I get a free weekend in April, there is a Raiders event. If you want to hit up a guy on Instagram, look up OSO Raider, also Raider. He'll have details on it. It's a Raiders event that he's doing, and it's kind of like a Toys for Tots thing. If I think it's this one, that's what they do sometimes. Bottom line, I'm probably going to be at that event. So if you want to link up then, that's in early April. Let's go to Jay Blixer. Now get Holland and Murphy and make it a day. Oh, Blixie. Blixie, that's a great idea. Let's take a shot to it. Miles. What? The fireball? I mean, the shot just takes too long. You know, I wish... So Stu was an old safety for the Raiders. He's on this other guy's show. But Stu, man, Stu's a good guy. Stu's a good guy. Let's go to Big Monkey. 2 beer bongs for Holland. Shit, I do a boot for Holland. You give me Mekhi Becton, Byron Murphy, Jevon Holland. Give me a boot right now. It's going down, dude. Ryan Campbell, if you're bored at the fact that the Raiders haven't made many moves, just on YouTube search the kid's using a rake to hit his head video. Oh, man, I don't know what that looks like. Oh, I was talking about a video that I saw earlier on my Instagram account. It was a woman, and it shows a bathtub. And it shows a corn cob. And it sticks to the tub.
Oh.
And she covers it in butter.
Oh, my God.
Climbs in the tub to wash her dog, and the corn cob is for the dog to lick the cob. I'm telling you this right now, it's not what you think it's going to be. And then you're like, oh, this is actually a nice video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not
it sounds odd.
It takes a quick turn.
Okay.
Corn the long way, man. Mario, Calais Campbell, Holland connections. I would love Calais Campbell. I really would. I think that Calais, even though he's 38 years old, he's still playing at an extremely high level, which has a lot of value there. What up, JV?
JRV.
Mitch, any word on Koonce?
Well, there it is.
There you go. Steve L. All right, we're catching back up. I already got that one. I answered the Golden Bachelor story. J. Rowe, can't believe how much the Broncos gave to Stidham. I think AOC is a much better quarterback. I do think AOC is a better QB. Again, he's on a rookie contract where this is kind of where I want people, again, to what you should think about the Stidham deal, which I believe was, 2 for 12. What you should think about is what happens to Zach Wilson. The Raiders have been linked to Zach Wilson. The Broncos chose Jarrett Stidham over Zach Wilson. Like, that also should be in your mind because the fact that Stidham just got 2 for 12, If I'm Zach Wilson, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
So this is where you made that deal, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
The shots?
This is where you made the shot deal, $10.
Let's do it.
We're out of debt. So are we officially out
I'm
of
doing
debt?
it. No, we're doing it.
All
we're
right.
going to keep it rolling.
So we're going to keep it rolling. We still got a few more to go, and there's a lot to be had here. PG with a 10 says, drink up. Spillane loss hurts.
It did hurt. Obviously, I wanted to be able to retain him. 3 for 37. Wish him the best of luck. But then again, look at the moves that the Raiders were just able to do with Malcolm Koonce, Jeremy Chinn, Adam Butler. Those are 3 legit starters that cost in total 12. This is technically this is
8.
multiple years, right? If we're looking at it 1 year, which maybe is the way to do it. Sorry, I just saw one. Broncos, Cody Barton going to the Titans.
He sucks.
Yeah, I just saw it was just like
yeah.
a bunch of flurries. Think about Malcolm for 12. Jeremy Chinn is 8. That's 20. And then Adam Butler, I've already seen his cap hit this year. His cap hit this year is 3.5.
But nothing.
So, you know what I'm saying? And Adam Butler is legit defensive tackle in the NFL. Let's go to Luis. Drink up, Mitch. The Legion of Doom is getting closer and closer. We've been calling it the Allegiant of Doom.
Ooh, the Allegiant of Doom. I like that.
The Allegiant of Doom.
The Allegiant of Boom. And Chinn's going to be able to play in the box and replace Spillane a decent number of snaps.
Yes.
Out there on the field. He's a box safety.
He's a box safety. He's a replacement for – he's legit your Robert Spillane / Marcus Epps / Tre'von Moehrig replacement. But you already have Isaiah, which kind of helps that as well, Isaiah Paul-Mal. So now you just need to be able to find your true free safety because that's what you don't have
the
yet.
Roamer. Chinn is like the guy I want to user in Madden because he's still
Hit
fast,
stick.
gets downhill, and can lay the boom, and can give you those user picks too. I love using Jeremy Chinn in Madden.
I feel you. Jay Blixer. So far, I'm really enjoying how we are handling free agency. Could not agree more. Such seems like we were playing chess while others are playing checkers. Go grab a few more today. We're getting ourselves up to the draft. Best available. I like the idea. I usually am a big let's draft best available when you're able to fill a lot of other holes. We'll see what ends up happening here. I don't want to jinx it. Though, again, they are doing the right things. I do not want to jinx it. But at the same time, it's going to come down. I think if you're the Raiders, and the only reason why I say best available is because Ashton Genty, I do think, is a better prospect than T-Mac out of Arizona. But you just traded a third-round pick. You need a true X, and the rumors around the X receiver, have been going on for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks.
And there aren't any X receivers that are
in free agency.
In free agency, there's none.
And I think the only true X that you know for a fact out of the draft that you can insert right away and be a number one. Be a number one. And when I say be a number one, I mean, you got to consider Brock Bowers and Jacoby are 2 great targets, right? Brock's number 1 tight end in the NFL. But if you're looking for a receiver that's better than Jacoby Myers, I think it's only T-Mac.
I mean, as far as like the ones that are guaranteed, like,
and Jacoby's probably better in year 1.
It's not a super top-heavy receiving draft this season. I mean, obviously Travis Hunter, but he's not going to be around when the Raiders get to their pick. And T-Mac is the only other player who's really mocked between that 6 and 20 spot for receivers.
I don't know if I view Travis Hunter though as an X. Like, I think he's going to be a good receiver in the NFL. I really do. Like, I would say if you told me Travis Hunter is at the level of somebody, I'm just going to Jalen Waddle, who is a well-respected receiver, but I don't think people go, that's a true number 1. He's a good 1B.
Okay.
To me, that's Travis Hunter.
All right.
At corner, though, I think Travis Hunter could be the best corner in
Might
football.
be the best boundary.
I think he is a physical, athletic sauce guard.
Yeah. Wow. That'd be huge.
I do. Let's go to Miguel. Did someone say shots? Also, did the Packers really just pay Hobbs $48 million for 16 games in 4 years? Now, they did only give him $16 million guaranteed, but this is the thing that I've been saying. Would you rather give $16 million to Nate Hobbs, where there's also 4 for 48, or would you rather go get Malcolm Koonce for 1 year for 12 and a prove-it year? Come on, dude.
Give Malcolm Koonce to age 26.
Come on, dude.
Gomez, what up? Who is the next best free agent for
Jevon Holland, Mekhi Becton, Byron Murphy. That's what I want.
There we go.
Oh, for offense.
For offense. So
to be real, and this might be, if you're somebody that wants the Raiders to draft a Ashton Genty, okay? Because offense, it's Mekhi Becton. You also, though, still need a receiver, and I get it, and I'm not just saying this because of the connection, but Tyler Lockett has extreme chemistry with Geno Smith, And when you saw the Seahawks play last season, the amount of times Geno would look to rely on JSN, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, the Raiders already have that guy in Jacoby Myers, a sure-handed receiver that can just get that first down, and he can do that already. You need a field stretcher. Tyler Lockett is a field stretcher. I like Trey Tucker, but Tucker's just not reliable enough. And for Geno, for how accurate he is, and just you can tell he knows where to go with the football, he needs to have good chemistry.
Lockett is one of the best ball trackers in the league. Can catch it great over the shoulder. Doesn't have that top-end speed that he used to have anymore, but he's also kind of becoming more of a possession receiver as well. Does not like to take hits, always gets to the sticks, and great body control on the boundary and near the out-of-bounds line as well.
So Trey Tucker, he's like 5'9", runs about a 4'3".
Yeah,
Wrestler in high school, but not a great tracker of the football. And he's a good athlete, and he's a lot stronger than people give him credit for.
Yeah.
My mindset would be, and again, you can mix and match.
He's kind of like the anti-Tyler Lockett in a sense.
Yes, but I like the idea, and we always talk about a bridge quarterback. Can you do a bridge wide receiver? Because Tucker
Lockett
is talented. You can't deny it. And there's sometimes he'll make a big play, and then you're just like, man, that was a bad drop.
Yep. And then you know what? And Lockett's one of those veteran guys who always makes the right play, is a sound route runner, and really as a guy who got better over time during his tenure in Seattle, came into the league as a kick returner, and then ended up being one of the best outside receivers in this league. So
to me, Lockett was more talented than Trey Tucker. I'm not going to sit here and lie to that.
And he was I think he was a higher selection draft pick.
Much. Yeah. But when you see Lockett develop the way that he developed into the receiver that he is, that's what you want Trey Tucker to turn into. Because if Trey can't figure out how to track the deep ball, he's going to end up like another gadget player that's just not going to get a lot of work, and he's going to be out of the league in a few years.
Yeah.
If you can figure out how to track a deep ball with 4.3 speed,
Geno throws a pretty one.
And Geno's one of the best deep ball throwers in the NFL. Koonce, I was just going to ask you about him. Let's freaking go, Ron. Let's go, my man. Evil Mitch.
Smitty, how are we feeling about the Warriors rank 5? Are they in the 5 seed right now? No, they're like 3 games out. I'm liking the Warriors a lot. They play tonight against the Portland Trailblazers. Golden State is the 6th seed right now, and they're like 12-2 with Jimmy Butler. Love the way the Dubs are playing right now.
According to a report, the Raiders feel very strong about their defensive line. Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins, Adam Butler, Malcolm Koonce, Tyree Wilson, Jonah Lalu, Charles Snowden.
Actually, pretty good. It's a really good unit.
I like that unit a lot, actually. I really don't. I think the Raiders are showing you that they thought they had a really good roster last season that just got zapped with injuries, knew that they were going to be able to get back some of those players, and, losing out on Hobbs, Spillane, and Moehrig suck, but if you don't win in the trenches, those guys aren't going to look very good. Trade!
Browns.
Kenny Pickett going to the Browns! Kenny Pickett, Browns!
A QB trade as well. Dorian Thompson-Robinson heads to
DTR!
Philadelphia.
Oh, man. DTR was low-key a quarterback I wondered if the Raiders could trade for because he played with Chip Kelly at UCLA.
Might.
All right, Kenny Pickett to the Browns for a 5th-round pick.
How did he get a 5th?
And Dorian Thompson-Robinson? Wait, timeout.
Philly just robbed them.
Wait, Kenny Pickett to the Browns.
For a 5th-round pick in DTR. So you had to attach a 5th-round pick to DTR to get Kenny Pickett?
That's bad.
That's really bad.
And again, Cleveland's just operating like a bad organization.
Yeah, I mean, is Kevin Costner the GM right now? I don't know what's going on there.
I mean, I get Kenny Pickett was a 1st-round pick a few years ago.
It's a waste of resources right there. You know what Kenny Pickett is. You've seen enough.
Is he about to be their Sam Darnold? So hear me out. Where they make a move for a quarterback who was supposed to be good, kind of got cast away a little bit. Yeah. And now, are they going to – is that going to be their answer at QB?
Oh, wow.
To me, it's –
they just spent the draft pick on him.
To me, though, now I think that they're going to try to go out and get a – Are they going to do what Minnesota did? You sign Sam Darnold, you draft J.J. McCarthy, but when because Kenny Pickett can't start, right? Like, Myles Garrett did
No!
just sign $40 million
For Kenny Pickett to be the
for
quarterback.
Kenny Pickett to be the quarterback.
I would actually hold out and just say null and void the deal. Like, I don't know what Myles Garrett could do. I would take every fine and just never play football again if Kenny Pickett's their starter.
I mean, that's just incredible. That is just incredible. All right, hang on a second here. I got to tweet out this vid. Jeremy Chin is a great signing by the Raiders to help replace Robert Spillane, Tre'von Moehrig, and Marcus Epps. Sorry, y'all.
It's all good. It's all good.
I gotta tweet this out. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. What's the next super?
We got Bayou Raiders 76 coming in with a 20. Saying, Mitch, shout out to Alex for staying on Bayou with the last minute work schedule. Now we need 2 corners: MLB, RB, free safety, wide receiver 1, and yes, a QB. Well, they have Geno Smith. They're gonna pay him a bunch of money too. Who are you taking right now in the draft? Cheers, bro.
Alex is a real one, though. She should be landing actually pretty soon here in Dallas. I haven't seen her for a few days. Who are you taking now in the draft?
I feel like it's Ted McMillan with you.
So the only reason why I don't know if it's McMillan yet, and it's because I'm hoping that they're going to upgrade the line. I want them to take McMillan, but I am also just so interested in the Raiders being able to upgrade that line. So here's something that I found. Tell me what you think about this, because I like connections.
Okay.
Right now, my low-key pick for the Raiders, I could see them going Armin Membow, offensive tackle from Missouri, who a lot of people think might be the top tackle in the league.
Yep.
Colt Miller plays left. They need a right tackle. DJ Glaze is somebody that a lot of people thought that they had a little bit of a reach on. Okay. 315-pound lineman who had over a 30-inch vertical and a sub 40-yard dash.
Okay.
Sub 5 40-yard dash, excuse me. Only 4 players in NFL history at the Combine have ever done it.
Okay.
Will Campbell did it this year.
It's a name.
Armin Membow did it this year. Tristan Wirfs, who was drafted by the Spytek regime.
He's quite good.
Trent Williams.
He's really good.
That's it. That's the list.
It's a pretty good company to be in. Do you trade down and select Armand Membu?
There's a part of me that wonders if he's the first offensive lineman taken, just
people are
because
being
teams are
hesitant on
scared of Will Campbell's arms.
Campbell the T-Rex, and so is Kelvin Banks.
So I don't know if this is true, but the guys here at Chat Sports, like in a joke, kept saying it to me, and it almost like made me believe it. They're like, yeah, when Will Campbell would walk, he would have to lean to put his hands in his pockets.
That's crazy.
And I said, I hope that's not true.
Can't put both hands in the
He
pockets.
couldn't put both his hands in his pocket. He could only go one at a side.
That's crazy.
Which, if you're 6'6" and your arms are like that much shorter,
negative wingspan.
Tom literally told me, he goes, I don't think his hands can go in his pockets.
I don't think he would necessarily be joking about that. Yeah, if I was 6'6",
But and that's where I'm
serious
saying,
about
I'm like,
that.
that's not good arm
It's
length.
a real
man.
concern.
Membow's a sneaky pick. McMillan, Genty, right now you could consider, but I am team offensive line. We need to build the offensive line. I know finding an X is important, but if you don't give Geno Smith time, he just looks like every other quarterback, very different. When you give Geno Smith time, he is a top 10 quarterback by a lot of different metrics, which I did a whole video, it was like a 45-minute VOD over the weekend on my tape breakdown of Geno. When he has time, he's a top 10 quarterback. Not afraid to admit it.
He is one of the best deep ball throwers in the NFL. Like even in that deep intermediate range, like the 20 to 25-yard throws, he's really good at putting touch on the ball and getting it on the money.
People will not stop.
Navman, $10 super chat says, I guarantee Max had that convo with Koonce. Show me a deal. It should be that way. We got to see you roll hot for 17 games minimum. If Max wanted to keep Spillane around, he would have been bitching. No question.
Max wanted to keep Spillane around, but I think also Max understands how this is a business and how you can't get mad at a guy for going out and getting the bag, because that's what Max just did, right? Like, Max technically had $0 million guaranteed on his contract. Max could have played at his deal, but he said, I want my money because I feel like I earned my money. And I bet if he was really close with Robert, who, again, he just got married, just had a kid, he probably would want Robert to go get his money. And he's not going to get mad about it. But the Raiders tried. That's the one thing that we got to realize. The Raiders tried to go get Robert Spillane. They just weren't willing to offer the amount of money the Patriots were. So it doesn't surprise me that Robert goes and he's going to go to somebody that, first brought him over to the Raiders, who was Josh McDaniels. Got a signing here by New England.
Josh Dobbs, 2-year deal.
Josh Dobbs. So what does that mean? So that's your backup. I'll be real. I don't think Aiden O'Connell gets traded to New England now.
No.
Now I would say Aiden's probably going to stay. The only other team that I thought maybe would have made the trade would be the Titans because of Dave Ziegler connection. But I think that means whatever the hell the stock was on Joe Milton, which some people thinking that Joe Milton's going to go for a third-round pick is maybe the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Stock's in the gutter.
I mean, if you wanted to trade for Joe Milton, it's probably a 7th-round pick. After
Yeah,
that trade right there.
It's probably a 7th rounder, and you get a 6th back.
Yeah, like a 7th-rounder like next year, 2026 7th-round pick. After that deal right there, I mean, Joe Milton's stock just went down even lower. Wish they signed for 2 years. I think we're okay. Yeah, you're good. Hang on.
I guarantee Mark has his hands over his eyes. Trust the staff for once.
You gotta. And I think that was a big part of, I hope, the Tom Brady conversation with Mark that said, Mark, let me do my job. You're a billionaire. Just sit there.
Enjoy the ride.
And yeah, just chillax, man. Let's figure it out. And Tom's going to go, I got it from here. And so far, they are operating like a smart team. Like, the way that they've operated this year, even if the Raiders don't go to the playoffs in year one, right? The way that they are doing things this year should show you that if you give this regime 2 to 3 years, they're going to get it going in the right direction. The question is then, what exactly happens when Pete Carroll leaves? Does Chip Kelly get the keys to the car? That's a big question. Big question.
You gotta go nav, man.
Let's go to, I see M8 just waking up in Australia. Quick wrap up, please. All right. How about
I'll just put the
Raiders wrap up?
Yeah,
Let's
but
just show all the Raiders moves. Is that what you mean, M8? All the Raiders moves? So the first move, technically, Alex Kappa, 2 for $11.2 mil. Max Crosby extension, 3 for $106.5. Geno traded 92 overall, which I still don't know how, to this day, a trade happened in the NFL and nobody knew what pick it was for 4 months.
For 4 months. Yeah.
So when the Raiders pulled off that trade for the Jets, with the Jets for Devontae, it was reported that it was pick 73.
Yeah. And it's 92.
And it's 92.
So
it's been like that for months. And then all of a sudden somebody was like, oh, no, it's pick 92. And we were all like, well, we don't have pick 92. And they're like, no, it's pick you got from the Jets. And now it's just, all right, there's pick 92.
19 picks later. Good value for the Raiders.
Yeah, sure. It's just, I don't know how it's even possible.
Yeah. I mean, listen, they didn't get the short end of the stick on it. Not going to complain.
Not going to complain, man. Adam Butler was late last night, 3-year, $16.5 million deal. Also, this doesn't account for, Raiders didn't bring back Nate Hobbs. He went to the Packers. Tre'von Moehrig, he ended up going to the Panthers, 3 for 51. And then also Robert Spillane, 3 for 37.
Patriots.
To the New England Patriots. We also got Jeremy Chin on a 216. And then Malcolm Koonce, 1 year for 12. I mean, I have loving what this Raiders team has been doing today. And I love what this Raiders team has been doing all the free agency. Let's go to my man Blink. Just got home from work. Sucks we couldn't get Spillane back. I have a 39 jersey with my name on it, but LFG Koonce, I love the Chin signing. Smart moves. I'm all for it. Raiders! Javarius Ward going to the Colts.
Oh, wow. That's uninspiring.
Yeah, that's bad for us. Javarius Ward going to the Colts. 3-year deal, $60 million.
Okay, so you know what? My Giants, they made it.
35 guaranteed.
Bad. We'll take that.
Am I drunk already? No. To be real with you, I'm totally fine.
Kind of wired right now.
I'm trying to figure out what's on screen from Big Monkey.
Let's get Holland and Cooper.
Does he have a shirt on?
That is a shirtless man.
That's a shirtless man.
Thank God it's a shirtless man.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I was trying to figure out what was happening on there. You got to have some serious confidence to not only take a picture with you without a shirt on at that angle. I'm just happy your hand wasn't any lower. Let's be real here.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
That's kind of wild.
Camryn Spro. Who's left to be of good value?
Who's left that would be of good
I
value?
think Mekhi Becton might be of good value.
You think? I think Mekhi's about to get paid.
You think he's getting paid? After all the injuries that he's had, one good year?
I think he's going to get paid.
The Eagles effect.
I think he's about to get. I like Mekhi though. I've always been a Mekhi fan.
I mean, he's
loved
massive.
him when he came out of Louisville. He was just got fat. Dude.
He's a specimen physically.
Yeah, he just got fat.
Rubio says Jevon Holland wants $15 million. Worth it?
Yeah. I $20 million for Jevon Holland, I'd be interested in. At this point, there are certain players that I'm okay with the idea of overspending on. If I don't have to do it, I don't need to do it. But Jevon Holland as our free safety with Jeremy Chinn, with Isaiah Paul-Lamau, with that defensive line, that's tough, dude. And then, again, like you could add a corner. I don't think Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron are both really good players. Though, if we're honestly trying to talk about best players available, they're not in the 6 conversation. If you trade back and then they're potentially there, yeah, I can kind of hop on board with that. But there's still other good cornerback depth that you can get. And I know the Raiders looked at a few corners in the 2nd round at the Combine. Or guys that I think will get taken in the 2nd round.
Raider Wolf.
Nope. Move up to get Travis Hunter. I don't see why anybody would want to do that. I know he's a really good player, but at the same time, you just have too many other needs, and the amount of draft capital that you'd have to give up to go get him. The only way I'm giving up that much draft capital is if I go get a quarterback, and we just don't need a QB anymore. Spillane, Hobbs, Moehrig feel like a sneaky big L. I mean, losing those players, if you told me, if it's face value and I'm just losing those 3 players, yeah, man, losing those players sucks because they were extremely important to this defense over the past few seasons. But you got to look at what they got paid, and then you also got to look at what the Raiders were able to do, right? Would you rather Tre'von Moehrig for 3 for 51, Robert Spillane 3 for 37, Nate Hobbs 4 for 48, okay? That route. Or Adam Butler 3 for 16, Malcolm Koonce 1 for 12, Jeremy Chinn 2 for 16. I mean, in all due respect, I get that these are maybe 3 better players. But I don't even think they are. If you would have asked me, Malcolm Koonce, I would have rathered Malcolm, in terms of true positional value, if you would have told me $12 million, that's easily over Nate Hobbs, and it's very close to Moehrig, very close to Robert Spillane. Jeremy Chinn, that helps that one out a lot. Adam Butler, though. I had Adam Butler ranked number 1 as my most important free agent to bring back for a reason, because it's not only is he a good player, but you also have to get right Tyree Wilson, Christian Wilkins, Max Crosby. You have to get that right. And now you also add Malcolm Koonce to it. I'm good, dude. Losing those guys suck. And because, they were the few players of these past few shitty seasons that, they made you look forward to watching Raiders football. Wish them the best of luck. But I love the fact of what we've done today. What are we at currently for cap? Don't know. Don't know, and you're really not going to be able to know until after the new league year. So the new league year starts March 12th at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So once that officially happens, then we're going to be able to understand the salary cap a little bit more because, again, it's not right. Geno Smith is showing on the Raiders, but Geno Smith isn't making $31 million on the Raiders because the trade technically hasn't happened yet. As soon as the trade goes through, changes. I actually don't like how Spotrac and Over the Cap does it. My man, Raider Ron, Jim Otto, Tatum, Howie Long, Woodson. Ooh, Madden. Top 5. You got to throw in a coach in there. I'll tell you this right now. Tom Flores is low-key starting to become one of my favorite Raiders players. And I only say that because
Tom Flores, the coach?
Tom Flores, so he was a coach, player. He's won a Super Bowl, but he was the...
Yeah, I knew he won a Super Bowl.
Oh, my God. It was the first, not minority. Is he the first minority quarterback coach combo to win a Super Bowl? But he's Alex is big on Mexican heritage, obviously. So the fact that minority and her dad, he's black. So, like, we were talking about this one night, and her dad brought up Tom Flores. And ever since her dad brought up Tom Flores, she's been, I don't know, kind of a lot more interested in him and the Raiders and how, like, they're a lot more, you know, like, Viva Las Raiders.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alex just texted me. Yep, she just texted me. She's landed.
Alrighty.
So she just texted me that. I don't know. That came in my head randomly.
That's dope.
First Latino from Reggie. Correct. Sorry, I don't know if I said that. Carl, Will Johnson, pick 6, bet on it. I mean, I'd make that bet with you. How much you want to bet? My Venmo's at Mitchell Renz 365. You send the money, and I'll shake on it.
That's fair.
If you send the money, I'll shake on it. And let's say you send me $100. Shake on it. Cool. If Will Johnson's the pick there, I'll send you $200.
That's fair. That's fair.
If not, thank you for the money.
Thug Tador Strawberry with a 5. What's the position you think has been consistently good for us the past few years?
What's the position?
Probably the one that Max Crosby plays.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to, anything besides Max. I'm going to say defensive line is how I would look at this, where because Rob Leonard's one of the best in the game, it's why, like, when the Raiders went out and they got Caleb on Chaisson last season, I sat up here and I said, you know, I'm confident in this move. I'm confident in this move. Sorry, I just got another Slack here. I got to tweet something out.
You good? You good?
It's on the Malcolm Koonce stuff. Defensive line, yes. Linebacker, Spillane was really a solid linebacker. Outside of him, not much. Cornerback at times played well, like Jacorian last season took a big step forward. Jack Jones, not last year, but the year before that, did pretty well. Safety's been a pretty solid position. Offensive line hasn't been good. Tight end is Brock Bowers, but I think that one's just Brock Bowers. Quarterbacks definitely haven't been good. Running back definitely hasn't been good. I'd say the best position would be defensive line and safety, probably over the past few years for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let me just tweet this out real quick.
You're good. David Flores says with a 5 says that's facts. Hobbs and Deablo can go. Oh, Deablo, Divine Deablo.
Divine. That's actually how you pronounce. That's actually how you spell it.
Yes,
Divine
it is.
Deablo.
Yep. He can go. All right. Heather Carlisle with a 5 says, thanks for all the coverage, Mitch and company. With Koonce returning, does Wilson get more reps at DT? Also, give Chuggs a hug after losing Laramie Tunsil.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. He's down bad right now. When that trade happened, I literally saw it pop up, and he didn't realize it yet. And I go, dude, the Texans just traded Laramie Tunsil. And his face was instantly like, oh, my God, dude.
Wow.
It was an instant. What a steal. Bring back Malcolm Koonce, man. What a steal. Oh, dude, I'm so happy the way that they're doing this today.
They're doing well.
Heather, sorry, I didn't see that one.
Oh,
It's
you're
on
good.
me. What do you got for me, Heather? What do you got for me?
Heather says, with Koonce returning, does Wilson get more reps at DT?
I think you're going to see him split a little bit, kind of like what they did last season. I mean, Tyree Wilson's a better run defender. Malcolm is a liability in run, but Malcolm's better at being able to go out and get after the quarterback. I think you're hoping to see a little bit more from Wilson. If it was up to me, I would use those 5 players as like my main 5 defensive linemen, where Max and Wilkins are going to play majority of the snaps, and when they need a breather, you know, you can kind of sub one guy in here or there. But I'm using Adam Butler, Tyree Wilson, and Malcolm Koonce in a rotation of some sort. I still would like for them to be able to add one more guy. Now, again, they have Charles Snowden, who they like a lot. John Lalu is another player that organization likes, but I like this defensive line, dude. I really do. Let's go to Kyle. What up, Kyle? Appreciate you tuning in.
We're almost here.
We are very, very close to getting to these soups. Rich, can you recoup the Jeremy Chin signing? I KO during.
There's a video out on the channel right now breaking it down in depth.
I will say that. There is a full video. Real quick, the Cliff Notes version of it. You missed out on being able to keep Robert Spillane. Jeremy Chin is somebody who's built like a Cam Chancellor, who can play up near the box, who has had over 100 tackles 3 out of the last 4 seasons, can help you replace a great run stopper in Spillane, but then also on top of that helps you replace a Tre'von Moehrig, a Marcus Epps, somebody that can play near the close to the line. This tells me that they're going to try to play that one free high safety look, kind of almost like what they used to do with like Earl Thomas back in those days. Sorry for spitting. But, yeah, I think the single high safety is Jevon Holland, man. Single high safety is Jevon Holland.
Okay.
Kyle, what round 2 corners to target if we take T-Mac at number 6. So, real quick.
This is the cat from Notre Dame, Benjamin Morrison.
The Raiders met with him.
Yep. He might be a first rounder though, so maybe
you think?
Potentially late first rounder.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe, am I going the wrong way? Is he closer to a third round pick than a first round pick?
I personally valued him like that, closer to a third, but I haven't watched as much tape on him. The guy that I love that the Raiders met with at the combine. So the cornerbacks that the Raiders met with. Oh wait, this isn't who they met with. These are guys that I like though. Or maybe they are who they met with. Hang on. Phil. Oh, these are just players that I like. How about this then? Round 2 corners to target. Let's go Jevon Revel. Jevon Revel Jr. out of ECU. Really, really good athlete. Some people have actually comped him to Richard Sherman. He didn't play a lot last season because he had a really bad injury. So that could be somebody. What are they yelling over there? Benjamin Morrison.
Going wild.
No. All right, here are the cornerbacks that the Raiders met with at the combine. Thank God I finally found the list. They met with Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron. Those guys are both round 1. Maybe Benjamin Morrison then could be round 2. They met with him. It says it's a list 6. All right, Jevon Revel, Trey Amos, Kobe Bryant. Kobe's not somebody that's going to get drafted round 2. Jevon Revel Jr. out of ECU is somebody to keep an eye out for. He's good. I'm telling you, he's good. Look him up. He's like 6'3", 200 pounds, long, lanky, physical, great freaking athlete.
We like that.
He fits what Pete, I think, usually looks at. Let's go to the God Emperor. I hope that we draft Danny Stutzman. Dude's underrated. Stutzman, he's what, Oklahoma, right?
Yes.
Oklahoma. Is he linebacker or safety? Linebacker,
He's
right?
linebacker.
Who's the safety? Who's like from here?
Oh, I don't know.
No, you don't know?
I do not.
The Raiders also met with the safety. I've been getting both of them mixed up. Danny Stutzman, I have heard some good things about. Tom has a round 4 grade on him, so that could be maybe an opportunity for us to look at pick 107. J-Row, not going to lie, I thought Pete was going to be McDaniels 2.0 and rebuilding the Seahawks. Very happy so far with the moves. J-Row, that actually makes me happy. I know, so there's at times like I try to keep tabs on like the way that I feel like people are rocking with the Raiders at certain moments. I can tell. Somebody said Billy Bowman. Thank you, guys. Billy Bowman's the safety. I'm glad that you're getting on board because I could tell a few times where people get frustrated, and I get it. I get frustrated too because you don't want to go through another McDaniels, and you see hearing all these rumors about bringing in Seahawks players, this and that. I get it, but this regime's doing the right things. They truly are. Keep it going.
Here we go. We got Evans P.
Nate Hobbs to Packers. What players on defense and free agency of the draft should the Raiders go after? Do you believe this will be defensive draft? I think it's going to be a mix, dude. I mean, you got 9 picks right now. I would say 5 and 4. You also got a lot of free agency left. I mean, this team has been bolstering their defense and free agency. Re-signed Adam Butler. You brought back Malcolm Koonce. You signed Jeremy Chinn. It's been a lot of defense. Maybe it's because they like running backs in the draft. Maybe it's because they like T-Mac at number 6. Who, T-Mac, one of the things he told us at Chat Sports, we have the interview. Would you actually be able to pull it in, or is that just an outrageous thing to ask?
Is there a is it clipped?
Yes.
Okay.
So there is a clip that we have from the NFL Combine, and if you guys want to, I guess, hear or see some more of these, I might be able to do it. I just don't want to slow it down too much.
No, yeah. I'll try my best to find it next.
But T-Mac is somebody who literally at the Combine was like, yeah, I got a great relationship with the Raiders. And I don't know which coach it is. Maybe I got to take a little bit of a deeper dive. The Texans are signing Darrell Taylor.
Darrell Taylor.
Darrell
Seahawk.
Taylor.
He was in the Bears last year, I believe, or something like that.
Yep, Darrell Taylor. Interesting. That's an all right Texans move.
Yeah. I mean, pass rusher.
I think that's pretty good. Julius, I wish, dude. I wish that it was Byron Murphy to the Raiders. I mean, I know this when it does, or if it does happen, I hope that y'all are ready to get a little bit wet and wild. Let's keep the supers going. You can keep looking for it.
Yep.
Redox or whoever.
Redox.
I don't know who's next. Do we sign?
Jorgo Tavecchio for kicker depth. I've never heard of the word kicker. I've never heheard of kicker depth.
I was just going to say.
That's
I don't know what's more confusing, Giorgio Tavecchio or kicker depth.
That's just wild.
Daniel Carlson doesn't have any money left guaranteed on his contract. You could cut him and you could save the full $4 million. Here's what's frustrating though. I don't think you can do it because he has a great relationship with AJ Cole. I don't really want to break. Like, Carlson's not the kicker that I think we were hoping for. He had like 1 or 2 really, really good years. Now he's middle of the pack kicker. What you don't want to happen in a year that you just traded for a quarterback is to have a horrific kicking game.
Yeah.
So I think that they're going to keep Daniel even at $4 million, and they're just going to keep going with him. Though I could see it being the final year of his contract. You got it?
Yep.
All right, so here's going to be
on the meeting with the Raiders, right?
All right, so here's going to be a clip from T-Mac that our chat sports team got at the NFL Combine about his meeting with the Raiders.
I've met with the Raiders, and I think Coach Carroll, I mean, obviously he a legend. There's a lot of coaches on that staff that currently came from Arizona with me. So that'll be real nice to play with Raiders. And so I'm just looking forward to my name being called in April.
Oh, I mean, he clearly says there he's got a good relationship.
Yep.
Which Pete values relationships. So being able to have something like that, I don't know, interesting. I really think we need to draft an offensive guard in the first 3 rounds. Meredith's play is too inconsistent. Can I be honest with you? Meredith's play hasn't been inconsistent. Jordan Meredith has been pretty damn consistent, in all honesty. He's been a lot better than what people have given credit for. Now, it's not a large sample size. It's also preseason and about 200 snaps worth last season. The guy who's been bad is Alex Kappa, and he was the Triple Crown winner last year with most pressure, sacks, and I think like lowest PFF offensive line grade. Like, I mean, it was like really, really bad for him. But Jordan Meredith isn't a starter on this team right now. I would start him over Alex Kappa. The Raiders aren't going to do that. If you want a fun offensive guard that I think would be really good next to JPJ, maybe he slides a little bit because he had such a bad combine. But he's somebody where don't watch the combine, watch the film. It's Tyler Booker, offensive guard from Alabama. And his mentality is, I'm going to try to end your life.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm serious. He tries to just absolutely ragdoll people, and it shows up on tape. His combine wasn't great, but some guys are just not great at doing that type of workouts. But you put him up against somebody man and man, I'll tell you this, I wouldn't want to see Tyler Booker in a dark hallway.
No, probably not.
No chance. Christopher, does Murphy's contract prohibit him to sign anything until after the 12th? Maybe that's why we are in hold. If so, Raiders. No. The only reason why that can't happen is because there's not a player in the NFL that would agree to that. And the only reason why that I say that is because usually day one is when the big deals happen. You're not going to put that in your contract that you can't actually, test the waters. Everybody that is a free agent is allowed to look at the tampering period. I just think genuinely what's happening right now is Byron Murphy probably has a lot of teams that are interested in him.
Yeah.
And
probably.
These teams right now are probably trying to figure out what exactly to do. Price is going up.
He's definitively the best cornerback left in the market.
Yes.
So.
And if you're the Raiders and you just lost Nate Hobbs, who kind of plays that inside-out role, if you're able to go out and get then Byron Murphy, who's the better version of that, who's got the connection with Marcus Robinson, the Raiders cornerback coach, because Robinson was a part of that regime that coached him when he was the DB coach for Arizona from 2019 to 2023. Like, Byron Murphy to me, Jevon Holland, let's freaking do this.
Let's do it.
Let's do this.
Rich Wolf.
What do you got?
Says, Warriors versus Knicks watch party, please. We back, baby.
Not today.
Not today. They don't play the Knicks today. They
Okay.
play the Knicks next Saturday.
I'm listening.
I will be live for it on Warriors Today by Chat Sports. So lock in I'm going live for a lot of the Warriors games the rest of the way in the regular season and all of the postseason.
What day?
games as
What
well.
day is it?
Saturday. Saturday's at 7:30 Central, so 5:30 Pacific.
All right. How about this? I'll give you a deal.
Okay.
Are you guys down for this deal? All right. So this is a deal that Marsh gave us the other day.
Uh-huh.
I will pull up to the Warriors stream
Oh, boy.
to do the 7th boot.
The 7th boot. Okay, so we got to get 7 boots.
$100 boots.
$100 boots. I mean, listen, I'll be straight up. Like, I might need Raider Nation to pull up and help out with that because we're not very experienced in the boot department over at Warriors today. We're new on the streets here at Chat Sports doing these watch parties, so might need a helping hand from Raider Nation if you guys want to come to the channel on Saturday. Warriors Knicks. Warriors today by Chat Sports.
I actually also made Marsh do 2 boots. I sent 200 on that stream.
I know. I saw. He read your name. I was like, wait,
I had
what?
Raider Ron, 93 Nabman. They were feeding him so many boots that his channel started to say,
I feel
well,
disrespected.
if we bang, it takes one away.
Oh, that's crazy.
I mean, 25 boots is a lot of boots.
A lot.
That's not how many boots got down. We got to 7, and you could see the sweat starting to roll off those guys. I wasn't even working. I did 3 boots that night.
That was crazy. I did one as well. We did a 5-man boot race. At one point, it was crazy.
All right, how about this? How about boots are crazy? Boots are crazy. How about $20 beer bongs?
$20 beer bongs on Saturday.
You do $20 beer bongs. I'll pull up. Oh, man. I can't say the 7th one.
The 10th one?
The 10th beer bong?
The 10th beer bong? That feels fair.
That feels fair? What do you guys think? 10? 10's fair?
I don't know. Let me know, Raider Nation, because we're probably still going to need your guys' help at some
Rebel
point.
said he still owes 3. Fly Guy says the 11th. Brooks says $20 beer bongs is crazy.
So is that like crazy because that'd be very very discounted here at the Raiders Report?
I mean, we do $100 beer bongs.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I would do $100 boots on that stream. I'll take down 5 of them.
Say that again.
Double
5
tap
boots?
the screen. Double tap the screen back if you want to hear me say that.
We're doing $100 boots. F that.
$100 boots.
$100 boots on Warriors.
Saturday on the Warriors.
He said he's
stream.
got 5.
I got 5.
I got number 6.
Oh, that would be egregious.
I got number 6.
Oh my goodness.
All right, let's go
Let's keep it going here. Mitch Eisenberger.
You think AP leaving affects Jack Jones at all? It's gotta. I mean, Jack came to the Raiders because of his relationship with Antonio Pierce. And Jack Jones has been really bad when he's not had AP on his roster, or not has AP as a coach on his team. But it's also the fact that you could cut Jack Jones and save $3 million. Now, you don't want to just cut him and not replace him with anything. But at the same time, like, Jones doesn't really fit the mold that I think Pete and this regime looks for in a corner where, you know, they want somebody that's not afraid to play a little bit of old school football at times. And Jack is kind of like a butterfly out there. You know, he's just kind of floating around. When you can get pressure, and I will admit this, if the Raiders were able to get pressure, Jack Jones being aggressive can be a lot better of a corner than what we might see. Though, I don't know if it was just 1 year of him being really good with the Raiders because they were just in their swag bag. Because last year he got, like, if you sniff really hard, you can still kind of smell Jack Jones getting burned.
Okay. Yeah.
You kind of smell it still. Let's go to Sean, 3 p.m., and you guys are already wasted. I love you. I'll tell you this right now. I'm not even buzzed.
Not even buzzed.
I'm not even kidding you. I'm fine.
A lot of adrenaline running right now. A lot of Raiders signings.
I honestly think I've only had. I mean, that's honestly not a lot of fireball. That's, in all honesty, that's like 3-4 real shots of fireball.
Yeah.
And we've had, I don't know, 3 or 4 happy dads in the course of. We went 7 hours? Dude, I'm good.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I will admit, I'm not trying to get too crazy just because it is going to be a long and crazy week. And, you know, you got to be able to sustain everything. 4 locos, I don't want. 4 locos, I don't want.
Absolutely. Jay Bixler.
Dorian Strong and wide receiver Nash in the later rounds. I do like Nash out of
Nick Nash out of San Jose State.
Yeah, I was gonna say blue and yellow. I
He's
could
a dog.
really see the school.
Yeah, he's a dog. He's like the triple,
really good player. I actually took him in a mock.
He was like the Triple Crown in college this year. Like he had crazy numbers.
Yeah, he was to be real, and I don't want to just always throw out these comps because he's not nearly as athletic as what Cooper Kupp is. But when you see guys that can run routes that way, NFL teams value that because Hunter Renfro's a great example. If you saw Hunter Renfro, you'd be like, that guy works at an eco-friendly, like he's cutting grass.
Enterprise rent-a-car, yeah.
Right? Well, he actually does now do something with like eco. People thought he retired, but now he's like working. What's Hunter Renfro's job now? I forget exactly.
Is he not coming back to the NFL?
He's trying, but he's cooked, dude.
Cooked.
And I mean that. And I love me some Hunter Renfro.
He was awesome
Dude's
for a
cooked.
couple years, man.
But he was such a magician of a route runner that teams value that. Now Nash is, I think, a lot more complete than what Renfro actually was coming out of college. But when you can run routes like that, teams find a spot for you. And that's what made Cooper Kupp really good. Let's go to Bo. Was your boss mad y'all drank his liquor? To be honest, not really. He knows how much I like the Johnny Walker Blue. And when my dad came into town, my dad was like all about it. So we literally ran out of alcohol. Like on our Friday Geno Smith show, we ran out of stuff. No beer. We had no tequila, no Fireball.
Whoa.
There was nothing. So that's one of the reasons why Lopez had to go get 4 Locos.
Oh my God!
And then
I forgot about the 4 Locos.
We cracked open some of the stuff in there. Jake, what up, Jake?
And that
Which I am believing.
That's it. That's where
we
are
are all caught up.
Out of debt.
All caught up. So there's only one way that we can turn this into a shit show.
Oh boy.
$50 beer bangs.
Whoa.
$50 bangs.
$50 bangs.
$50 bangs. Now, we're not going to go anywhere. I will say this, we will stay live on today's show. If you send in a hundo, we can still do the wheel, which every hundo that we get, I don't know the last time that we got one, we got a wheel.
Yeah.
So every $10 super chat and above they're in for the jersey raffle.
Got you.
$20 Venmo I'm keeping track of, which right now it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. That would put you in. I'm so sorry. For a chance to win. Hang on a second. Right now it'll be $440.
Should I put that in there, like bang now 50?
Anthony Green. I don't really think you have to change it if you want to.
That's fine.
I just do in certain deals. Josh Davis, you're in. And now we are good. So 20 to win, $450 here on today's show.
Oh, my God.
What happened?
It's baseball. Garrett Cole, Tommy John missing all 2025.
Oh, no. That's devastating.
I'm a big Yankees fan.
Who's your favorite baseball team, y'all? I'm a Mets fan.
I'm a big-time Yankee fan.
Big Yankee fan. Garrett Cole, Dunzo.
Thank God I live in Texas and I don't have to take the train down to the Bronx and watch that garbage in person this year.
Oh, stop.
I would love going to the Bronx, man. I love it! And it's ruined now. The season's over before it started.
I do miss being able to go to, watching a baseball team that I like.
And,
no disrespect to the Rangers, but that ballpark sucks.
No character. No, you don't feel like you're at a baseball game.
Could not agree with you more. It's actually...
It feels corporate when I'm there.
Right now, Dallas sports are down bad.
Down horrible, yeah.
Mavs, nobody wants to go to. The best ticket right now is the Stars. It's not close.
Yeah, it's not a close second.
It's not close. Also, Blaine Craig Bang! Mr. Blaine! Mitch, you know how much I like a great value bang. I'll tell you this right now. The number one person I think of for a great value bang is my man, Blaine frickin' Craig, dude.
Blaine Craig.
All right, so we got some Giants fans down there. Jurassic Raider, he effed up Marsh.
Are there's Giants fans in here?
Well, no, I'm saying San Francisco Giants. We
said San Fran.
Baseball. Astros, Braves, Dodgers. Any Mets fans? Any Yanks fans? Probably.
Probably a few.
Oh, you got one from John that says Smitty better than Chuggs.
Oh, that's crazy. Johnny, appreciate you, my man.
Oh, hang on a second here. So do we think the Raiders are done?
Do we think the Raiders are done?
So I'll tell you this right now. As long as questions continue to flow, we'll stay live here and we'll kind of break it down. I would say the earliest I would leave today is probably 6 o'clock on this live stream. Just letting you know ahead of time.
Yeah.
I'd say 6 o'clock is probably when we will go.
Okay.
Now, obviously, if any other Raiders news ends up happening, we're just going to continuously here and stay live. If we have a lot of questions to get to, if you guys want to keep the party rocking and rolling, you know, we have the, obviously, ability to be able to do that. But, oh, dude, there's a lot of good free agents still out there.
Oh, yeah,
I almost hope, and maybe this is a selfish thing for me to say, I almost want all the signings to be done today. And then, like, tomorrow, you know,
get into
I actually wish, like, NFL free agency, they would say it's, like, from 10 to 5.
Interesting.
And, like, that's it. Because then you kind of get, like, you know, you get to just take a breather.
Yeah.
Because the worst thing is, and, like, you know, I'm going to want to go home here. I'm going to want to see Alex. Haven't seen her for days. And then all of a sudden, I'm, like, just going to be glued on my phone because I don't want to have to miss any breaking news.
Yeah.
Cast Joey Bang! Come on, Cast. What's going on, man?
Says Dodgers. Not sorry, Smitty. Like to see some OL help rolling soon. Murphy coming would be nice. Well, giggity.
Giggity. Giggity. Giggity.
Shout out to you, Cast Joe.
Interesting. Cast Joey, man. Not sorry, Smitty. Like to see some offensive line help rolling soon. Murphy coming would be nice. Pause. How about this? To all the Raider fans out there. Byron Murphy, okay? Byron Murphy or Mekhi Becton. So you can only sign one. Now, I'll admit, Murphy, I would imagine, is going to be more money. But I think people would consider Byron Murphy a better corner than Mekhi Becton, an offensive lineman.
Yes. He ranks higher in the position group rankings.
Agreed. So who would you want? Byron Murphy, Mekhi Becton?
I want Byron Murphy.
Okay. I see Becton from Total, Murphy from Nathan. Got some Murphys in here from Fly Guy. I don't know from Rodney. A lot of Murphys coming in now. Somebody just said Cam Bynum. He's gone, dude. Cam Bynum, what, 4 for 60? I forget where he went. Yeah, he went. Where did he go? He definitely signed, though. Colts? Cam Bynum, Colts. Jacob Ballou? I mean, I thought about it for a second. I'm not going to lie to you. I saw the name pop up. Build the trenches. Give me Becton from Infamous. If their answer is that they're going to start Alex Kappa and that's why they brought him, it's going to make me nervous. So in my mind, I'm hoping that they're not trying to start out. Like, in my mind, I still think they need an offensive guard. In my mind, they need at least one more offensive lineman. I think in their mind, they might think that they're okay. That's concerning. I think so. What's up, Daniel? Appreciate you tuning in, man. Reminder, if anybody wants to get in our duck race, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, which, let me see. From what Josh, who's the last person I got in here?
I just got it at the bottom of the screen for everybody.
Perfect. LA, nope, not LA. LCA, I got you, you're in. I see Elin, Scrutiny. That's kind of a new one. Gotcha. I see Richard Kelly. Gotcha. Ryan Bass. Gotcha. Edgar Flores. Stephen Underwood. And then Ishmael Rivera. I believe I have everybody. Oh, that's a lie. Gilbert Moreno says, I want 5 ducks. All right, Gilbert. 5 ducks, you're in. Charles, you're in. So right now, $20 Venmo to win $580.
Damn.
20 to win 580. Not bad. Pretty good. Pretty good. We're going to keep rolling here with some soups from Rich Wolf. Hang on. I don't know what they're sending me.
Rich Wolf said, can Jacorian be that CB1 for us this season? With Nate Hobbs no longer in Las Vegas, he's going to have to be. Sorry, I was just stalling.
No, you're good. If you can help, I mean, that's totally fine.
No, I mean, Nate Hobbs had himself a nice season and I think was expected to provide a little bit of that, I don't know what you want to call it, lead dog mentality as that CB1. Maybe not technically the best,
Jacorian scares the hell out of me as a cornerback one. I would rather Jacorian be a cornerback too. But Bennett was arguably the Raiders' best corner last season when he was healthy. He really was. I mean, he showed that he could play. He was better than Nate Hobbs. He was better than Jack Jones. I don't care what anybody says. He was. When he was healthy, he was better. The only reason why I don't love the idea of putting Jacorian is because I'm worried if he goes up against the best all the time, that's going to hurt his confidence a little bit. And when he's playing out there with confidence, he's just trusting the motions. He's going because he's a really good athlete. He's just going out there and he's doing it. If you made him number 1, he's got to go up against number 1s. I think he's a really good young number 2 that's got upside, but not right away. Not right away. Yvonne, what's up, man? T-Mac or Will Johnson at pick 6? Who would you take? Out of those two, I'm going T-Mac. And I know the Raiders need a corner. Like, our secondary is still a little bit thin right now, but because they traded for Geno, and Geno is somebody that needs an X receiver, like he needs one. And when I say needs it, you're going to get so much better of a version of Geno Smith when you have somebody that can stretch the field, that can go up and win those jump balls, because his ability to throw fades and multiple different style of fades, to throw the ball down the field, you need somebody that can win those one-on-one matchups. And if it is one-on-one with T-Mac, he's going to be a special young player, because if you don't have anybody that can truly stretch the field, which the Raiders don't really have right now. They really don't. They don't really have anybody that I think, yes, they have Trey Tucker who's fast, but I don't think people are scared of Trey Tucker. Where if you have somebody that, all right, you're now a little bit more worried about 3 receivers, like Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers, T-Mac is an elite trio. You're going to have to respect that. Teams are going to be able to stack the box, and you're going to be able to run the football and just be, I think, the offense that Chip Kelly wants this team to be.
Can I get a vote?
Yeah, of course.
Give me McMillan. That dude's a dog.
McMillan's really good. I think Will Johnson falls out of the top 10. I don't see McMillan falling out of the top 10.
McMillan is big as shit. He's fast as shit. He jumps high as shit. He can catch all the shit that comes his way. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of guys like that. And I think guys like that, you're almost like, when they back it up with the production, it's not like if you remember this name, because I know ball.
Can I do a beer bong for
Kevin White. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. When you look at a guy like Kevin White, it was all traits but no production. When you get traits and production, that to me is like, okay, I feel a lot better about this guy's ceiling at the next level.
Yeah. T-Mac is legit. T-Mac reminds me of a Drake London, Mike Evans. He can just do a lot of different things. It wouldn't shock me if the day he steps on an NFL field, he's a top 20 receiver. I mean that. No?
I think. Well, listen. I think. I think we have to have a little bit of we have to have a little bit of caution. We have to have a little bit of caution, because I think we said this time last year, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to walk in and be a top 20 wide receiver in the NFL on day one, and still had a solid rookie season, but certainly not what everyone expected out of him. Malik Neighbors was the better rookie receiver.
Yeah. All right. Top 20 is no doubt walks in top 25. But as much as I love Jacoby Myers, T-Mac is at least in the conversation to be just as good as Jakobi Meyers. He might be better.
I think so.
Better. But because Jakobi's so reliable, having that blend of a great tight end in Brock, a young freak of nature in T-Mac, and then just a good veteran receiver, possession receiver in somebody like Jakobi Myers.
I think that could be a little bit more of a better combination. You need some speed underneath, I think, more than anything. Brock Powers is going to stretch the field more than any other tight end probably in the league for the next decade. But it still feels like you're missing that take the top off the defense type guy. Trey Tucker, DJ Turner. Sorry, those guys don't scare me all that much. There's 2 DJ Turners in the NFL, so you could have been talking about the Bengals one for all I know.
I don't even think they brought back DJ Turner.
Even better. Don't even have to worry about it.
I think they did. What's the depth chart say? Whatever the depth chart graphic says, I updated it.
Let's see. Depth chart says
if he's not on there, then
DJ Turner is on the depth chart listed as a restricted free agent.
Hang on a second.
Might need
What's
to tweak that
sad
one.
is there was so much. Oh boy, that's the wrong DJ Turner. There was so much news that happened, and I put out a show. It was like the Raiders signed these 5 players. I'm gonna be honest. I can't click anything. Why is that doing that? DJ Turner. I think actually Over the Cap is down. Yeah, this is showing me DJ Turner's last year. I don't think he's on the roster right now. Yeah, they didn't tender Turner from no. I didn't think they did either. Sorry. And I pride myself on knowing everything around the Raiders. So when there's questions like that come up and I can't give you an instant answer, it does bother me. So I apologize for that. Mitch, turn up your volume. Sorry, I usually am yelling on this show all the time, so I don't think people realize what my normal voice sounds like. But I try not to yell too loud on days like today, just for the simple fact of, you don't want to lose your voice throughout the course of the week. Just keep that in mind.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. This week you're the tortoise, you're not the hare.
Or else you're done. Rams are planning to release Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp plan to get released.
That's like one of those weird things in the NFL, and hey, we can pull up some Cooper Kupp stats, talk a little Cooper Kupp. Has he been talked about? Is there any, as an outsider of the Raiders Report by Chat Sports?
There's been people in here that have asked about Cooper Kupp. If you want, I actually have to pee.
Oh, boy.
I know. Do you want to hold it down for 2 minutes for me?
Yes, I can. Here, let me get one quick thing set up
rush.
and then you can go.
I see, I'll give some shout-outs here to some people that are no doubt getting it in. Rustin Long.
No Diddy.
In. Richie Hutchinson. In. Miggy Kamach. In. Sophia Jenkins. In. Matthew Lozano. You in. I got Richard Mayer. In. Nicole Estella, you in. And then Gabriel Adam, hopefully I pronounced that right. You are in. $20 Venmo to win $660 here on the Raiders Report. All right, here's what's going to happen. Sam's going to hold it down for 2 minutes while I'm gone, and then I will be right back because I got to go take a quick pee. Take a quick pee. Double Sam. Oh, I thought we were going to get double Sam.
No, the people could not be so lucky, if only. Everybody spam F Sam in the chat. Spam F Sam. We know what the tradition is. I'll actually show some love to whoever hates me the most. That's just the kind of guy I am. It's a long list. Hell, some people might even be in this building. Let's talk a little Cooper Kupp. Before that, I'll jump in. I'll get some F-Sams here. I'm loading up the live stream on my side of things. 3,623 people watching. Shout out to you guys. F-Sam, Raphael's in there. He gets the first shout out. Steve-O says F-Sam. Anthony says, where did Smitty go? Smitty had to handle his own news, so he's going to be back here. Funny enough, Jason says, who the hell is Sam? Sam is the person who trained Smitty, who trained Jeremy, who trains just about every other producer you've seen on the channel. So appreciate y'all tuning in. I'll take over for just a couple minutes here. Let's talk a little Cooper Kupp, by the way, because like we said, being released unless they can find a new trade for him by the league year. And, you know, it's fair to say that Cooper Kupp's best days have passed him by, not necessarily the receiver that he was just a few years ago, right? I mean, you look back, it's 2019. What year was his record-breaking year? I'm pulling up the stat graphics for you guys on screen. Jeez, Jeremy, Chuggs put this all over the map. I did not teach him this. All right, let's talk Cooper Kupp. There we go. Last 4 seasons here. Why is that? Good God. Last 4 seasons for Cooper Kupp, you can see the decline. I mean, that 2021 season, astronomical. No one's ever touched it since. Since then, not the same guy. The production isn't there. I don't know why this photo isn't there. There it is. As Brett Alper is about to walk in the room and take over. Cooper Kupp, not the same guy. I mean, about as many yards over the last 3 seasons almost as he had in 2021 in 17 games played. And you see the drops stack up as well. The injuries, he's missed time with injuries. This year it was, I want to say it was an ankle for Cooper Kupp. What was the Cooper Kupp side of things? Pardon me for not keeping in touch with the Rams day-to-days, but I think as a solid wide receiver, too, you've got options. Now, in Las Vegas, where you've got Brock Bowers, technically receiver 1, we'll call it, Jacoby Myers taking up snaps. Who knows? Maybe you do draft Ted McMillan at number 6, like we were talking about just earlier. Does a guy like Cooper Kupp make sense? Maybe for cheap, but at the price he's currently at, I just don't think it's worth the squeeze, so to speak. You've got plenty of other free agent targets out there for probably cheaper value. I think it's worth a call. You'd be interested to see what you're going to get out of him. Be interesting to see what the price tag is for Cooper Kupp. But clearly, no one was going to trade for Cooper Kupp at whatever price Los Angeles wanted. It's an injured wide receiver who's missed a lot of time over the last few years. And, hey, go away, Sam. Give us Chuggs. We want Chuggs back. Chuggs has to do his job, so blame him for me being here. You should be mad at Chuggs for me being here. I want that to be very clear and on the record. But F Sam still. All right, here comes Mitch. You don't have to see my face no more.
We got some random breaking news. Good news for everybody out there that didn't want Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson is signing a 1-year, $6 million deal to go play with the Miami Dolphins. Yep. So they end up getting a backup, which I do think is something that they needed. Huh? A lot of MILFs in Miami. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Breaking former Chiefs defensive tackle Tershawn Wharton signing a 3-year deal, $54 million with the Panthers. So the Chiefs just lost another big part there. But Zach Wilson going to Miami, I actually think that that's a really smart move by the Dolphins, just simply because of all the injury concerns that, you know, Tua Tagovailoa obviously has had throughout his entirety of his career. But, man, oh, man, I'll tell you this right now. It's been a wild one. How we doing? Love Jeremy Chin. Great move. I love the Malcolm Koonce move. Yeah. Couldn't believe it, quite frankly. How you guys doing over there? Really? That's amazing. Dude, our Bears channel right now is absolutely rolling right now. Rolling. I will say, we do have a chat sports competition for like free agency and all this big time stuff. We're number 2 right now. So it's a marathon, not a sprint, is how I'll put it this week. But I'll tell you this, they've doubled us today, Bears. Which I don't get doubled very often. We're getting doubled right now. I'll tell you what, that's impressive by them. They've had a lot of good trades. We've had some good moves today, too. Malcolm Koonce, Jeremy Chin. I'll tell you what, Cooper Kupp. I don't know. Not that I don't want Cooper Kupp to happen. I mean, he would be a really interesting fit with Geno. But to me, though, like you'd still need to be able to add somebody that can stretch the field. Cooper Kupp's not a field stretcher. Comey Myers not a field stretcher. Brock Bowers, great tight end, not a true vertical threat. You can't just rely. Now, if the Raiders said, all right, we're going to go out and sign Cooper Kupp and then also try to get Tyler Lockett and then just say, F it, we're not going to, address the wide receiver position anymore. But to me, if this is just my guess here, okay? If the Raiders were interested in Cooper Kupp, that means that they would be interested in a veteran receiver that I think most of us would consider as a technical route runner. I think that they would just go get Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen was with Chris Beatty, the Raiders wide receiver coach, from 2021 to 2023. Then when Beatty went over to Chicago, ended up trading for him there, and Keenan grew up a Raiders fan. Like, I think Keenan Allen is the more likely option, might even be cheaper option than Cooper Kupp. And when healthy, Kupp's better. But I don't know how healthy Kupp is anymore, dude. I really don't. Oh, shit. Ryan Campbell! Bang! Come on, Campbell. Fire me up one time. Ryan flippin' Campbell. I'm telling you this right now, y'all. This is a dangerous human being. This is the most deadliest man with a dodgeball. Right here. Right now. Ryan Campbell, dude. What is up? What is up? Not quite the right one. You'll get it. Tua Tagovailoa and Cooper Kupp, the concussion. So anytime I yell bang, it's a $100 super chat. You're good. Ryan Campbell, Tua, and Cooper Kupp. Yeah, I mean, that's not the most healthy football team you would ever find, but linebacker Malik Harrison to the Steelers on a 2-year, $10 million deal. 2-year, $10 million deal. Got a few more people that are getting in this duck race, which at this point, I owe this. Let's take this one back. Mr. Ryan Campbell, get those RCs down below. The MVP of today's show, I got to say this, Common Raider. Common Raider's the MVP of today's show so far. If my math is mathin', he's got 6. Ryan, I know you're a big Venmo guy. Venmo today's doubled. So 1 bang counts as 2. I'm just saying. Are they yet? I don't know. They're so warm right now, which sometimes like warm doesn't bother me, but because I've been standing up all day and because my body is really, really warm, I actually feel like I need like something cold. And when you're drinking Fireball and Hot Happy Dads, it's not the most refreshing drink. Let's just leave it like that. Hey, man, we got 3,500 people here. Can we get to 4,000 likes on today's show? I want to get to 4,000 likes. I appreciate everyone who tuned in today, battled with us through some of the technical difficulties that we had. I really do. Ryan, who do you want the Raiders to get next? Like, you're sitting in a room with John Spytek, Pete Carroll. I'm looking at you right there, Ryan. I got you. Who are you going with? You get the opportunity. I don't know how much money we have left exactly in free agency, but I want to know who your guy is. Because if you're looking for a receiver, maybe you want to go with a linebacker. What are you thinking? I'm going to be looking down in the comments. Raider Sin says, thank you, Albert. Though, I think it's Albert. I don't know if it's Alper. All right, we got a deal here. Former Colts center Ryan Kelly is signing a 2-year deal, $18 million with the Minnesota Vikings. Seeps! I just got a thumbs up. He's got it. He's got it. That's a pretty good one, man. That's an interesting move. Ryan Kelly, 2-year deal with the Minnesota Vikings. Excuse me. Is that better? Is that better? Oh, man, we got a few more people that are saying, Mitch, I'm in the duck race. I don't see my name. I got you. All right, so the last name that I gave a shout-out to was Gabriel. Gotcha. So now I see Adrian Leone. You in? I see Adrian Babas in. Ron Raz, I gotcha. I see, actually, Adrian Babas. I don't want to be a stickler, but I need another 10, or it's not fair to everyone else. So, Adrian, you're on hold right now. Ron, you're in. Mark Caw, you're in. Anthony Marigil, you're in. Steven Orozco, you're in. Orozco. Whatever happened to Sergio Orozco? Sergio, if you're out there, I miss you, man. I miss your Musk. That's an old name. That's an old name. Murphy, need the wheel, spin Mitch. So he wants Byron Murphy. Do you know how to do the wheel spin? Yeah? Okay. So we have a new producer here. His name is Alper. You're more than welcome to pull up. He is also a Northeast Pennsylvania guy. Worked there.
I worked in Northeastern Pennsylvania.
If you want to change your name tag, you can. That's up to you.
Yeah, I ain't Sam.
He goes, I'm not Sam.
I'm not Sam.
So you guys can ask Albert some questions as well, kind of interact with us here a little bit.
But yeah, they want to spin the wheel?
Spin the wheel. Let's do it. All right, so every $10 super chat that we get is a raffle ticket. So hypothetically, this one goes for Ryan Campbell here, whatever this lands on, which there's a bunch of different ones we could do.
Here we go.
I just saw Diana Rossini. She's a little late. All right, what are we going to get? 2 extra tickets for Mr. Ryan Campbell.
All right.
2 extra tickets. So I will write that to Chuggs, because unless you're going to keep track. I don't know where Chuggs is keeping track.
Yeah.
So, Ryan Campbell.
What's up, Anthony Green? How we doing?
Dude, Anthony Green is a freaking OG in these streets. That guy has been in more duck races. He's been in more duck races than I think almost anybody. You said my dad's in the chat? Richie's in the chat. What's up, Pops? My dad said,
what's
how
good,
you
Papa
doing?
Renz?
So, Dad, he did, you were what? NEP?
No, the other one, BRE.
BRE.
I talked to your dad when he was here.
Okay. That doesn't mean he remembers.
Probably, yeah. I mean,
No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, that type of stuff he does remember. He's good with that.
If he remembers me doing sports the last 2 years,
I feel like most dads are like really good at remembering who like your local weatherman is, but yet can't remember what they had for breakfast. Though for my dad, it's 2 eggs every single day.
Just 2.
Well, no, there's other stuff thrown in there, but usually it's the same thing every single day, which I feel like breakfast is the only meal that I can eat basically the same every day.
It depends. I mean, a lot of the times, I just don't have time to eat breakfast. Like this morning,
Sure.
I'm not waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning just to make my eggs. I'm like, okay, take a shower, get my energy drink. I had an apple. Try to stay healthy here. But most of the time, you're just getting straight to work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you on that. Like, on weekends, I love a good breakfast. When it's work, though, I usually just wake up, I'll have a cup of coffee or 2. But I actually try not to eat while I'm at work. Like, I'll try to go majority of the day. Now, sometimes I'll have to get like a protein shake or something like that. But I try not to eat until I get home, which is really tough.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like if I didn't do it, man, I feel like I'd be 400 pounds sometimes. Okay, let's go to, I think we got some questions flowing here on today's show. If not, we might be all caught up, or do we have a few super chats? We do have a few supers.
Okay.
So since we skipped the line with Ryan, you just got to go back to...
Do you know where we were? I did just step in. Do you know exactly where we were?
Oh, boy. How about this? Adrian Rodriguez. Mitch, what's your opinion on Soto? I know you rep the Mets. That's at 5'11".
All right, I got it.
Let's start there because I don't remember this question. I like Juan Soto a lot. I think he's a phenomenal talent. I think that in baseball, you see some of these super crazy, outlandish contracts. It really does blow my mind that it's like 11 for, it was 765.
Yeah.
It was something insane
absurd
that people are able to make that type of money. But he's a great young player, hits for power, and I was nervous about it, but then his very first spring training at bat, he hit a home run. So I was like, all right, he's not over freaked out by the fact that he just signed all that money. Because for you to be able to walk up there first AB, hit a home run like nothing ever happened. Regular season's definitely different, no doubt about it. But
I mean, I'm a Mets fan too.
Oh, really?
If you didn't know that, yeah, I'm a big Mets guy.
Gotcha.
So
moving up in my rankings, I like it.
I was ecstatic when they signed Soto. I mean, you're just, as a Mets fan, you never really get excited. You think, okay, with the Wilpons back in the day, it was, you're going to get no one. You're going to be the little brother. And then actually signing Soto, and then specifically getting Pete Alonso back. Yes. I think that was almost just as big. Because now you have I don't know if is he gonna hit behind him?
No idea.
But it's a perfect signing.
I think it's one of those moves where you keep a glue guy. And, I think the last time the Mets had somebody like a Pete Alonso was probably David Wright that the fan base all loved. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I like Pete a lot.
Maybe Cespedes?
That's a hell of a name. Yoenis. Bartolo was definitely loved. But sometimes, even for the Raiders, right, where there was a lot of people out there that thought the Max Crosby deal was a little bit too big. But when you also know the importance of that player to your organization, that's extremely important. All right, we got a few moves that just happened. Cornerback Mike Jackson back with the Panthers, 2-year, $14.5 million deal. The Bengals continue to solidify their defense, closing in on a deal with Oren Burks of the Philadelphia Eagles, formerly. I don't know who that is. $20 Venmo right now for a chance to win $750 on today's program. I've also realized that Chuggs has the raffle, and I can't leave until Chuggs gets back. So, because Chuggs has all of
everybody's
the jerseys
name
on his notes app, which we'll be able to, get those once he gets back.
Is he filming?
Well, I think he's live right now because the Texans did they had that crazy trade, which it's been a crazy day here.
Oh, it's been wild.
Today's been a wild, wild day, man. Also, we are 100 likes away from 4,000. If you haven't already, if you appreciate the content that we're providing, don't be afraid. Hit that like button. Let's go to Jake. Oh, I definitely read that one already.
You did?
Because
Okay.
it was blue. Holland would be really good in the Legion of Boom. I would rather the Legion of Doom. What about that? Ryan, Braves fan here. Yankees suck. Great you. Right for how you treat your players. This is what you get for karma. Oh, this happened when Smitty was here. Because Smitty's a Yankees fan.
He is a
just
Yankees
found
fan.
out that it was the UCL for...
Yeah, Tommy John for Garrett Cole.
Yep. Cass Joey, we already did that one. That was a bang, but I still want to go to it. Not sorry, Smitty. Like to see some offensive line help roll in soon. Murphy coming would be nice. I want Mekhi Becton. And I've said Mekhi Becton would be the guy that I would like to go out there and tart. Byron Murphy would be really fun. If they don't end up getting Murphy, I don't know what route they're going to go at corner. Like, DJ Reed's already gone. I'm trying to think here of some other options. Which I have to go back and I'll have to look at some of my best bang for your buck players. Rasul Douglas is getting up there in age. He's 25. But if they're looking at a Byron Murphy, they might want somebody that can replace Nate Hobbs, a little bit of versatility. Asante
Samuel Jr. Yeah.
You know who could be an interesting cheap slot? Again, he's up there in age. Mike Hilton. He is still playing decent. What if they just said, we're going to go outside corner Stephon Gilmore? That would be crazy.
He is getting up there in age.
He's 34, 35, but he's still playing at a high level. He is. He's still playing at a high level. The Bengals, no, we already got that one. All right, let's keep it moving.
Oh, we got this one.
A Sanchez or Quinn, what's your opinion on Jackson Dart now that we got Geno? I'm probably just the wrong guy to ask about Dart, and maybe it's just something that I don't see that everybody else does, but I just don't really see it. Like, there's certain games where and when I say I don't see it like where people are saying he could go in round 1 or the Raiders should take him in round 2. He's got some good athletic traits, no doubt about it, but at the same time, his tape is super inconsistent, and he would have to learn for definitely 2 years. Like you can't even consider starting him right now, and he would have to take leaps and jumps back. Like, he would just have to get so much better to even consider. And I think, like, that's my problem, where I would rather the Raiders, like, if you told me Jackson Dart at 37 or Jalen Milroe at 68, I'm going to take Jalen Milroe because I think both of them are 2-year project players. I think Tyler Shuck is really close to, Tyler Shuck in the 3rd or Jackson in the 2nd. I'll take Shuck.
L's down. I do not like Tyler Shuck.
Really?
I mean, I'm a Kentucky fan.
Oh, okay. You're a Kentucky guy.
And the one game that I watched of Jackson Dart, I didn't watch a lot of Ole Miss, but I did watch the Kentucky-Ole Miss game. And he made so many just stupid mistakes that you don't need to make. Yeah. Just erratic. Very erratic as a quarterback. I mean, great arm, but he makes a lot of mistakes.
He does, like, he has good arm talent. It's just his footwork, his technique, it's not good to me. And I say that, and I'm also like, I believe in Chip Kelly. I believe in, this regime to be able to fix certain stuff like that. But if your goal is to fix somebody for 2 years, go try to fix Jalen Milroe. And I say that because if you can make Milroe an average passer, that's an unbelievable quarterback.
He's got the legs.
I mean, his athletic ability is off the charts, where I just don't think Jackson is ever going to be a top 10 QB, right? Like, to me, you go out and get Jackson Dart, and you're kind of hoping that he's, I don't know, I think he falls in this range of, I'm trying to think of a good comp. I think he's like 16 to 20 is like what you're hoping he can get in. I mean, you go into a season with him, if some of you are like, with Geno Smith, maybe. Geno Smith on the Seahawks, behind that offensive line, it's not going to win you a Super Bowl. We'll see, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, Sanchez, I know this. If they draft Jackson Dart, I'll figure out ways to root for him. Because I know he's best friends with JPJ, went to high school with him. And obviously the Raiders believe. And if the Raiders believe in him, all right, I'll trust it. Sanchez, Juan Soto, Han Solo, Pete Alonso, Dodgers in 5.
Chuggs is back.
I'll tell you what. I really try to wait to get there. I was really wondering where you were going with this. That's funny. All right, I'm a Mets fan. I get it.
Let's go Mets.
I do feel like the Mets are a little bit of like the Raiders. Passionate fan base.
Extremely passionate. The real fans of New York. But I'm handing this back over to Chuggs. I'm glad to always be on Raiders.
Shout out to my man Al.
Yes, sir.
Though my man Chuggs is back. How you feeling? I can't wait to hear.
Is Colton Miller available? That would be my biggest question to you.
I mean, what do you give me? What would you want for Colt Miller? I'm gonna wait for you to sit down.
And let me tell you this: the Texans, Laramie Tunsil's better than Colt Miller. They got a pick swap, a second, and a fourth.
So you don't like the trade? Is what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
I hate it.
Yo, everyone say what's up to Chuggs. I think Chuggs needs some brewskis.
Holy shit, this sounds loud. Now I see why Rebel came over. All right.
Good?
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
I got you.
It was so loud.
All right, so talk to me. Talk to me about the trade, because I'm not going to lie. When that trade happened, everything went to shit over here.
What happened?
Well, we lost connection again.
Oh, nice. Sick.
Yeah, it was not good. It was right in the middle of our Malcolm Koonce cut. So I was trying to figure out if people could even hear me or not.
But when that trade came in, it was so much details after a Raiders signing where I was just like, I'm not going to pay attention to it.
Yeah.
I'll just wait till Chuggs gets back. All right, so what we're going to talk about here is the gigantic Laramie Tunsil trade that went down earlier today where the Texans sent him
to the Commanders.
I want to hear about it.
Let me pull up the trade for us.
Cornerback Mike Jackson back to Carolina, 2 for $14.5. I think we just said that one.
All right, here we go. Here's the trade that happened. Tell me if you think this is for the third best pass blocking tackle according to PFF in the NFL. Do you think this is a fair trade?
For the third best?
According to PFF.
I mean, no. I mean, even if that fourth round, you take out that fourth round pick and I still go, I don't think that that's a fair trade. Now, maybe they know something about Tunsil that the world doesn't know. Maybe he's looking for a new deal.
They just signed him to a contract extension last offseason. So, a couple things.
Dude,
this is the rumor mill that I'm hearing.
I'm all about it.
He wasn't willing to restructure his contract to give the Texans more cap space this year, is a rumor that I've heard. 2, the Texans are bracing to pay C.J. Stroud an enormous amount of money because of the Josh Allen contract and other contracts that have happened, that the base for a C.J. Stroud contract is going to be $55 million a year. Which, if you're paying Laramie Tunsil the amount that you're paying him, and he's not willing to take any less already in a restructure, maybe you're kind of seeing the writing on the wall down the line and saying, you know, maybe we can get this for him now, but we won't be able to get this much for him later on.
Oh, dude, what I hate about that move, though, for them is you're giving up your left tackle
on a team that had
on your quarterback's third year.
And the team had the arguably top 3 worst offensive lines last year. And you're saying, you know what? Let's take away our best offensive line.
I mean, imagine if the Raiders' offensive line was Colton Miller, let's just say Cody Whitehair, Andre James, Darius Slayton re-signing with the Giants. Slayton back to the Giants. But imagine, you got Andre James at center. Let's say we have Dylan Parham at right guard, DJ Glaze at right tackle. And then the Raiders go, I'm actually going to trade away Colton Miller. We're going to slot in Thayer Munford. And you instantly look at that offensive line and you're like, that's really, really bad. And I think that's what the Texans did. And I'm shocked, dude. I mean, they have to take a tackle now in round 1.
And that's the other thing is, like, I don't know if there's a starting caliber left tackle outside of the top 15 picks.
All right, where do they pick?
25.
Hear me out. We'll give you pick 6. You can get Will Campbell. I want pick 25. I want your first round pick next season. And I want a third round pick.
I mean, I'd have to say yes to that deal because I don't think the Texans have another choice. I think you have them by the balls. I think they need that. They need a tackle that can start day 1. And I don't know if one falls to you at 25.
Are you guys in for that deal? So we swap first round picks this year. Texans get pick 6. Raiders get pick 25. We get their first round pick next season, and we get a third round pick back, which, where's that at?
Well, we have 2. We have the Commanders, and we have our own third round pick this year. So I guess y'all can pick whichever one's higher.
Nice.
I'm guessing the Texans would be because the Commanders made it to the NFC Championship game.
So we take the Texans' third round pick. I'm in. Let's do the trade.
People are like, no, we have them by the balls. Ask for more. Ask for more.
Well, you guys don't want us to do it? Or you want us to get more?
Would you rather do that, Raider Nation? Or would you rather the Texans trade for Colton Miller? And my offer to you for Colton Miller would be straight up a second and a third.
I would take that. I actually don't know if you'd have to give up that much. And the only reason why I say
a third and a fourth.
Well, it depends. If Colton's okay playing this year with no millions guaranteed, because he's got 2 years left. If he's okay with it, then I actually don't think you have to give up that much. if he's not okay with it and he's looking for a deal, I think you see a trade kind of like this Laremy Tunsil one where you're like, oh, why didn't we get enough in return?
Now, if you trade away Colton Miller, I think that slots in Will Campbell or Mimbu for y'all at 6.
Yeah.
That's the thing is, like, do you want to have to take a tackle with the number 6 pick?
Unless there's, I don't think there's another tackle that's out there right now in free agency that's.
I was looking. There's
because Ronnie Stanley was really it.
He was it. Dude, you're getting Dan Moore getting $20 million a year.
That's what I'm saying. Dan Moore just got $20 million. That's true.
And
Holy shit.
The only good O linemen left are at the guard and center spot, which the Texans save $14 million with this trade. In essence, maybe you can go out and use that money to sign Mekhi Becton.
Mekhi Becton. Let's make it happen. All right, let's keep it moving. Got a few super chats that we got to get through.
All right.
Is the objective at the end of today, do you want to film like grades?
We can, yeah. However you want to do it.
I don't know what everyone else is doing. I'll think about it.
I'm probably going to switch mine up, and I'm going to do top options to replace Laremy Tunsil.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, y'all. Let's do let's go through some super chats. Some of these super chats.
Let's go through some.
I think I need some like caffeine or something. I need to wake up, dude.
I need some water. I literally forgot my water bottle and did not have any of it.
My legs. I'm cramping. Let me get some water.
Ugh. All right. What
How we feeling? Chuck said, what about a boot? All right, so we got 3,300 people watching. We're about 30 likes away from
I didn't even realize it was
4,000 likes.
I didn't realize it was 6.
Yeah, dude, it's like late. That's why, well, it's because of the sun. I'm not used to it.
Yeah, it was sunny outside. I thought it was like 3 o'clock. I'm not even lying. I just looked up and I legit thought it was like 3 o'clock. Do you know where
You're not the only one.
Do you know which super y'all are at?
If I had to guess, the problem, and I've seen a few people be like, we got to stay on top of the supers. The problem is with all different producers, like it's hard for them to keep track of where we're at. All right, let me see here. YP Kins. All right.
Did you read this
We are
one?
at Kins Char at 518. I feel like we were going for a Legion of Doom.
Okay.
Kins Char at 518.
All right.
I feel like we are going for a Legion of Doom. We need to get Murphy to kind of help tie up loose ends in the defense. Raiders! Kins Char, you're in. I'll say this.
Oh, it's Ryan Campbell. I also have you in. I have the list on my computer of like the people in for the jersey raffle.
Correct. Also, I do think they like Jahdae Barron a lot. Jahdae Barron is a player that if the Raiders are unable to get Byron Murphy, and I don't think they're going to take him at 6, but Jahdae Barron has got a lot of that flexibility as well where he can do a lot of different inside-out things, giggity. They like him a lot, and they met with him at the Combine. I think if they miss out on Byron, could they look to try to get Jahdae if they trade back? Because, again, I don't know if I'm going to take him at 6. That's a little bit rich. But if you were to trade back into the teens a little bit, get an extra pick in there, I'm in. I'm into it. Let's keep it moving here on the Raiders Report.
YP!
I sent 20 for the duck race to Jeffrey Sanchez. Well, Jeffrey, if you're saying that you sent it, then...
I hope you didn't send it to a person named Jeffrey Sanchez, because if that was the case...
Oh.
Maybe your name's Jeremy Sanchez.
I was going to say, yeah, then honestly, that would have been a bad decision. If I haven't said your name, though, then maybe... What is it, Jeffrey? Yeah, because I don't have a Jeffrey Sanchez right now on here.
Jeffrey!
The names that I do have, though, I'm going to continue to add to those. which right now we're at 20.
Oh, Raider Ron's in the house.
Luis Estella, you're in. I got, you know who also is here? Fat Bearded Dad.
Dude, I was you for Halloween a couple years back.
Andy Arnold, you're in.
You remember that?
Yes. Jerry Kester in.
Who are you again?
Common in. Justin Sal. Me?
Yeah, who are you?
I actually don't remember.
I was Fat Bearded Dad.
Oh, was that my Harley Quinn day? Oh, yeah? 'Cause I wore so many costumes last year that, quite frankly.
Christian Perez, am I in the race? While he looks that up, I'm going to answer this one. Lido! Do you think Glaze will be an average guy or good? Mitch?
Average. I think that's what DJ Glaze is. Now, he was average at times last season. You're hoping that he can take a next step, get a little bit better in that. My concern, though, is do you think Dylan Parham or Alex Kappa is better? Right? I think Dylan Parham is better. And my concern is DJ Glaze struggled last season next to a better offensive lineman. One of my concerns is if their plan is to put Kappa next to Glaze, that concerns me a little bit because you don't want to put your rookie on a turnstile with somebody who got beat more than anybody that got beat last season. That's concerning to me. Yeah. All right, so right now I got 20 to win. It is 20 to win, $810. That is a lot of money.
Navman says, talking
Perez, I got you.
SHT, SHT, SHT. You have me convinced? No.
Who was the other name that we just had on there? Can you go back? That said I sent one in because I legit don't. I have Christian. Yeah.
Jeffrey Sanchez. Navman, I think I missed something, Navman. I don't get this.
What is it? Yeah, I don't know.
SHT. I feel like I'm doing a puzzle in my mind right now, Navman. I don't know.
Wait, you said Jeffrey Sanchez?
Yes.
I do have Jeffrey Sanchez.
Mustard.
Oh, Jeffrey, I did have you. You're the 14th person in the race. Your duck or whatever is going to say 14.
You know what? You know what I wasn't here for either?
What?
Your reaction to that insane Nate Hobbs contract.
Wild.
4 years, $48 million?
Do you remember what the Mac Hollins going to the Patriots 2 years for 8.4. Son of a gun, dude. Mac Hollins is, I mean, that makes sense, though. It goes back with McDaniels. Son of a gun, dude. I really wanted that one to happen.
Steven, sucks seeing Splat go, but I'm guessing that's Spillane.
Spillane.
What about Tommy Eichenberg? When we drafted him, he was Spillane's clone. I don't know.
I think it was the idea of if you could get Robert Spillane to be a good linebacker, you might also be able to get Tommy Eichenberg to be a good linebacker. But I think Jeremy Chinn is also kind of in that realm of a player that's going to help kind of, keep this team together a little bit. What were we just talking about, though, before you're like, I want to hear your Nate Hobbs. So when they gave Josh Jacobs his contract, it was 4 for $48 also, with not a lot guaranteed. And I don't remember exactly how it was structured. I think, honestly, that deal ended up going down because of Rich Bisaccia, Keyshawn Nixon. They're probably going to lose out on Jair Alexander, but it's $16 million guaranteed. So I really think it could be a one-year contract. But you just paid Nate Hobbs 1 year for 16, or would you want to pay Malcolm Koonce 1 for 12? I'd rather pay Malcolm Koonce 1 for 12.
Nav man, who the hell is this guy? Maybe I missed it.
Who the hell is this guy? I was talking about Alper.
I have a great idea. Move the mic closer to your unit so you can rack you and smack you in the mouth at the same time. You get nothing on Raiders. Don't think you do. Got to earn that.
Definitely talking about either Alper or Sam.
Yep. Shay.
Should we get a wide receiver in free agency? I think that the Raiders should, and I would want to add a field stretcher. I'm looking at Tyler Lockett, one of the guys that I liked, Matt Collins. He just went off the board there. I think Keenan Allen is another person to keep in mind. They might look at somebody like Mike Williams who can win down the field. The injury concerns are definitely there, but those are receivers that at least have some connections. Brandon Cooks could be a weird, like little cheap receiver that people could look at. He's getting up there in age, but Brandon Cooks could be an option. Jay, appreciate the question.
I'm guessing you went to this already?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what kind of screwed us up a little bit.
Douglas.
I miss the old days with your suit. You should bust it out again for old time's sake.
I miss the old Kanye.
I don't think I could fit into my old suit. I really don't. It would be a challenge. How about this? If maybe on Friday, we're going to make some deals around it. I might, because I don't know if I could wear a shirt underneath. Like, it's like painted on me.
No, dude, you've been on your wedding diet.
Please. When I was able to fit into that suit, I bet you I was, and this, I'm not even kidding when I say I was probably like 2% body fat. That's when I was living the worst life I've ever lived. I just worked out and ate way too healthy. I crushed beers, but it doesn't really impact your suit.
Hayden. I'm a Panthers fan. What do you think about all their signings today?
Quite frankly, I don't know. I know Tre'von Moehrig, 3 for 51, which you're going to like Moehrig. He's a good player. But for the Carolina Panthers team that had Jeremy Chin a few years ago, and we just got him for 2 for 16, and y'all just gave Moehrig, who, again, good player, but 3 for 51, I don't know if Moehrig's that good because he's not a great coverage guy.
They're doing better than the Texans.
Maybe.
Adrian.
Reaction if we sign Lockett and draft Genty. Love it. I'm okay with it. Like, there's certain things that I prefer other certain situations, but to me, if you do this, right, this means that we didn't add that big, or we added a receiver, Lockett, field stretcher, Genty, cool, but then you better have upgraded your offensive line in some other way, because if you're going to draft Genty at 6 with the offensive line that you have today, that's not how a smart organization does it. I just can't wrap my mind around it, unless then you're going, we're going to take down an offensive guard at pick 37. You need another quality starter, because I don't have confidence in Alex Kappa, and I want to believe in DJ Glaze. But if we sit here halfway through the season next year and we go, man, I can't believe Alex Kappa and DJ Glaze on the right side are getting worked, I think us and a lot of Raider fans are going to go, well, I could have predicted that for you. Now, they might be good, but if they're bad, it's not going to be all that of a shocking thing. So to draft Genty at 6, your offensive line better be freaking legit, man. It better be legit. Keep it moving.
Man.
Alper, do me a favor. I definitely think this is during Alper's time. Tell Sam he has no business speaking Raiders. Get the F out of here, dude. Alper's a good one. Shield doesn't want Sam in any fashion. I will say that Sam does a lot of good stuff for us on the back end. He helps this show keep it moving more than I think you guys realize, but Sam's also an OG in these streets. Sam's like one of the first few people we had here. Definitely.
OG Raiders Report producer.
Let's go to AT. I don't know if that's true. Asante Samuel Jr., really good. That could be a cheaper option to replace Nate Hobbs, somebody that can be more of a slot. He's definitely not outside, definitely just a slot. Donnie Norwood, Hondo Carpenter. I'm going to be honest with you, and I mean this the most respectful way possible. We can't say Hondo reported something. It's just like him speaking his mind. At the NFL Combine, that the Raiders like Will Campbell. I mean, they do like Will Campbell. Tackle out of LSU. There's some teams, though, that view him as a guard. And the fact that there are some teams that view him as a guard, that's a little bit concerning. The arms are short. But to me, if you wanted to go really ground and pound, you got to have a great offensive line for Geno Smith. If they went Will Campbell, if they went Armin Membal, it wouldn't shock me, because this team does value offensive line play. I kind of like it. I'm not going to get upset. I will say I'd sit here and go, are they going to kick Colton Miller over to the right side? Are they going to keep then Will Campbell at left tackle? Because the position that I would say that we need to upgrade on is right guard. Unless they're going to put Kappa at left guard, but then I would just say put Will Campbell there. I know that they like Will Campbell. They did end up meeting with him at the Combine. And again, it's no disrespect to Hondo. I'm also trying to do a good job for my audience where We got to stop saying Tashawn reported this, Vic reported this, Vinny reported this, Hondo reported this. You're better off just saying Sanjeet said. You're better off saying, I don't know, Hammer said this. You're better off saying Severe Raider said that. You're better off just saying, because I really don't think that those guys have proven that they have any sources at all. And I don't mean that to be a knock, but I also got to do right by my channel here, man. What's up, King Shar? Chuggs, thank God you're back to keep it Mitch on track. He was talking about that $10 one that we got earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. And shout out to King Shar, man. Mark, been watching from Australia since like 3 a.m. You are my go-to source for all things Raiders Down Under.
Down under.
Down under.
Raiders down under.
Rise up lights. If you say rise up lights, rise up lights.
Rise up lights.
Sounds like razor blades.
Rise up lights.
Rise up lights. You can. It's perfect.
Sullivan Block.
It's perfect. We come from the land down under. Mark, I appreciate that, man. I started doing this because when I used to live in Germany, I know it's not obviously there, but when you live in another country, you don't realize how hard it is to be able to get like content that you like, you enjoy, that I think does a good job covering your team. We're not going to agree on everything, but I hope that you guys see that we put in that time and effort, which, we try to hustle out here. Raider 831. Love the Raiders, not overspending. I see the hard work, Mitch. Raider 831. We've been live now for almost, how long have we been live for? Been live since 10. That's a little over 8 hours. I promise you guys, we would be live for at least 30 hours this week. We will be live for 30 hours this week. Or at least I definitely will. Are you guys going to the draft? Say it with me.
Raiders.
Raiders. I don't know. We'll definitely have probably some chat sports people at the draft. I went to the draft. Actually, I don't know if I've gone to the draft yet.
No, we never have people go to the actual draft because we do the draft here.
Correct. Yeah, I guess.
You're thinking of the combine.
Combine, Super Bowl. Yeah, we've talked about random if one time we could send somebody there, but we do so much stuff here for the draft that it's just so much content that we probably won't. We will be live though for the draft. Every single pick, we'll even get the picks before you see them up on TV. We'll get that here at the Raiders Report.
Christopher,
what's going on, man? Hopefully we get Murphy or Greenlaw. I mean, I think both would be really good fits, though. I don't know how much Greenlaw is going to cost. To me, I would have rather you spent up some extra money on Robert Spillane to get a guy that, you know is a fit. Trade for Cooper Kupp. He's released. Then, if not, Genty at 6. Trade back in round 1 for a later first and another second or third. Sign Mekhi Becton on a reasonable contract. I like those ideas. I do. In my mind, minus the Kupp thing, we need a different type of receiver. To me, we already have a possession receiver in Jacoby Myers, so I'm good on that route there. I like the idea of going out and getting Mekhi Becton. I don't know what a reasonable contract's going to look like for him, quite frankly. Baron Banks is getting the amount of money he's getting. I can't imagine what Mekhi's going to get. What up, A-Rod Truth? Did I get added to the duck race? And 6 T-Mac or Graham. You have a defensive line that is already good enough to start in the NFL. I'll tell you this. If you go Mason Graham, that defensive line is going to be a massive problem for some people. I mean, it would be a massive, massive issue for a lot of people. Former Broncos running back Javonte Williams signing with the Cowboys, 1 year, $3 million deal. It's not a bad deal. It's not a bad deal for them. If you sent me ducks, the answer is yes. Adrian, Becton, Kupp, Genty, likelihood. I actually don't think that this is a good blend of talent. Becton and Genty I like. Still need a field stretcher. I'm going to keep just saying it over and over. Anthony, why draft Genty? Do you really consider him a general? Do I consider him a generational talent? I think that he's the best running back in this year's class. I do.
He's talking about as an Army general.
Oh. 1-800-GENERAL.com. You got to have a great offensive line for Genty. And because this running back class is so deep, I do want people, and this is why I like doing mock drafts, where you should do a mock draft where you take Genty at pick 6 and just see what the rest of your team looks like. And you should do a mock draft where you take I don't know, a different wide receiver, whatever position, and then you get a running back in like the round 3 or 4 range. Yeah, he might not be Ashton Genty, but still a damn good back, but you're able to build that offensive line. If you don't have a good offensive line, Genty's going to look a lot more human than he did at Boise, like he did against Penn State. Kins, shake my head, drop a 50, no bang, LOL, I see where I rank. All right, Kins. Kids, sure! Bang! We usually do $100 bangs. We made a few different deals here on today's show that I've honestly kind of lost track of. Here's one deal that I know. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. We're about to do this.
We're going to pop off and do your grades.
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, but I do have something for you before we get off. I forgot to give it to you earlier.
Ooh. I'm listening. I don't know what he's about to give me. Oh, you know what I bet it is? It's those Oreos. He's been obsessed with them. So he got a bunch of Oreos for everyone to try. And again, Chuggs is like the food guru here at Chat Sports. He like literally is in charge of what everybody eats every single day. It's kind of crazy. But he's like, yeah, I told you. It's these Oreos. He's been so excited about them. You give me an Oreo? All right, so I'm listening.
They are the Post Malone Oreos, designed by him.
I'm not going to. I literally thought it said piece of shit. I didn't see the T. Your hand was covering it. You want some of these piece of shit Oreos?
Salted caramel.
Salted caramel? Interesting. Oh, wait, you go over there so you can talk. I don't want to hear people just listen to me chew. I'll say this. It does smell really good. I think it smells like a good fall.
Yeah.
These with coffee, I could tell you right now, I would delete a few.
All right, now he's chewing. Last chance, once again, last chance to get your duck race in. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. I'm setting up the duck race as we speak. We're going to do the duck race. Then Mitch is going to go ahead and do his grades. And then, yeah. Oh, shoot. We made it all the way to the end.
All right. I'll say this. I did enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good. I would say I like original Oreos, but if you told me I could have 10 Oreos, I would want half to be regular and half to be that. Yeah, like a regular Oreo. That's not a regular Oreo.
If I ask for a regular Oreo and you hand me a golden Oreo, we're boxing.
I mean, that's a normal Oreo.
That's like me being like, oh, can I get a normal Coke? And you give me like a Coke berries and cream. Yeah.
Yikes. Now, man, I think writing is on the wall. We will be trading back for more picks. Trade back at a time till 10. We will be well done. I like the idea of trading back, dude. I really, truly do. I think it would be fun. MD Super Dave, anything happen after Chin? Oh, yeah. We also brought back Malcolm Koonce.
Got more chins than a Chinese phone book.
1 year, $12 million. 1 year, $12 million for Malcolm Koonce. I mean, what a steal, dude. Raiders have been killing it.
Mike, if you were GM, 5 moves to get to the Super Bowl this year. Mike, thank you for your super chat. Thank you for spending money on the channel. I will say if it was this easy, I think everybody would do that. 5 moves to get to the Super Bowl.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, though. This could be a segment I would do. I could, 5 moves in free agency the Raiders should make to try to win a Super Bowl. I did do an entire segment. I'll try to have a free up salary cap space, though I don't know if that's going to happen. The moves I wanted the Raiders to really make was sign Mekhi Becton, sign Byron Murphy, sign Jevon Holland. I said bring back Adam Butler, and then you needed to upgrade at quarterback, which They did. I was shocked. I am shocked how much I like Geno Smith now compared to the way I did when the Raiders first traded for him. Because I think he is a lot close. Like, to me, Geno Smith in the realm of quarterbacks being good is closer to Matthew Stafford than he is Derek Carr. Yeah. Like, and I mean that. I really, really do.
Nathan Wolf, can you put my duck as Lil E?
Lil E. All right, Nathan. Getting difficult here, Mr. Wolf. You want it as Lil E. Lil E. Is that your new rapper name? You in. Lil E. How much money do the Raiders have after Koonce? Again, I don't really know just because salary cap, Spotrac, over the cap, the numbers aren't accurate because the trade technically for Geno Smith hasn't gone through yet. So when that happens, it'll change a lot. It really will. All right, man. So what? Do you want me to send you the list over to TV?
Yeah. Do you want to do the jersey first or the duck race first?
Let's do jersey first. All right, so here's the thing. Everybody that sent in a $10 super chat or higher, you're about to be in a, is it a wheel? Okay, so you're about to be in a wheel. Whoever it lands on, you're going to go home with a Raiders jersey. I'm going to tell you this. You better be here. If you're not here, it's such a bitch to track down, and I don't mean like that to be in a rude way. Sorry, cover up your ears, Lil E. But, you know, like there's so many people that participate in these things, and it pisses me off, Lil E, when people don't claim the prize. And like there are times like I spend days, weeks, combing, looking for somebody, and I'm DMing them, and then a year later they're like, hey, I want this. And I'm like, well, I already gave it away. And then, then they get mad at me. So if you're not here, you're not winning. So you better be here. That's all I'm going to say. If you're not here, you're not winning.
All right. Wheel is ready.
Yep. Good day overall today, though, by the Raiders. Today was a big win. Today was a big win here by the Raiders.
Glad some people
wow, that's trippy, dude. Here we go. I can't even look at that. That's going to make me throw up. Oh, cruising. Might have been the worst timing of all time. Cast Joey. All right. All right, Cast. All right, Cast. Cast is good. I at least have his phone number. Cast freaking Joey, dude. That's awesome. Let me just write that down. Cast Joey. I gotcha. Mr. Cast Joey. Wild stuff right there. All right, final chance to get in for the duck race. We are getting ready to log off. We still got to film actually one more show before we are allowed to leave today. So I want to do that. I want to get home to Alex. I haven't seen her in a while. Obviously, if any other Raiders news ends up going down today, you already know, I'll get you guys a video. If it's like really, really big news, I will consider going live again. So just keep that in the back of your mind. All right, let me see some of the names that just got in here. The last name that I saw was Anthony. I think it was Anthony Rodriguez. Man, we are back there. Wow. All right, we got a lot more people in. Final chance. Julio Quinn. I got you. Joe Jimenez. Gotcha. Ray Aguirre. Gotcha. Anthony Gentile in. Aaron Winnick in. Though I'm not going to lie, Aaron. Yours looks like Aaron Winky, but we're going to leave it. Abel
Ryan Campbell
Negra,
said,
you're in.
Mega stuff. Have you ever had mega
Nicholas
stuffed
Sane.
Oreos?
Say that again.
Mega stuffed Oreos?
Probably. I mean, double stuffed is amazing.
Mega stuff is like
triple.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want. I have such a bad sweet tooth though that
big luck. It's truly split, honestly.
Brian Avila, you in?
Texans fans are split in that half of them like the trade because Tunsil had
Gary
the worst year of his career last year.
Anthony Flores.
He had 19 penalties.
Eli in. Cody Richards in.
If you didn't know by the look of Mitch's face, 19 penalties is not good in one season.
Sebastian Tekken.
But it's hard because the rest of the O-line sucked,
and he was the best pass blocker by far.
Luis Mass, Lucas Farrell,
Like,
Grant Corona. 2020 was a brutal year for you,
Like,
man.
if
Mr. Corona, well, you can sit right here.
If you had a running back, Mitch, that ran for 2,000 yards,
Kenny Hoffman.
but had 7 fumbles on the year, how would you feel about that? Like, because that's kind of what it was like. He was like amazing, but he made a shit ton of mistakes with penalties.
Yeah, it's tough.
Like, do you re-sign somebody who had 2,000 yards, but they had like 7 fumbles?
Probably.
That's the
That's
the
probably.
tough part.
I hear you. I mean, if they were like 7 goal line fumbles, that might change the answer to that. But
Albert, how do we feel about Kane Madrono? No clue who that is.
Kane Madrano. No idea, dude. All right, Jeremy. I am going to send you this list of names here. Which
linebacker for UCLA.
All right, we just got a few more. Carlos, Rod, I got you. Cheryl Ann, I got you. Zach Martin, got you. Marcus Wickham, got you. So winner here is going to go home with $1,040.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
But see, that's the thing is that Tunsil wasn't horrible. Like, dude, Myles Garrett, the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, in 2 games against Laramie Tunsil, 0 sacks. Like, he's locking up Myles Garrett.
Yeah. That's not easy to do, man.
Like, and then people in my Texans chat were like, actually, Myles Garrett isn't that good. I'm like, okay, dude. Y'all are like, it's like whenever we get comments where it's like, is Max Crosby really worth that? Like, is he that good? It's like, yes, Max Crosby is
What you're
that
saying
good.
is just dumb, right? You sound dumb when you open your mouth. Ignacio Durante,
And then
you're in.
those same people will turn around and be like, I mean,
Why can't the Raiders just extend Aiden O'Connell?
yeah, honestly, Aiden O'Connell's a great quarterback. But Max Crosby's not good.
Bingo. Bingo, bango. I'll tell you what, though. It's one of my favorite things, low-key, about just doing stuff on YouTube is just sometimes the crazy shit you see and the honesty that comes through from people, because there are some people like that really truly like believe those things, and like that's fine. I'm sure there's things that I say that people are all the time that's crazy.
I guarantee you there are Raider fans out there that don't think Max Crosby's that
Misty,
good.
yes. Oh, I've seen it, dude. I've seen people that are like, I can't believe the Raiders gave Max Crosby that contract. And
I'm like, are you watching football? Like, do we watch the same sport? Like, sometimes I'm like, maybe you just have cricket on your TV and are just confusing it for the Raiders games.
They've actually realized that they're low-key just watching 2021 highlights.
Yeah, like, no way are we watching the same games and you're coming to that conclusion.
I agree.
All right, here we go. Little shuff
here. I'm going to look
shuff.
one more time. And I don't have anybody else in. So winner here is going to go home with $1,050 here on the Raiders Report. You ready? You ready?
And see, Ryan Campbell, he's 30 years old.
Who?
Laramie Tunsil.
Oh.
He was like, he's old. He's not. 30 years for a tackle is not old.
You don't look at how old Colton Miller is. I'll tell you that.
How old is he?
I think he's 31. Let me look. Colton Miller might actually be 30. Hang on. I was wrong. He's 29. He's going to be 30 on October 9th.
We have a deal.
He's old. No, just kidding. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Run. Winner's going to go home with $1,050. $1,050 is going to go to the winner of this race here. Though, I'm worried the amount of names, it's going to be really difficult. And I'm just going to warn you right now, not everybody is going to see their horse. Maybe. There's so many different horses right now. You might end up seeing your horse. Your name, not going to be spelled right, though. That I can guarantee you. Anthony Rod right there. I think something Jenkins, Richard Kelly down there at the bottom. 23 seconds to go. Nicholas Sane, Phillip, Misty Williams. There you are. Who's that right there? Who's this?
Man.
Soulja
Man.
Soulja Man. All right. 10 seconds to go. Watch out for Frazier. Who's this? Chris Perez?
That would be wild.
Chris Purz going to get the win. Rob, I got a favor for you. Let's go. What terrible timing. The Broncos are signing Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw to the Broncos.
I hate him so much.
I'm not going to lie. That pisses me off, dude. Not you, Rob. Not you, Rob. Rob Fravor. Can you please confirm, Rob, that you just received $1,050 on the Raiders Report? Mr. Rob Fravor, one of our OGs.
That's one of the things where it's like, I was like, oh, maybe if the Texans sign a guy like a Dre Greenlaw, I'll be like, oh, it's okay.
Rich Kelly says, man, I was close. Last place.
This day is just...
Dre Greenlaw, dude, that sucks. All right, y'all, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to hop on out of here. I appreciate every single person for joining the show. To Dungeon Fitness, Christian Ocampo. I realize that looks like we just got a few in that came a little bit late. So here's what I'm going to do.
It's also on you for waiting.
Yes. Dungeon.
Like, if you wait for the last second and then send it in, like,
Christian,
you're asking for trouble.
Ocampo, Matthew Mendez, and then Corey Cummings. You guys are in tomorrow. So you're already in for the race tomorrow. $20 Venmo tomorrow. We'll get you in. How much was this contract? 3 for $35 for Dre. I wonder if that would have been like the longer term. That's less than Spillane.
10. So
coming off that injury at 27.
11.75.
That's pretty recent.
11 point, something around that.
I'm actually surprised that he went for that, but I guess teams are probably just worried about his health, which makes sense. Spillane at least was a healthy player and was a Josh McDaniels guy.
Dude, I actually thought he was going to get a lot less because he literally played 2 games last year after coming off a torn Achilles.
I hear you. James said tore his Achilles. A lot of people were saying overpay. Maybe you guys watch more football. I didn't really watch the Niners all that much last year.
When he was playing, he was one of the best.
Sure.
Like, he was a top 15 linebacker in the league.
Yeah.
You know, like top 10, top 15 guy. He just didn't play last year.
Sure.
And by the time he got in, it was like the last 2 games and the Niners were already out of it.
Yeah.
So I thought it would be more in the range of like $7-8 million a year.
Okay.
The fact that he's getting like closer to 12 is actually a little bit of a surprise to me. I thought a team, and maybe, I don't know, I thought a team would be like 1 year deal. Like, I thought if he was going to get that amount, it would be a 1 year deal as a prove it.
Interesting.
Like a 1 year, 13 or 14, $15 million a year.
Okay. All right, y'all. Here's what's going to happen. Chuggs and I are going to hop on out of here. I mean this. I had a lot of fun today. The MVP of today's stream was Ryan Campbell. That's a lie. It was Common Raider. The MVP of today's stream, Common Raider, followed by Jonathan Martinez, followed by Ryan Campbell there. I will say this. The MVP of today's show does get a Geno Smith jersey. If you really want a Geno Smith jersey and you want to compete for that bang, best of luck to you. You got about 60 seconds to do it. Obviously, if we were to get one, I'd stay live. I'd answer a few more questions. I'm not going to lie to y'all. If you're like, no, man, it's all good. We're going to save it for tomorrow. Here's the important thing. Do you know what time we're going live tomorrow? Same time?
I think he has us scheduled for like an hour later tomorrow. But we can go live whenever you want.
Okay. Do you guys want me to go live again tomorrow early, or do we go live just a little bit later?
And I do think, regardless of what we say right now, like, it'll really depend.
It'll depend what happens. Like, if the Raiders make a signing at 8 o'clock in the morning, we're going to be live. You know what I mean? Like, we'll figure out a way to just get live, go live, figure it out from there. I love people. It's earlier if you can. A little bit later would be great. Same thing for tomorrow. From Raphael, there's a part of me where I'm like, I loved how today went for the Raiders. And I know it started out slow, but we had a good day today. I mean, Malcolm Koonce and Jeremy Chinn are two really good signings on top of yesterday you being able to bring back Adam Butler. You got a quarterback. I like what the Raiders have done here so far. We'll see. Just be on the lookout for a time. I say we do same time. Let's do 10. We can do it. We can do it. 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow here on the Raiders Report. I'm looking. People are already getting in the duck race for tomorrow. All right, I'm going to put in 2 more names for the duck race tomorrow. I see Eric Jones and then Angel Gonzalez. So from the jump tomorrow, you got a chance to win $60. That's kind of fun. From me, from Jeremy Chuggs. Shout out to Sam. Shout out to Alper. Shout out to Loco Lopez was, I think, here for a little bit. Bunch of different producers today. Smitty pulled up today.
Post Malone Oreos.
Post Malone Oreos. If you want to sponsor, let me know. Raiders had a good day, and I feel good about what this organization did. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, if any breaking news happens, you will get a video from me. The Chargers are pursuing Najee Harris. I just saw Najee popped up, and I was like, oh, no. Najee Harris looks like he's going to go to the Chargers, which I'm actually okay with that.
Carl's shooting his shot. He said, go live once we sign Diggs or Mostert and say Raven.
What the hell does that mean?
No clue.
Raven.